Hello, hello. Welcome back, Kaiju Seekers. This is a bit of an impromptu stream, mostly because work fell through. So I just had some spare time, and I want to do this to do a stream anyways. Um, just so that I can talk about some recent stuff with regards to the Monsterverse and Jurassic World and the like. And then I guess some art stuff if anyone wants to come on and talk about art or any of the other topics that I've mostly been discussing here. I'll probably go to webcam soon, if anything, and might even turn into a little bit of a drawcast episode as well. Um, but this is what I wanted to do as basically a variety hour type of thing where we just have a chat about stuff, um, just a bit of a podcast in regards to that type of thing. So I was have a wait here. I'll probably just start doing announcements on it right now. But if anyone's stopping by, uh, today's topics will include things like the Monsterverse, Jurassic World, and the like. So leave your thoughts on that. And if anyone's coming through, let me know what you guys think of some of the new branding and stuff that I've had going on for the YouTube channel. Basically, since I refer to myself as Kaijunaut, and that's sort of the whole YouTube brand that's going on here. I just want to know what you guys might think of it since I do have this new artwork I did for the profile images, for the banners on both YouTube, Twitter, and as well as Blue Sky. I have lots of stuff going on there that I'll be having up for a while until I do some new marketing stuff for it. Basically, I want this to sort of be like the whole brand here. I go on Twitter and Blue Sky as Vix Monstrosities just because that's sort of the overall branch, quote unquote, company. I guess I want to have, and Kaijuna is just sort of who I am, or like my moniker here, as I guess maybe the salesman of the whole, company. I guess that I would want to run. Essentially, Kaijunaut is just me and this whole YouTube channel. And then under the guise of Vic's monstrosities, that's basically like what the whole brand is. So I'm just gonna see if I can put up some announcements. I also do like these announcements through Instagram as well, Twitter. Live now for some chatting. Let's see, right. Just to see who might come through. Made a lot of good friends on the social sphere, so we'll just see how it goes. I've I haven't really hosted anyone on this on any of my streams. I have opened it up, but I've never actually hosted anyone. I've been a guest and quote unquote co-host for some other streams, mostly the Zimzilla 99. I think I forget the numbers, but Zimzilla and both Sea Monster Essays. I've been a guest on their streams pretty frequently, on and off here and there. Mostly on the Zimcast, just because that's where that whole group of friends, and that's where we meet up most of the time. If you're not in his Discord chat, I'd recommend checking him out as well. And then there's some upcoming stuff too. I think for Sea Monster Essays that he's gonna do some stuff coming up, as well as them. So I'm looking forward to that. Here's mostly just gonna be for my own thoughts, since there is some news I want to talk about, and maybe use it as a segue into some of like my own thoughts of the MonsterVerse and Jurassic World. Because in my opinion, I think both those things are pretty overhated in recent times. Because I think both of those franchises, for me, have been really good. And I've been enjoying it a lot, and I only look forward to what's next to come. But it seems the vast majority of people have either been let down or find it questionable. For both franchises, mostly just because of the perceived quality of it. Personally, for me, the Jurassic World trilogy has always been like just an uphill. Um, how do I say it? Just nothing but like fun for me, and I've been enjoying it a lot. And it's only more to go from here. From the recent trailer that came out for Jurassic World Rebirth, directed by Gareth Edwards, who directed the first MonsterVerse film, which is Godzilla 2014. Um, I'm a fan of his work. I've only really seen like Rogue One and maybe a little bit of Monsters, and I forget if there's any other film I've seen of his outside of Godzilla. But I'm a fan of what I've seen from his line of work, and the upcoming film does look promising, in my opinion. The only thing I would say about that is a few of the designs are iffy for me, and overall, there's stuff to look forward to, but I am cautious just because some of the designs are going to be just me getting used to um, seeing them on screen, like with most stuff. And then as for the MonsterVerse, we've gotten recent news that Dan Stevens is in fact returning, who played Trapper in Godzilla Kong and New Empire. So I'm really looking forward to that. That's coming up if he is returning. I'm hopeful that he is, because he did announce on his Instagram, he had a story where he says that he is coming back. So hopefully we'll be able to see more of that in the coming months, as because I'm pretty sure that like at most or at least they are in the like scripting phase and maybe like early concept art and like story phasing. Because if we don't even have a cast listing, then they most likely are in like early pre-production. Just going off of what we know so far, because they did announce that the film is happening. We're expecting it in 2027, I believe. Um, just a few days after the next Sonic film, which is interesting because I think there is a surprising amount of overlap with those two franchises. Because a lot of the people I know, like my girlfriend in the case, is a Sonic fan, and she is now a Godzilla fan through like being in a relationship with me. So there is some overlap with the Sonic and Godzilla franchise from what I've seen, and a few of my coworkers and friends as well. I've seen that, so I expect there won't be too much competition. And if the films are as hyped as they probably have been in the past, we probably will see both good turnout for them. Like people will probably go back to back for the next two films for both Godzilla Kong 3 is what people are calling it so far, as well as Sonic 4, which Sonic 3 has been well received from what I've seen. So there's that to look forward to. Let's see. Shilling. Oh, and I'll probably post the link to anyone who might want to join. Since I got cut from work, it's mostly been due to some of the recent fire stuff. People just aren't really going out these days, I guess. People are still recovering, and there's still a lot going on. Thankfully, from what I've seen, stuff has been dying down. Um, but there's just some other stuff in the world that's, ramping up and people are getting pretty on edge about it. But hopefully this will be an opportunity to just lay back and see some stuff here. Boom. All right. Hopefully I don't miss anyone because I did open the floor last time, but I don't believe anyone came in to hop in. I did open up pretty late into the stream. The last one was actually a Let's Build, which anyone who comes in who has seen my Let's Build videos, let me know what you guys might have thought of that. Because like I said, hopefully it'll be something that's a on and off usual stream since the whole world of model kits is something that, like I said, I've been wanting to get into ever since I actually worked the job at the Godzilla store, where both one of the customers and my coworkers introduced me to the what's it call it, desktop army, which are basically these little mini figures that you somewhat build. You mostly build the armor. The characters are pretty much pre-built with some attachments and accessories that you can put to them. But for the most part, there is going to be just building out the armor, and then there's also the Aqua Shooter figures, 30-minute sisters, and then the Kaiju number 8 one that we did. The only streamed ones were the 30-minute sisters and the Kaiju number 8, which both were pretty fun. Um, so I'm gonna be doing a lot more of that in the future, hopefully. Like I said, one I'm looking out for is the Godzilla model kit that comes with the skeleton and like the skin for it, which both of those you have to build out. Which hopefully I'll be able to get my hands on and make a stream out of it. And then actually, and just more recent personal news, the other night I went to a hockey game with the Canadians versus the LA Kings. Ever since I got with my girlfriend, she's been taking me out to hockey games every now and again. I went to my third one the other night, and it was lots of fun. If there's any like sports guys, I'm not a sports guy myself. Hockey is really the only thing I'm somewhat into. Hockey's a pretty fun sport, mostly because there tends to be more fighting involved. Um, it's not technically part of the sport, but it is. Most people I know go for the fights that break out, and there were a few scuffles last night. So really fun game. And then let's see. With regards to any of the upcoming stuff, we also do have the maybe I might put some stuff up on the stream, or I might just present my screen there. I don't want to go into any streamception stuff, but let's see. Can I show it over there? Yeah. I did have some stuff for Jurassic World pulled up, mostly because, as I was saying before, some of the designs are pretty iffy. Mostly the Spinosaurus here. I'll probably go more into depth in a later stream on someone else's channel. But for the most part, there's just some stuff that I wish was done a little differently. Mostly because when it comes to dinosaur designs, I tend to favor designs that are a bit more unique and creative since we'll never fully know what dinosaurs look like, but even if we can get a pretty good idea of what they look like, we'll never really know what they truly look like for the most part, since fossilization of like skin is like one of the rarest things, and we can only speculate so much. Like I'm sure there's like ins and outs that I don't know since I'm not a paleontologist or even like just an enthusiast of paleontology. But still, I think dinosaurs in particular are just something you can really play around with. I made a post on Twitter earlier about how I feel like some paleo accurate designs tend to be a little boring for me, mostly because I just can't seem to get into it because they seem kind of samey to me. One example I listed in that post is basically like when Prehistoric Planet came out with its T-Rex design. After that, every single like paleo artist that I follow that I see sort of just rehash that design. Like I just kept seeing like Hank, I think his name was called. Like that Hank design for the male T-Rex was just everywhere. And it was just like a copy and paste of the design. And that's not to knock down the artists because the art was amazing, don't get me wrong. But like I feel like for the most part, the whole speculative side of the art world is pretty much put down in terms of like paleo art. I know there's like a niche for it. But yeah, just with that, it's gonna be like I favor designs that are sort of out there and creative more so. Um, but even that, I still want to like most of the designs. Like with the new Spinosaurus, I just didn't really like it because I guess it tried to be paleo accurate, but then also there's that whole mutation aspect to the new movie that I think they're going for. Like I think most of the dinosaurs there are failed experiments, which I don't know. I feel like it's a mixed match because we definitely see mainstays of the series like the T Rex and the Dilophosaurus, and it's some I don't know what they mean by failed because most of those look pretty all right. I mean, we apparently do see a raptor with two heads, so that's something to go off of. But also, we just see dinosaurs that we've seen before, and the only real standout mutations are probably going to be the Spinosaurs, but I don't know. I mean, was the original JP3 Spinosaurus ever said to be anything? Because I know it was just like an illegal um clone that they did. But as far as how paleo accurate it is in universe, like I don't know. I was hoping and looking forward to seeing them Spinosaurus return, but with the new design, like I already was dreading that the design would be paleo accurate, like just a remodel of like the look that we're used to. But on top of that, having like let's see, let me put it up because we have the recent toy release for it, and if we had the same body but with like a JP3 messed up head to go with that mutation or failed experiment type vibe, I would have accepted that. But for the most part, it seems like just like another recreation with a head that I don't really like. I will admit it looks a little better on the figure here, but on screen. Now, granted, this is like a low quality image I just pulled up, but for the most part, I'd say it's just pretty, I don't know, pretty bland and pretty unappealing to me personally. I've been seeing a lot of like paleo people on Twitter going back and forth. Most people like it. Some people from like a design aspect don't agree. Um, but like there's like a mixed bag of opinions, and I fall on the side of just not being a fan of how the head was designed. And there's like some different angles where it looks better, but even then, there's some aspects of it that I don't like the misformed like teeth or lip where it is. Like there's a weird like divot in places that I don't like. And then there's like some weird just design aspects that I just do not like about this. Like for the most part. And then going back to the Monsterverse news. Let me see. There was another actress, I believe, with Caitlin Dever, and I know her mostly from the film No One Will Save You, which I did watch and did enjoy quite a bit. That movie's it's pretty interesting because it's actually somewhat of like a silent film in a way because there is no actual dialogue being spoken in that film since it's mostly focused on her character and she doesn't really speak because she lives alone and you don't get much dialogue at all until a few places in the end, but they're like brief lines um for the most part, so you'll only ever get to see her vocal performance a few times throughout the film, but her emotional and like physical performance is pretty good from what I remember. I did enjoy her character and seeing her act in that role, so I think she'll do good. I don't think season two of The Last of Us is up yet, but if it is, I know she also plays Abby. Um, which the character of Abby from the games I know was pretty divisive. Um, I personally didn't really care much because I wasn't really that into the games. I did watch a little bit of the show, but that was mostly it. I know there's like a lot of like back and forth controversies with the Abby character, but I think she'll do fine in the role. I think she's a really good actress, so I just look forward to seeing her there. So I think she might be the main character, Caitlin Dever, but who knows? I know there's always like a role between having like a human character connected to a certain monster, and so we'll probably have to just wait and see um to see the announcements for a better synopsis of the film because so far we only know that it is going to be a Godzilla Kong film, so it's basically it's weird saying GXK3 because the first one in like this Godzilla Kong trilogy, if you want to call it, is like Godzilla versus. Then it's Godzilla Kong, the New Empire, and then now we're gonna have Godzilla Kong, something else. And we know Grant Support is directing this film, and also that he did recently come out with a kaiju comic, which I don't know how much of that he was involved with beforehand. Because if anything, I would suspect like my initial thought is this is probably just like a proof of concept for his work in the kaiju world. Because the only major film I know he's done is I Am Mother, which is on Netflix. I haven't seen it as of yet. I've watched the trailer, and to be honest, I'm sure it's probably good because I haven't really heard that much of it. I've only heard some pretty good things about it. But I'm not. It looks like high concept or high drama sci-fi, which I can appreciate, but it's not really my thing. I want to say, like, it's on par with like the creator for me from Gareth Edwards. To segue back to him in some weird way, but high concept sci-fi is not really something I get into like right away. Like I never watched The Creator. Like the only reason I would have watched it was probably for Gareth Edwards, but I never ended up watching that because it just wasn't really something that appealed to me because it's like high concept, high drama sci-fi. And when it comes to that, it just I don't know, like Star Wars for me. Like give me some Star Wars type stuff because that was never too high drama or high concept. It's basically just like this pulp adventure with some like undertones of like political drama. But the adventure is always was at the forefront. And so when you put like the drama or the thrill, like thriller in the sense of something like a crime or like political thriller, stuff like that. It's not really stuff I lean into. And then the reason I liked the Adam Wingard films for the Monsterverse is mostly due in part to that fun, pulpy, sci-fi lean into it. Since it is what I gravitate to more, like things that keep the story simple with undertones that you can find throughout. But if you keep the story sweet and simple, then I can dig it. And like I can appreciate high concept. I could even love a few high concept, high drama, sci-fi stories. But for the most part, I'll just go towards stuff I like more and stuff I think is well made and good. I've always been a proponent of the Wingard films being well done, well written films. So much in to say that I think they're well written in the sense that they achieve what they set out to do in a way that prioritizes the pulpy fun aspect of the genre. And so when it comes to any narrative flaws that they may have, and I can concede that there are a few narrative flaws within the films, but they don't hold the story or the um reception that you might get from them unless it's an execution you don't really like. And what I mean by that is when it comes down to a person's taste, how much the narrative flaws hold it back will differ based on like your taste in films. Like I think that for most people, or for a good vocal few of the people who disliked um Godzilla Kong or Godzilla versus Kong, um it was mostly due in part to the taste, and I've seen that happen through most people. The people I follow, people who I either like um keep in touch with, who aren't necessarily mutuals, but who I see post their stuff. When I see stuff that they create, I can tell that stuff like what we saw with the Wingard films probably isn't in their tastes. Based on the stuff they put out and the opinions they say, um, and like their own art that they make, I can tell. Yeah, I can see why the narrative flaws of this film probably held it back from the whole picture. Because when it comes to those films, I really enjoy them. I acknowledge a few of the narrative flaws, but I'd never call them bad films, objectively or subjectively. Because objectively speaking, while they may have flaws, they over it is overcome by how successfully they get the purpose of the film across, which is basically just to have a simple, fun time where you suspend your disbelief enough that the sort of pulpy sci-fi world comes across really well. And basically, that's just what I think for that. And I think same is true of the Jurassic World films. I think those films are well written enough to where it's a fun, thrilling, somewhat pulpy adventure with within like the sci-fi genre. I really enjoyed Jurassic World. I think that's a great movie. I really like Fallen Kingdom. I think there's a lot of cool stuff with that you see in that film, and I actually really love Jurassic World Dominion with the caveat of specifically the extended version of the film. I think the extended version is the only version you should see because it has a lot of story elements that were cut for worse in the theatrical release because there's just a lot more going on with that story. And so things just flow a lot better and make a lot more sense. Um, and I just personally really love that movie because it takes you on like a globe-trotting adventure. And similar to the way in Godzilla versus Kong, you have two sides of a story that eventually intertwine with each other towards the end. And then you see the plot progress in certain ways that I think are really cool. And there's some fun characters, and we get to see characters like fall apart and come back together by the end. And it's just an overall fun time. And I think that when it comes to movies that I want to eventually make or stories I want to tell, that's what I prioritize more. like just the audience having a fun time, and I think those films really succeed at that. For the majority of people, because if you look at those films for the most part, correct me if I'm wrong, but they did really well. I know for a fact Godzilla versus Kong and Godzilla Kong New Empire did succeed, and I will go out on a limb and say those films are probably the most successful in retrospect of the MonsterVerse because like based on like information like Godzilla Kong is or on par with Godzilla 2014, or is it Kong Skull Island that's the most successful? Because I know one of them is the most successful either domestically or globally. But if you take the global box office into account, I think it was Godzilla 2014 that did well globally of the best out of the five films we have so far. And I don't doubt that if Godzilla versus Kong came out uh like without the circumstances of COVID and the like, it probably would have done as well as Godzilla Kong New Empire because we see that for a majority of the general audiences, people love the film. We see that the box office did really well for it. And so if it didn't come out on streaming same day for theatrical release and if COVID wasn't there, I believe it would have done just as well. Um, and I think that goes to show that how well these movies are made because they did really well with the audiences I think they wanted to meet, which are basically the fans of just like pulp adventure, and whether that be younger audiences or mature audiences that um, tend to have a taste that aligns more with those pulpy adventure stories. I think it's well written enough that they landed with those audiences as to where people who have a different taste to something that's more akin to 2014 and to an extent Skull Island, and maybe even King of the Monsters, which didn't do well for many reasons, for the most part, just for competition and like maybe some aspects of the marketing. But I guess they always talk about people who tend to talk negatively or criticize this film negatively is with the serious tones and writing styles that I think fit more in line with their tastes of what they think is like the better written stories. For that, I just say I think it comes down to different tastes and how well the flaws of certain films hold back uh, from it being seen as well made. Because when it comes to things like the Jurassic World trilogy, the MonsterVerse, franchises like those, I think do well when they cater to a majority audience of a certain, I don't know, just like of a certain demographic. Because what I've come to enjoy from those films are just like I've been repeating probably for so long, just the pulpy adventure aspect to the Jurassic movies and the MonsterVerse, just films like those. And what I look forward to in both these films is basically hopefully seeing that return because I mean if you're to believe the leaks from the Monsters films or the next Monsterverse films, from what I've gathered, it's it's hit or miss with whether or not these leaks are accurate. I won't go into too much depth. There are other videos if you want to um look up the leaks, but I've read a few. From the looks of it, it's probably not gonna be, as like fantastical. And by that I mean delving into the delving into the aspects of the fantasy elements that you have in a story. To where it's gonna be all out, where you just have a deeper dive into like the world of the monsters and how they act and how much of a character they are in the film. and just all of those concepts and how far you want to go with them versus taking a more grounded approach and only taking certain aspects of those films. So like King of the Monsters is pretty grounded, um, versus something like the Wittengard films because they delve more into the Hollow Earth and the monsters as characters, rather than the godlike figures. But there's other franchises and stories where the godlike figures are treated more as characters and they're just god characters. So it delves more into that. To That's what I mean by more fantastical. This one might lean into more grounded stuff because I think it's gonna, from the leaks, it's gonna focus more on like how the people react. They did say it's gonna be more human driven, which I can appreciate so long as the human driven stuff is tied back to the monsters and we still see some good monster action because I'm in the camp that I can take or leave a human story so long as the characters are fun and intriguing and engaging. And I don't need like an in depth story with them. I could just have a story where the humans react for the most part, and the fun comes out of what their reactions are and how different they are from one another. I think people put down Shin Godzilla because that is not a very human driven story. But I like the film because the characters are pretty engaging and how they react to Godzilla is interesting to watch. Like it's not something like the Wingard films where how the humans react and how they get involved with the story is it's fun. It's fun, engaging, and like just like well, I don't know if maybe that is the perfect word for it. It's fun. It's pretty thrilling as well. With Shin Godzilla, it's more on the technical side of how they react because the characters don't like have like offhanded like jokes or moments where they try to um like in Godzilla Kong when Mikhail dies. There's sort of this lighthearted moment where the characters are freaking out, and then one of them tries to calm everybody down, and then there's some like I guess levity to it versus where in when someone like the prime minister dies in Shin Godzilla, it's like the characters take a moment to reel it in. It's a bit more grounded and realistic, and we find intrigue in how the characters react to that. So when it comes to that, when it comes to most monster movies, I'm there for the monsters. So I can take or leave I can take it or leave it when the story is not, driven by the human story, or it's not. Like if you compare Shin Godzilla to Minus One, like Minus One is a very human driven story. Like the story there focuses on how the characters react to things even outside of Godzilla, and then when we see Godzilla, we see that there is a tie between them. Shikishima's survivor's guilt is the same when you compare it to his guilt of surviving the kamikaze missions. When it comes to surviving the bomb blast, and then it's compared and contrasted to not really contrasted because I think it's in some ways, or maybe it is, but you see it's compared and contrasted to his survivor's guilt of Godzilla and how he feels like he maybe should have perished in those. He should have perished either as a kamikaze pilot or as a victim to Godzilla's rampage. And so that's what the story is focused on. And I think that's a very good link um, to have Godzilla there. And then when you take something like Shin Godzilla, it's more so focused on the characters and how they react to certain things. Like there's the obvious comparison to the Fukushima disaster that happened, and like Shin Godzilla is a stand-in for that. To where instead of having that events take place in tandem. You have the characters reacting to Shin Godzilla in a way that, it's like I said, it's like a stand-in for it, and so it's like a different way of handling it, and that's why it's more focused on Godzilla and how the characters react to Godzilla versus how the characters react to their own troubles and how Godzilla is connected to that. And like the Wingard films are basically how our characters react to the world of the monsters becoming more, let's see, like mainstream or more world renowned. And so you have them diving into the Hollow Earth when like more anomalies happen. You have these somewhat world-ending events, like Mechagodzilla, Scar King, and that, and how our characters react to it. And watching the characters' reaction is very fun. There's a lot of like whimsy, pulpy character writing, to where you have like beloved characters like Trapper. You have I really like Bernie. I think Bernie's hit or miss for some people, but it's a hit with me. I love Bernie as a character. I hope we see him return eventually. Brian Tyree Henry is a really good actor. Hopefully, we see him return for Megatron in a future Transformers One sequel. And then Gia's a lovely character. Love her in the films. She's awesome. I've actually met Katie Hollow once at a convention. Like just said hi. I should have I should have asked for a picture and an autograph as well, but I think I was strapped for cash or something. I got to say hi and stuff. I think is that it might have been the same convention I met D-Man, uh, which is cool. D-Man's a cool guy. And then yeah, so like I said, it's just how the characters are written to be, to whether we deal with the conflicts or they just have, or just how they react to the monsters and how there's character interactions in between them. And so that's what I think for the most part. And then you see a similar thing with the World Jurassic World trilogy, which I guess may just be, is it considered a trilogy or is it now a quadrilogy with the new film? Since I remember they always referred to it as a trilogy, but I think now they're moving away because none of the characters from that trilogy are coming back to this new film because they wanted to focus on the newer characters, and um, I guess we're seeing the ramifications of that with Rebirth. So there's that. And with the world films, it's the same thing. Like it's just watching the characters interact with the dinosaurs and having the dinosaurs in our world be the focus of the films, and how some of the characters relate to that. Like they have their own like issues and conflicts, but for the most part, it's focused on writing a story where characters interact with dinosaurs. And it's leaning more into that, to where we're seeing hybrid dinosaurs. We're seeing, how we can control dinosaurs, if it's a good idea, or if we, even if we can, is it a good idea? And we're seeing more of it with the new mutation aspect of the Jurassic World movies, where we're seeing a full-on mutant dinosaur, and I think it's really interesting. I think eventually we had to come to that point because there's this whole notion and brought up in the movies that like dinosaurs are boring at this point, and I think to an extent it may be true in that you just have to come up with something fresher than a new dinosaur, because eventually you might do all you can with dinosaurs, and that's not to say there's a limit on what you can do, but depending on how much of an idea man you are, you might not be able to come up with something that's fresh and new. Because we can only see a T-Rex attack someone for the umpteenth time, and thankfully, I don't know if we are at that point because there's still a lot you can take from the novels. I've only read through the first one, and I know there's a lot of concepts in that that still haven't been brought over to the Jurassic franchise. The Jurassic World trilogy did a lot of that with their movies, and then we're gonna see more of it in this one because I know David Kep also mentioned he was gonna bring back some stuff from the novel they wanted to use in that first movie, but never got to. And so, let's see. I wonder if I should start talking because I always wanted to do a stream reacting to specifically Little Platoon's video, and then there's this new upstart in the Monsterverse world where it's basically brutally Hannes, I believe his name is how it's pronounced. I've been watching a lot of his videos, and I think that when it comes to videos like that, I think brutally Hans is more on the spectrum of his points being more valid than Little Platoon's. Because I think, forgive the dog in the background, but when it comes to Little Platoon's video, I think he went into it with a lot of bad faith and a lot of criticisms that I think aren't valid because he either didn't pay attention to the movie or he blatantly just misinterpreted what happens on screen and in the story. And I think there's a lot to that speaks to the people who, and when I say hate, I mean really hate on the films. Most people either make that their entire personality or they're just so negative Nancy about it that it gets tiresome. To the point where they'll point out like a single small minuscule thing and blow it out of proportion to discredit the whole thing. Whether that be something as small as like a single line in the script or a small CG error that takes up one pixel of the screen. So when it comes to that, I think there's a lot of bad faith thrown towards films like Godzilla Kong and Godzilla versus Kong. And I've seen that too in the Jurassic World trilogy and the critiques that are levied at that film or those films. So when it comes to that, I think there's just a whole lot of bad faith thrown towards it. And hopefully we'll just see more good things to come because like I was saying with all platoons, I think there's a lot of stuff going on. And I have a few notes. Uh, if we might start it here or save it for a more dedicated stream to it. Because this is an impromptu stream, like I said, just because some work fell through, and so and I've been wanting to do a stream. Like I was planning to do it probably tomorrow, but shut up to today since I just had the free time. And I wanted to do one soon. Let's see. I've seen a few people come in and out of the stream, but like I said, to anyone who's new or dropping in, drop down any comments in regards to any of the recent news you guys have been hearing, whether that be related to the Monsterverse or related to Jurassic World or any art related things you've seen that you want to talk about. Because as anyone here knows, I myself am an artist and I like talking about art sometimes. So, and a lot of my friends are artists and I think their stuff is really cool. So, it'd be fun to talk about that. In other recent news, a while ago, I've been wanting to do a video. I don't know if I want to do a video or a short about this, but let me see. Let me turn on cam and then go back to this. But I did stop by round one like a few days ago, and I did play a game where basically they have these cards um for Godzilla and different Godzilla characters. So I picked up a few. It's one of those games where basically when you slide the your card, you basically hit a button and it's like one of those things where you have like the coins or the marbles and they push the marbles this way and you basically try to hit a target so that I think it adds more marbles to the thing and it just pushes the items further. And the items for that game are the cards and uh I'm not sure if I'm pretty sure they have like the supply of the cards, which they always just resupply. But also you can trade them in for tickets. So if you have like you earn tickets at the game depending on how many like targets you hit. And so you can trade these and I think they're worth like a few uh, I think some are worth like 100 or something or other. There is like a whole set and I might like I said release a short or a video of me playing it. And then I might actually do some live streams with it since they also have the VR game, which I played on. I only played it on a trip I took to New Mexico to meet a friend of mine. Shout out to him. And I do have more cards here because I did win a few. Actually, the only Godzilla card I got was actually given to me by someone else who was playing. And those guys were players, man. They said that they weren't even that much of Godzilla fans, but they loved the card quality so much. Um, so here we have Space Godzilla, Batra. I actually got two Batras, so I might do a giveaway for this card, or I might just sell it. I might sell these cards or give away. Let's Destroya. And basically, we have these cards here. The back of them are really cool too. Like they just have the. I think those are all the titles for the different movies going on. So there's that, and so they have the different cards there going on. So if you live near a Round One arcade or any arcade that's like pretty top of the line, check out that one game because it's a rhythm game where you basically just have to tap at the right time. It's pretty easy to get the timing right. And then there's Little Godzilla and Godzilla. I believe this is from I don't know what this from. It's either Space Godzilla or maybe 93. 93 is my favorite Heisei design. Um, with designs there, it's pretty pick and choose because I think for the most part they go with like 89 from Biolante. I personally actually don't really like that one because I don't like the way the spines are aligned and the top of the head looks a little weird. I think that's true for a lot of the other earlier ones, but 93 is my personal favorite just because I think the look is pretty cool. And I think that's also just one of my favorite movies in general. Um, Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla 2, which is why I'm hoping that car design is, but I'll show it again for any of the new people in the chat. Let me know if you guys have seen this game or any other Godzilla games because when it comes to like Godzilla games, I know there's some pinballs they did for the Monsterverse, and there's some of these new arcade ones like the VR one, which that one's actually a really fun game. The Godzilla arcade VR game, you can find it at places like Round One Arcade, and there's also things like karaoke there, bowling, stuff like that. That's a really fun one. If you, I would recommend like getting a car because like I think the lowest one's for like $15 for like 100 something points. Pretty alright deal. I mean, if you're an avid arcader, it's just like a thing you can like buy a card and then reload as much as you want. but I think they have certain packages. I think you can also just spend as much as you want and get the points worth. But I think they're pretty. I don't know. I don't know how much $1 is worth for a point at that thing. Um, but if you're ever in an arcade and you see the Godzilla thing, I'd say play a few rounds. It probably won't be worth it. I would say if you see a game where it has the cards pretty close to the edge already, play a few rounds and then you'll probably be able to win some of the cards because that game for what it is pretty addicting because it's like a dopamine rush every time you hit a target. And like I said, I didn't even win the Godzilla card. It was given to me by people who were already there. So I won the Godzilla card. Or I didn't even win the Godzilla card. It was given to me. And everything else I did earn. I got some pretty big drops. Wait, no, I lied. I did win a Godzilla card. I gave it away to someone else, to a little kid who was playing with his like uncle or dad or something. So, I just noticed him playing, and I guess he must have liked Godzilla because they wanted to keep playing it. I won the spare Godzilla card, and I just gave it to the kid. So, hope that made him happy, made a new fan. That's actually really fun. When I worked at the Godzilla pop-up shop for the anniversary last year, it was fun seeing all of the kids there because it just goes to show that there's like a whole new generation getting into the fandom, which is fun. It was fun. Like there were moments where I got to teach the kids about the franchise because they were like, they were just like kids who loved Godzilla, but they weren't like mega fans. They didn't know like any of the insides and outs of all the monsters. Um, and it was fun meeting the parents too, like the parents who brought their kids in and stuff. So that's fun to see. It's stuff I aspire to happen in my life. So that's always something to look forward to. And when I just um get to see it there, then it's heartwarming in a way. What else? I'll show this off. I did do a video of it, which was a pain in the neck because the uploading thing for that took forever. But if anyone's seen the new 1998 Bandai movie monster series, I think it's a limited monster series, so it might not be in the shop for a while. But the fact that it was made is really cool because this is like something that I've been waiting for forever. So it's just fun that this finally came out. Eat your heart out, Zim. Because I remember back in the day, when me and Zim were like beefing, not beefing, but we went back and forth on Godzilla 98. We still do, but it's more in a fun way now because we're really good friends. But we were discussing things like, oh, if they ever did it, would it probably look like Zilla '04? Or would they sell a Zilla '04 and just have it be the 98 design? Well, like, and it just goes to show they do. There is a difference in Zilla and Godzilla 98 proper when it comes to the design because they are different designs and Toho themselves acknowledge it. Every time they do a Zilla release, when it's specific to '04, when it's specific to '04, that has its own design, which is what you see in the film. If you look at the cast ornament figures, if you look at the movie Monster Series figures, if you look at video games, whenever Zilla's in the video game, if it's not like some new design or some revamped design of the 98, it's the '04 design. Like I think in that one, it's not Battle Line, but it was some other trading battle thing mobile app, I think, where it had Zilla as its own character, and it looks like Zilla '04 from Final Wars. So there's that little tangent talking about Godzilla 98. And then I took off the tag for this guy just because I wanted him as basically just a figure to mess around with. I kept the tag here. Oh, there he is. I got the tag. I did the old blow dry trick where I just heated up the figure and slipped it out. So I'm just keeping that there since the card looks cool. It's just awesome to see a card for that. and it goes well with my collection of just 98 cards because I do have some signed cards. I do have um Godzilla 98 trading cards there. This one's signed by my good friend Johnny Secco. We're good friends. He worked on Godzilla 98 as a mold maker. He molded things like the different parts of the costume and the props and the animatronics. He did the molds for that. We're good friends now, thankfully, and hopefully I can get him on for like a podcast episode live since I've been wanting to get him on. He was actually the first person I interviewed in that series of interviews I've done for Godzilla 98, people who worked on it. It was through him I got to meet up with a few people too, like um, Lee Joyner, who himself is a great sculptor. I met him at a convention with Johnny. I haven't gotten his autograph yet, sad to say. I've also met Steve Wang, who's directed things like the Guyver movies. Um, he did the paint job for Godzilla, or I don't think Godzilla himself, but for all the baby Godzillas, he worked on all the paint. I did meet Gino Esvito, I think his name is. Um, but Gino's a really good guy. I got to interview him. He's the one who did all the paint, came up with the paint schemes and stuff under the direction of Patrick Totopoulos and such. He's actually the guy who came up with the specific eye design that Patrick decided to go with. Um, and then I want to get Steve Wang on to interview. I've talked to him before about it, but I don't think we ever followed through with anything. So hopefully I can I do have a chance to meet him again soon. So maybe I'll follow up on that. But I did also meet Kirk Harley, and I did interview Kirk Harley. Please forgive me for that one because the audio on that on my end was horrible because there's like an echo because there's like an audio. I don't know what it is, but I think on Kurt's side, my audio kept replaying a feedback loop of I think it was, but he thankfully was able to answer and talk and stuff. So forgive me for that, but hopefully you can sit through it. I might do a follow up interview maybe because I think we are still in talks. We talk back and forth every now and again. So maybe I'll bring him on for another episode of just talking and stuff, the general stuff. But I did have his autograph. I actually have two cards. Actually, yeah, here's Steve Wang's autograph that I got. You can see it there, but I have a card with all the babies on it since he painted all of those stuff. But I have two, one Johnny, and then two for Kurt Carly, and they're pretty um cool cards as well. Since there's some shots that we haven't seen from the any of the more of the behind the scenes stuff. Like that's Kurt getting in the suit. And the other one was like the scene where he comes up from the street. So yeah, there's that cool feature of my collection. And also, if you went to um the Godzilla store pop-up event for the anniversary, you had the opportunity to earn the Godzilla Metro Tap card, which was fun. There was a little bit of drama there because um there was a delay for the tap cards. So we had to delay them for a little bit and like the quota to meet for earning the card was you had to spend $100 in merchandise, and you would also get a poster and a tote bag. So you get those three items if you spend $100. Um, but you only get the tap card when um at that quota for it. When they came, I guess there's just some miscommunication going on to where to earn the tap card, you had to spend $50. And I think at $50 you also earned a tote bag. If you spend 100, you earn those three. There's a bit of a kerfuffle, I guess, to where people got mad and we had to correct it for the event. So it went back to $100. So hopefully, thankfully, most people. And then you didn't have to wait until we got the tap card. You could redeem it by just bringing back a receipt, like a proof of purchase for $100, and you would get that card. It was a limited number though, so but we were able to hold on for a few days. I think even after the event, we had a good few number of tap cards. I don't know what happened to them. Um, I don't know if they ever just put it back at the Godzilla store. Um, because the Godzilla store is not pop up in LA. If you go to Little Tokyo, which where the event was, it's not like a pop up thing. They're gonna be there until they decide it's not like worth it. Essentially, so if you're ever visiting the LA area, or if you live in the LA area and you love Godzilla, go to the Little Tokyo store, Anime Jungle. Anime Jungle in Little Tokyo has the Godzilla store. It's like a little corner of the store, but they have Godzilla store items and they get new stuff every now and again, depending on when they bring it in. So go to that store and support it that way. I'm not saying go spend your wallet out or anything, because some of the stuff there is a little overpriced just because of like I think the import fees and just the licensing fees for having the store there. But if you go there, support them, shout them out, buy like keychains. I bought as the first time I went there, I only ever bought like um I bought like one figure's worth of keychains and stuff. Um but yeah, just go there, support them if you want there to be more Godzilla stores throughout the US. Like I think it's the only store in the US through Anime Jungle. So go there, support them, shout them out, do anything to just get more word out so that we can have more stuff like that. Because that would be really fun. So I've actually got to meet a few Toho people. And this is a shout out or a call to arms because th- people from Toho, like I think Toho America or something, or whatever line that is, people came there and they took photos of me and my coworkers. So if anyone knows anything about those pictures, like I don't think they ever posted them officially on anything. I always check the Instagram, the Twitter, the website, whatever website there was. I checked. I could not find any pictures of me and my coworkers that I know the people at Toho did take. So if anyone, this is a plea to anyone in contact with Toho. If anyone knows if they have a record of anything that happened at the event, because I think from Toho's side, they didn't really talk much about it until like a few days after on their side. But I know they came by the first day. I think I worked on the anniversary and I think opening day as well. I worked that day. People from Toho came, took pictures of me and my coworkers, and hopefully we can just find those pictures because I know they would love it too. I am still in touch with a lot of his coworkers. We're still pretty good friends. Some of them stayed on. I didn't, unfortunately. I would have loved to stay on. I could have used it now that my shifts are getting cut at my main job, but hopefully, and you know, actually they invited me back. Or they left the door open for me to come back. In the event of anything new coming up. Or like if they do more Godzilla stuff, you know. So the door's always open. They told me, and the people there are really nice. The bosses there are really nice. Really cool people. They had some gifts for us as well when we left, or when our work was done. So yeah, just a lot of fun. Um, Lots of good people I met there. Good friends, you know, good friends. I consider them. But that's that. I mean, if anyone has any more questions, I did do a stream where I talked about my work there and some of the other experiences I did have. So go check that out. If you have any follow up questions of my time that I did spend working at the Godzilla store, if you want like an inside scoop or anything, I can help you out with that. I actually got to meet a good few people from that. I actually met Kaiju Chris, who has the Fusion Goji suit. He does a lot of events like that. It was like the second time I met him. I did meet him, or I saw him at the at an event he did at my local museum to LA anyway. For kaiju themed stuff. That was a fun event. And that's like it's really cool that I did that. Thankfully, my English teacher from high school showed me that. So shout out to them. Um, but also just that I got to meet Kaiju Chris, and I got to meet him both in and out of the suit, which according to him was a pain because the people he was doing it with, because it was like there's like some collaboration between the Metro line because they also had the Godzilla train, which I sadly never got to see. I think I may have heard the Godzilla roar once, but I don't even know if I did honestly, but I never saw it. But they did have it, and they did have their own events in tandem with like the screenings for the 54 and minus one double feature, and then they also had Chris there taking pictures and stuff. And they wanted him to walk from the station to Little Tokyo in the suit, which they only halfway did because the guy almost fainted. Like they went to a certain part, got him out of the suit, and then they would just walk the rest of the way to our store, to where they did a photo shoot there and met people. There's lots of other people there too. I also got to meet Mike's Monsters. Mike Monsters, he's a cool guy. Real cool guy. He's only on Blue Sky now. But Mike's Monsters, if you know him, he does stuff for like figure photography. He talks about like I think he did some stuff for Alien Romulus, where he helped with like the fan reception side of the things, where he's like a consultant or something. And then he also does like just some other stuff on like franchise stuff for both the Monsterverse and Godzilla as a whole. He's a cool guy. Got to talk to him a good bunch. Got to help him out. Both him and Kaiju Chris. I did meet Sam. Sam from because it's Sam and Nico from Corridor Crew. I got to meet Sam from Corridor Crew, Corridor Digital. He's a cool guy. Got to see him. He was there with his family. It was cool to meet him. I've met Nico before at a concert. Funny enough, didn't get to take a picture with Sam because I was on on the clock, so it wouldn't have been really professional for me to do that. We weren't even allowed to have our phones during when we were working, so uh, could even if I wanted to, but it was fun meeting him. Cool guy. And then as well as I get to meet anyone else. I think that was for the most part who I saw when it came to like well-known people at all. Uh, I did get to meet a few people I actually knew, like either from like my regular life or people I worked with. Funny enough, I met my boss who's at my regular job. They came by, not to my store, but they were just in Little Tokyo. I got to see them. My coworker came by. I don't even think he came by specifically for me. He was just there. I think I may have even told him once before when we were working that I worked there, and he just came by. He completely forgot that I worked there, I guess. But that was fun. I saw an old childhood friend. Still seeing them. Uh, Actually, sadly, I don't think I ever got to bring my girlfriend once. Only once when they were close, but um, yeah, sadly, I don't think they ever came by when there was open. But like I said, it was fun, like seeing those people and such. I got to see some people who were on like the like marketing side of Toho. I think his name was Miyajima-san, if I remember correctly. He was a fun guy. I got to talk to him. Um, and then there's some people. My boss is there who worked the store. I think they're the manager or they own the store. But he's really cool. Tetsu is his name. I think his whole name's like Tetsuo, but Tetsu is just what we call him. He's a cool guy. He's been on TV before. He worked for Storage Wars as an expert that they came in to appraise one of the Sofubi figures. I recommend looking it up because it's a pretty fun clip. Like just search up Storage Wars Godzilla stuff. You'll see the clip there. So I got to meet him. It's really fun. He's a nice guy all around. Going in on an hour 15 for the impromptu stream. So what to do here? I don't know. Let's see. See what we can do. Let's see. Let's see. I guess for now we'll just stand by, see if anyone wants to come in and chat. Cause I don't know if there's anyone of my friends online who want to join in. But let's see here. Maybe I'll do another announcement. Oh, Bob Gimlin just released a new video. If anyone knows Bob Gimlin, he does like cryptid supernatural stuff. Uh, and I'm a big fan of his. I like his videos. Tends to make a lot of good stuff. Let's see. How it works. So I'm just gonna go YouTube. YouTube, see if I can go to my page. Am I already signed in? Yeah, I'm signed in. Maybe I'll do. Maybe I can do a reaction video. I don't know if I'll react to Bob Goodman's video, but should I react to Little Platoon? Maybe I'll pull up my notes. But I'm just gonna see if I can screen share, present, see if it's a good idea. Don't expose me. Don't expose me. Streamception. Whee! Oh, yeah. Okay. From what I see, it seems like you're just seeing this. So I'm just gonna cut this. Actually, I'll just. Hopefully, you guys can still hear me. All right. I'll probably be my only viewer since I'm just keeping an eye on my stream from here. Minimize. Let's see. Little Platoon. Yeah. And I've already gone through it. I was going through it because I was um like taking notes on it because when it comes to like this video, I think this is like probably one of the worst of the worst when it comes to let's see, stop sharing. I'll go back here. Because when it comes to that video, I think it's among the worst of the worst when it comes to the criticisms towards Godzilla, Kong, New Empire. Because, like I said, a lot of bad faith, a lot of just getting things wrong with the film. Because, like, he'll still explain a plot detail in just the most wrong way possible, and then just reach for such a bad faith conclusion to it that it makes the film look bad. And I think that is just like the wrong way to approach criticizing anything because it's just a matter of, just having good faith because you can't go into something bad faith and expect to get a good critique out of it because you're almost just setting up for something that will always be like not as valid as just a genuine criticism. Because you can criticize things like the story, like Scar King's setup, um, like how well that story delves into the um story of Scar King and stuff, and how exactly did he get Shimo? How exactly is he ruling his empire? How exactly is there's stuff like that where the movie could go more in depth of it. I think it's well written enough where you can easily assume things, and it doesn't linger on anything to where you have to question everything. Because to me, when people just start questioning, oh, why, that's what they sound like the 5-year-old who's asking like why 10 times when they don't get something. When in reality, Scar King is just this evil conqueror character. He mistreats his subjects. He wants to conquer anything and everything. And the story is well written enough to where it gets the idea across. Could it use some more depth? Sure. We could have used more depth with Scar King. We could have used more depth with Shimo and Godzilla. But for what it is, I think it does it well enough to where you have a good time with what you get, and it's just a story you can easily digest. And could they have gone more into it? Sure. Did they have to? Do I demand that of them? No, not necessarily. Um, there's only room to grow, I think, from it than to step down. Because I know with the next film, we are going to be seeing a more human focused story, apparently. Um, and like I said, I can take or leave a more human focused story because it isn't always about the characters, it's about how certain characters react to the monsters and what story is being told through that. The story of the Wingard films is the story of Kong finding his home, finding his people. That's what the Wingard films are about. And it's about how the humans help that journey and how that journey affects them and their personal lives as well. Um, and to that, it focuses more on one or the other. That's fine. Um, we don't just see monster action as well. We see monster moments. We see Kong on the ship being scared, and Gia helps him. We see Kong in Antarctica, who's more so just, puzzled by what he's doing here. We see Kong in the temple. We see Kong hunting. We see Kong, um, interacting with his people. We see monster moments that aren't just monster fights. And I think that's something that people were surprised by because people were expecting, oh, just monster action. But no, it's monster moments, spending time with the characters, seeing their arc, seeing how the world affects them, seeing them achieve their goals. And it's somewhat done more with Kong, less than Godzilla. But with Godzilla, you still see him napping, still see him doing his own thing. You see him going after energy sources to combat a threat. You see him like just traveling the world, wanting to get from one place to another. You see how the people around him are affected by that. You see how his mind works, how he's a type that he's a force of nature character. So we're not going to get a lot of in-depth stuff with him because we have already seen a little bit more of that with the last two films, like 2014 and King of the Monsters. We those stories sort of set up who his character was. He's this guy who keeps balance as a as an alpha titan. That's how he keeps the balance. He keeps everyone in check, and that's his main focus. So when you get down to that, it's gonna be just like how characters around him are going to be seen, and just what to expect from how the characters are going to react to that. Versus something like minus one, where it's about how the characters deal with their world situations and how the monsters connect to that. It's like Shikishima with his survivor's guilt of surviving the war versus surviving Godzilla, and how that's connected, and how the characters grow, change, and react to Godzilla. That's what uh, differentiates a human driven kaiju movie versus a monster driven kaiju story or movie or have you. So that let's see. Should I do it? I sort of also just want to set up 'cause I know that I know Zim from our streams. Some of those were claimed by the copyright people. I don't want to do that. I don't want to deal with that. I deal too much with it. Toho came knocking on my door because they tried to take down one of my designs because I tagged Godzilla. I mean, that was an option that the website gave me too, so I don't know what the deal was there. Like, it was my kaiju design, so just because I tagged Godzilla. I'm sorry. But yeah, like I said, maybe we'll wait and see if anyone comes through. Because I also want to see if I do streamception. I know that I can do the powered by StreamYard thing. Or I can add what's this? Show headlines. Um, I'm just wondering if I can do the assets. Nope. Where's the StreamYard thing? I just want to see if I can do the. Because I know there's like the watermark for StreamYard. There you go, logo. Yeah. Wonder if that changes anything because I want to share the stream. So let's see. What does that look like? I don't know if that helps much. Let's do that. Oh, because I also know Little Platoon shows a lot of footage. I know that's what mostly gets us whenever we do streams. So let's see. Oh, I can do that. Oh yeah. Right now I'm just going through different things just to see what I can do because yeah. Because I know I wanna just because I don't want to fight the system. I sort of just want to. Maybe if I can find a cool picture to put over it. Let me see. Let me see if there's a cool image I can grab. Let's see here. Because, like I said, I want to react to the video, but I don't want to get copyright claimed by Warner Brothers, Legendary, stuff like that. So I might just see what happens. There's like a cool image I can put up. And I might bring my notes out. Actually, there's a lot of Diddy here, so I don't want to see any Diddy. Which I don't even know why he uses city. Probably just for the recent news, since it's quite unfortunate that he he's done what he's done. I mean, there's a few people associated with the Godzilla '98 brand that mostly just him and Jimmy Page, because they've done some stuff that's very bad. But thankfully, we do have some other artists like the Wallflowers and Jamiroquai. They're good songs to listen to. So it sucks that that part of Godzilla is a little tainted. So and I'm hoping that you guys can hear this okay.
YouTube's monetization rules frown on gratuitous swearing and graphic sexual imagery and such.
This is just a test. See?
Frown on gratuitous swearing and
Okay, so it is on chat. Might do a little bit of less volume. Because I don't know how loud it is. And I know Zim likes to do speed. 1.75? How's that?
such within the first few seconds of a video, so this review of Godzilla x Kong The New Empire will begin shortly. This film is a fucking disaster. Oh, we should probably be clear. The entire Monsterverse, with the arguable exceptions of Skull Island and that Godzilla movie from 2014, yeah, the entire thing besides those two is...
Okay, so hopefully that doesn't flag me. Like I said, the only thing I'm scared of is getting flagged. I don't want to get flagged. Like I said, I want to do like a dedicated video thing, but I also kind of just want to do it now. Maybe we'll do a part 2 and we'll go more in depth with it, but we'll just see. I'll probably just... Where's my head? I should tap my head. That's the thing I hate. I keep losing my hair ties. I never know where I put them. So just hopefully, right now we're probably just gonna be reacting a little bit to Little Platoon's video. I do have some notes that I have timestamps, so I'll probably just see what's up with that. Because like I said, was it? I forget if it was in my notes or if it was. I forgot if it was just like a document or. There you go. Found my notes. Like I said, anyone who's wondering why there's a picture of Godzilla '98 there, it's my best attempt at not getting flagged for having copyright footage in Little Platoon's video, because I don't want to get flagged. And I also have the logo there, just to add some more defense. But yeah, I'll basically just have my notes here. And we'll go through Little Platoon's video, and I'll do my best to explain why. I think Godzilla Kong has more merits to it than given credit for, and should be up for that. I'll probably keep an eye on the stream too, just in case. But I guess we'll start. I have time steps here, so I'll keep that in mind. I'll just read off of what I got here.
is a fucking disaster. Its target audience is made up almost exclusively of brain-dead morons, and people who are careless about their children, so take them to the movies ensuring that they too can grow up to become brain-dead morons. There are two typical defenses made for schlock of this sort. Some will say that, well, they're only in it for the monster fights, and so that's fine. Others will make the broader point that it's just a blockbuster, and not everything can be Shakespeare, so stop complaining. Why do you hate fun? So whenever a new expensive terrible film comes out that involves monsters or dinosaurs or giant robots, we are apparently expected to put up with a whole bunch of people who are, shall we say, homo without the sapiens, and who tell us that we aren't allowed to be mean about the terrible films they consume because in effect they are meant to be bad. That's what makes them so good.
Yeah, so I think what I have said for that is mostly that I'm in the camp of I'm not in the camp of it's dumb fun or that it's supposed to be bad. Like when people have those kind of critiques, I think like it puts down the things they like. And I'm not about that. I'll always be vocal about how much I love like pulpy adventure blockbuster type of films. And like I've said before earlier in the stream, I enjoy that side of monster movies when it comes to the things I like and just the stories that I like to see. So, like, I believe a film like Godzilla Kong, The New Empire, does have good merit to it and has some genuinely well written aspects to it. And that using things like saying it's dumb fun or it's supposed to be bad just puts down the film too much and it puts down the things you love. So I think if you love something or you have this taste for something, don't put it down and just be genuine about it because that's what I always try to live by. And then I think arguments like that also should not be taken seriously because it's just the lowest common denominator to go for when it comes to critiquing other people's critiques. Like, don't take those seriously because I think they're like invalidated from any genuine argument because something that's supposed to be bad will be bad and like even if it's self-aware it'll still be bad versus something like Godzilla versus Kong, Godzilla Kong New Empire, those films, they're going to be generally written the way they are. And if there's some flaws to it, they're genuine flaws. Like they didn't go into the film wanting to have these flaws, but they had other priorities in mind, perhaps. Um, and to some extent, those flaws may hold the film back, or they may not. I don't think they hold the film back because I think the film still achieved what they set out to do, and it was done in a well enough way to where I can come out of the film really enjoying it. And then, yeah, just not to take those things seriously for the most part.
Neither of these arguments are accepted by those who offer them when the subject is a film they dislike, of course. Both strands of this defense of the cretinism are severely deficient. In the first place, you might just be in it for the big monster battles, yet the Monsterverse films in particular average, what, an 80-20 split? If you're lucky, 20% of the film might be big CGI monsters fighting each other, but the remaining 80% is invariably taken up by human plot lines that would depress a room full of monkeys on typewriters. Why must we use the typewriters, they frustratedly ask, when these guys just throw shit at the paper and run with whatever sticks? See, even the film accepts that this is what it's doing. This movie doesn't respect you. There's absolutely no cast iron rule that states monster movies have to have terribly written human plots.
Yeah, and when it comes to that, like remark, I don't think any of these filmmakers like don't respect the viewers. I think at most they would want you to like appreciate what they're trying to go for. And I say it's more so they trust that the people who have a taste for that sort of thing will understand what they're trying to get across. So for people like me, when I watched the films, I was able to, you know, understand everything that was going on. I was able to reasonably suspend my disbelief at some of the otherworldly, fantastical, and like maybe at times contrived things. But I would say like most things in this film are even as contrived as they seem to be, because most of the things that we see are set up in ways to where any viewer who's paying attention will easily get. And I say that having understood a lot about what the movie was about upon my first viewing of it. And there was some stuff that I missed during my first viewing that I found in later viewings and even after the theatrical run, even to the day that I noticed like a few things that may come off as flaws, contrivances, but not to the extent to where I would say it's something that holds down the film. The film still goes at a not breakneck pace, but a fast pace to where it gets the story going along. When it needs to settle down, it settles down, and it's written in such a way to where it focuses on the viewer having as much fun with the subject at hand. So I think that if you're the type of guy who's or just person who's just into like fun pulpy adventure movies, you'll this will be a well written um story of that genre. And I think if you're going for like more higher concept sci-fi or higher drama sci-fi that I mentioned earlier, that you would get in films such as like The Creator um or with a film like I Am Mother, only because I brought those guys up and they're off the top of my head. But like Interstellar, 2001, things like that. Higher drama concept sci-fi versus is more like simple, pulpy adventure sci-fi. Things about distant worlds, um, the creatures within them, and just having an adventure through that world or that world coming to us and having to react to it. Um, and like I said, there's differences in stories that are human driven or they're like kaiju driven in regards to just kaiju stories as well, like human driven stories are stories where the humans have their own situations that they're going through and how that compares to the kaijus and how they're integrated in the story versus a more kaiju driven story that's about how the characters specifically react to what's going on with the kaiju world and stuff and how those characters need to be engaging to a point to where we have fun with the characters as they go on that journey or how they react to the characters. With stories like Godzilla Kong and Shin Godzilla, those are more kaiju driven stories because it's about how the characters react to the monsters versus something like Minus One, which is the best example because it's about how the humans deal with their problems as the monster events happen. So there's that. And then, like I said, I just wouldn't call it a matter of not respecting the viewer. Um, yeah, but like wanting them to have fun with it and stuff. And it's not also self-deprecating or doing any meta commentary when it comes to lines like that. It's just it's just lines that point out how absurd the situation is because it is. Um, and how extremely unconventional some of the things that are happening are. But because it's a kaiju story and it's a bit more fantastical and it's like a pulpy adventure, we accept things like that, and so do the characters. And that like unconventional problems require unconventional solutions. So that's what's being conveyed there with that. And then there's some more coming up
Plus,
that
every single
like
monster
that.
movie with terribly written human plots would be improved by better human plots. This is how we can say that Godzilla Minus One is better than anything the Monsterverse has to offer, that Godzilla 2014 is better than Godzilla X Kong, that Jurassic Park is better than Jurassic World, and that Jaws is better than Meg 2 The Trench. Which leads us neatly into the second strand of this audience retardation. It's only a blockbuster, don't you see? Blockbusters are not Shakespeare, as though the great playwrights didn't aim for big summer grand slams themselves. But anyway, this idea that simply being a blockbuster in some way makes a film immune to the usual standards of criticism is dumb for a host more obvious reasons. Before this film released, I had half a mind to make a lengthy comparison with Godzilla Minus One, since Minus One is a wonderful film, and the Monsterverse generally is the cinematic equivalent of an enema. But
Yeah, and so with regards to that, like it's comparing um a few different blockbusters to other blockbusters and things like the Meg versus is Zim here? I hope Zim's here. Mm. But what do I mean by pulpy? I guess just like the genre of like pulp, I guess, from what I understand it to be, to where it's basically I don't know, just that like that genre of things that I don't know if I'm explaining it right in that way when it comes to that genre, but like I just mean like stories that don't focus on so much the grounded aspects of the story, but more so just the elements that are taken to a certain either extreme or just more of like the adventure of the story. Um, I'm talking about things like the Tarzan, Turok, from what I understand it. Things like the Lost World, um, and like just any adventure story or like adventure classic, and um, yeah, that's what I mean by pulpy, and that's what I think the Wingard films delve into more so than any of like higher concept or higher drama driven sci-fi stories like what I think I Am Mother is what I think like 2001 is, or things like Interstellar, what have you, from what I've heard. Because I personally haven't watched some of those movies. Because like I said earlier in the stream, those aren't movies that I gravitate to, though I can appreciate. And from the reputation they have, I'm sure they probably are pretty well at doing that versus what I think the Wingard films are doing, and um, I think some of the other Jurassic World movies have done, to where they delve into the more pulpy, fantastical elements of that genre, to where it's more focused on the adventure, how the characters react to different events that happen in that adventure, and just the overall, I guess, world and how the characters react to that. So that's what I mean by pulpy. Let me know if you need any further attempt at um, me trying to explain it. And then if you're still on, I think I did post it on the Discord. If you want to like hop in, let me know again if you happen to be here in case I miss you, if anyone else does. But if you're here, type in the chat because I think you can still do that in the private chat. Let's see. So adventure fiction, pulp with two different things since the Lost World wasn't a serialized pulp. Does serialization have is that like a big part of pulp, the pulp genre, which is what I'm calling it, or like just like what pulp is? If you have a definition for it or how you see it, let me see. I put it in main general just in case. Am I still sharing that? I don't think I'm sharing that. Let's see. So it should be further up in main general. Let me check on my phone. Just because I have my phone popped up here. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Maybe I'll try putting it in showroom too. Ah, there you are. Well, welcome, Zim.
Give me one. Give me 1 second. I just need to pause the stream because now I'm hearing myself. Okay, there we go. Skibbity bibbity.
Welcome on.
I am here discussing the little platoon back again, once again.
Yeah. Yeah, so I know we did react to it a while back on your channel. I just wanted to do one for myself since I wanted to just try to do more of my own thing with it since I
Yeah, that's
did
fine.
want to
It's like I
revisit
don't really have like a dominion on doing certain videos or anything.
Yeah.
Besides, it means I'm also not the one in like steering everything, so I kind of get to take a backseat, which I don't get to do too often these days.
Yeah.
But
Which I guess is fun, just having that different dynamic.
Exactly. I just kind of get to chill.
Yeah. So like what we were saying before, so like you differentiate like adventure fiction and pulp. So like what's the main difference?
So like you can have stories that are traditionally published not through a pulp magazine that have all of the same hallmarks of the adventure genre. So for example, King Kong's original, like the Lovelace novel, is adventure fiction, but it was just traditionally published as a novel. So it wasn't a piece of pulp fiction. The reason why I think people would call it pulp is because of the fact that it was written around the same time as pulp fiction, like Robert E. Howard, H.P. Lovecraft, and those guys. So, like, I know if I recall correctly, Tarzan was published in pulps before it was collected into like the Tarzan books. Same thing with like At the Earth's Core, all the Lovecraft stories, which also kind of deal with more higher concepts, are all pulps because they were written and put into like Weird Tales, for example.
Yeah, because from what I've always just heard and I guess assumed in some ways, like whenever I think pulp fiction, I think of stories like that are basically adventure stories, which is why I think I just like correlated the two.
Mm-hmm.
I guess they would be genres, since whenever I saw people talking about things like, The Lost World,
Yeah.
Tarzan, stuff like that, they would always describe it as, oh, this is pulp fiction, or they will say pulp this and stuff. So I just correlated those two things, I guess. But I think in some ways it still leans into that when it comes to things like the Monsterverse and the stories they're trying to go for.
So like the big thing is that when people say um, something is pulpy, I think the only reason why they say that is because they are aping similar conventions of those older stories rather than being true pulps. Because like Treasure Island, I don't recall if Treasure Island was like serialized, but that would be an example of an adventure story that was like written outside of the pulp circle. Original movie, no publication. Yeah. So like the thing is that like with the fact that like people didn't write their stories in magazines as much anymore, and like publishing is now completely different. Pulp more, I would say, is the form of the story rather than, or like how the story was produced, which developed its own style rather than being I guess a vibe. Because like not Tarzan, Indiana Jones is similar to like a Buck Rogers, not Buck Rogers, Doc Savage, my mistake. Tarzan, not, geez, Indiana Jones is closer to a Doc Savage than like other contemporary heroes of his time, because they are dealing with similar like ideas and topics of like treasure hunting and stuff like that. But like the other thing too is that with pulpy stories as well, even if there's a idea that was not exactly accurate scientifically or fantasy wise, the thing is that like the rules that were put in place by the story's author were usually pretty consistent. And someone just texted me, give me 1 second. And I guess, does that make any sense?
Yeah, I can sort of see what you're coming from. Would you say it's also, when it comes to like pulp stories, would you say it's like more so when it comes to that, I guess part of like that fiction thing, it's more serialized in a
Yeah.
way?
The thing is that with pulps, it's that like because they were shorter stories and they were often serialized if they were longer, the stories were built in a way where there was a lot of ebb and flow, ups and downs, to get readers enticed and want to read like the next chapter of a story,
Mhm.
versus like more traditional novels where you have the more classic 3-act structure, which like even older stories had those, but you really see it if like you read them as how they were clipped up. So for example, The Shadow Kingdom by Robert E. Howard is a story that kind of has that similar 3-act structure, but it has action scenes that could be considered like a bookend to like an episode of a TV show in a way. So where more traditional and later novels are more like movies, pulps are more like TV shows in that sense. If that also
Yeah.
helps.
Yeah, I think I get that. And then, so would you consider that the like when it comes to like the Wingard films, are those more so in line with like the adventure fictions you mentioned, since they are sort of a more contained story?
I would say, in the sense, the closest stories. Well, I would say in the sense that the Wingard films pull a lot from classical American fiction in the sense where, like, Pellucidar or At the Earth's Core and all the Pellucidar series by Edgar Rice Burroughs are also set in the Hollow Earth. And then, what's it called? Lynn Carter wrote the Xanthodon or Xanthadar series, which was also in the Hollow Earth. And both of those stories, the overarching theme between all of these is the fact that they take place in the Hollow Earth. But often the Hollow Earth was essentially like a fantasy setting in the sense that there wasn't a whole lot of like back and forth between the outside world and the Hollow Earth. Once you ended up in Pellucidar or Xanthodon, you usually stayed there throughout the story, and the entire point was either to bring peace to the land and sort of just chill out there, or you left. And like John Carter of Mars is very similar in that aspect to At the Earth's Core, since they're both written by Burroughs. But how he treats Mars and how he treats Pellucidar are very similar in that sense, where once you leave and you go to Mars or you go to the Earth's core, they're very much a self-contained area with very consistent across the board world building and themes throughout them. Whereas with the Monsterverse, because there's a drastic change with everything from 2014 to New Empire, it's not as consistent there.
Okay. I would posit that if we consider from 2014 to GXK, I've always saw it as more so a continuation than any like major storyline being like either retconned or changed. Since from the start we didn't really know much of what we would see to come. And I think each film sort of set up each step we saw. And whether or not the director had what was coming up in mind, I think there's always still that setup to it
So, like for
going
example,
on.
The whole idea of the Hollow Earth, you could posit, was always there from 2014, where they mentioned that as the radiation on the surface got lower, the creatures went underground. But that is written as vague. It's written vaguely, which can allow for setup. But the other problem too is that because it allows for that much setup, it basically gives the directors past 2014 carte blanche to kind of do whatever they want and stylistically screw around with what was established in 2014, where the idea that Godzilla, after having awoken up from the test in like Bikini Atoll and stuff, had gone down to the center of the planet and sealed away a had sealed away Scar King and Shimo. It suspends the disbelief, not because of the fact that it's unrealistic, but because of the like power creep as well as the progression of the universe is so drastic from 2014 to GXK that you just kind of question as to why that was the direction they went in. Where, for example, in the Heisei series, even from as early as Godzilla 84, the idea of laser weapons and nuclear equipped or nuclear resistance, like flying battleships, were established in that first film. And the level of technology changed in advance, but it never progressed from purely modern warfare into pure sci-fi tech.
Okay.
So I'd say like
So
even the Godzilla films from the Heisei series are very serialized in that aspect as well. Um, in that classic pulp style, you could say. But I would say they're more consistently like that delineation from start to finish is a little bit more consistent with compared to GXK.
Okay, I can see that. Yeah, because I think I would still say that in terms of like the vibe it was going for, it's definitely trying to be like have those similar, I guess, story beats and I guess tropes that you can see from some pulp adventure stuff, which I think you might have said too. But yeah, I get that they're not like one and the same or something like
Mm-hmm.
that.
Because like
Yeah.
the whole idea of a like I remember Nathan Marchand from Monster Island Film Vault also compared it to a very pulpy story where he compared Scar King to like an evil wizard controlling his dragon. But the problem with that comparison is the fact that when you are dealing with a pulp story with that kind of setup, there's a lot more buildup to that character in terms of like what we know about him or like the state of the world that he is in, whereas we don't know as much contextually about Scar King and Shima's past, and as a result it's thinner, and Scar King is so generically evil that it's easy for people to root against him because of that rather than like the rich set dressing that like a
Mhm.
good pulp story would talk about. Um, because, for example, the Phoenix on the Sword, which is the first Conan the Barbarian story, we learn a lot about sort of how Stygia, the place where the evil wizard Thothomon from that story comes from, and sort of how they view things like magic. And we learn a little bit about like the political games that go there. We learn more about outside of Stygia, other places on the Hyborian continent. We learn about Conan, and even though like him and Thothomon, which in later stories those two are kind of considered like arch enemies, and when they're portrayed by other creatives, when like Howard's case, they weren't really portrayed as such originally, but we learn about where Conan comes from, even though we don't ever go to his homeland in that story. We're given a lot to visualize what that place is and how it differs from Aquilonia, which is where the story takes place. Um, we are given a pretty clear understanding as to the limitations of the phoenix that is engraved on the sword, hence the story's name, and what that is able to do in the story and what it can affect. Whereas with the Shimo ice, but like control rod, we don't really know what that is. We don't really know where he found it, how it's even able to control Shimo. Same thing as like we learn in the Phoenix and the Sword, sort of where the demon that Thothomon summons comes from, and sort of like the implications of summoning a demon and what demons, like where have they come from. We learn about these things throughout the story because of the rich dialogue, and as a result, the world, even though it's only one story and a short story at that, is richer for it. Whereas with GXK, we are told a lot of history, and there's physically a lot of time that has passed in this world, but it doesn't feel like it.
Yeah, I could say I agree to an extent when it comes to that. Um, like I think there's definitely, from what you've been telling me, like there's differences in how those two characters are set up and how much we get of it through the stories. I would posit and argue that we still do get some explanations on how certain like things like the crystal can work, even if yes,
Well,
there
we
isn't that much backstory given to details of how he got it, how exactly the relationship started. But I think there's still some stuff there that I think the audience can. I think you even said that the audience can easily grasp it, but it's not. There is not as much depth as some other stories may tell.
So, like, for example, the reason why not knowing about the spike is important is because of the implications that it serves. So, at this point in the universe, there, like, who would you say are the three strongest monsters in the universe out of the entire monsterverse that we know of?
That we know of. I would say of the strongest, it would probably be like Shimo, Godzilla, and Ghidorah.
So in that case, like the fact and would you say Shimo's stronger than Godzilla by this point in the universe?
Yeah, I would say so. Shimo's
Yeah,
probably
so
stronger. I think.
in this case too, so the problem is that somehow there is a crystal that we don't really know the mechanics of that's able to control arguably the second most powerful monster in the universe at this point. That is the problem that arises because it is something so powerful where if we don't know about it, then the idea that we can't see another one appear is something that audience members can question. And if you keep introducing things like this, it feels more convenient than anything else.
Yeah, I can see. I even agree to that. Um, to that idea too. No, part of me still thinks that, given how visually similar we see that the spike itself is to Shimo and how exactly Shimo reacts to it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, there's also visual storytelling there and how it works that I think most viewers can pick up on. Um, to where you
Well,
can
we know
pause it
that,
because, like,
like, we know that it, like, he's able to, like, however he, like, wills it into being, it causes her pain. We know it controls her through pain, but why would something that we tangibly know nothing about, except for the fact that it causes her pain when he uses it, is able to do that in the first place? It's kind of like
yeah,
hypothetically, if Shima was actually like another Godzilla, and Scar King had like a Godzilla spike that could control another Godzilla, then the question arises like, why would a Godzilla spike that's not on this Godzilla affect that Godzilla? Because like if, for example, if for some reason if they had said something to the effect of this was an old artifact from an ancient civilization that was stolen by the Scar King and it was used to control Shimo, and like this is what led to the Titan War and why the balance between humans and Titans shifted. That doesn't like it doesn't take up that much space in the movie, and it also contextualizes why this is here in the world.
I agree. With what you said, and well, I would say it's so. I think that's very true, and I think that given what we see in the film, it would be reasonable to say that it should have been something that was in the film. I would say now, as much as headcanon or how much of this is me headcanoning or writing the story from strictly what I saw in the film, going off the events. I would say we're given enough from the story and the visuals we see on screen for a viewer to assume that, based on the way Shimo moves, the way Scar King like wills the crystal, and the way he wields it, it generates a sound or some sort of like psychic energy thing that causes her pain, because we specifically see it causes pain as she gestures in a way that the sound or something going on in her head is causing her pain, because we see it consistently whenever Scar King commands her to do something. We
No,
see
I
that.
know what you're saying. How it's
Yeah,
portrayed on screen and what it does is consistent, but why it's able to do this, it outside of the fact that the film tells us it does this, there's nothing really there outside of the fact that we could headcanon something.
sure. I would also posit that, again, visually we have seen that in the previous film, Godzilla was able to react to um, the other Godzilla dorsal spike from the axe, gathering energy, and was able to even pinpoint where they were. As convenient as it was that he was in that exact same place, but we still saw that there is some sort of way for pieces of certain creatures to have this either psychic or physical, metaphysical connection to
I would say that
them.
is true, but in this case, do we actually know for a fact that that is actually a piece of Shimo? Whereas, at least in the case of Godzilla, we see that the spine resembles one of Godzilla's spines that's actually in his body at the moment. So it's not like a completely different looking piece of like Titan that doesn't look like a Godzilla spike when Kong puts it in the ground for the energy source that at least in the film they state has a similar signature to Godzilla. It lights up and we get a little Godzilla glowy doormat that Kong's standing over. So we see those in the film, whereas at least in the novel, and I'm not sure if the script is available anywhere, they just say it's like a crystal. They don't really say it's like a piece of Shimo. And at least in Godzilla's case, we know that when Godzilla's dorsal plates on his back will light up and react to do something with his atomic breath. So therefore, it is less of a leap in logic for someone to say that if a Godzilla spine was detached from a Godzilla, if a atomic breath was shot at it, it is possible that that reaction could still be present on a spike that isn't on a Godzilla.
Yeah. Let's see. I would say that with that, yeah, I would say, at least in the novel, I believe from what I read, I think it is stated that at least from Kong's point of view, or I don't know, from some, I forget what point of view it was, but it was stated that someone commented that the spike did look like Shima's crystal. But that's just for the novel.
Yeah,
So
well, that's just
and
for the
I try
novel.
my
But the
best
other
not
thing
to go
too
by
is that
novels.
like at least with like none of what Shima's abilities outside of like the crystal Avada Kedavra that Scar King does would like make me think that Shima has some kind of psychic abilities. Whereas with Godzilla, the Godzilla axe, it reacts accordingly with an ability that we know the Godzilla can do.
Hmm. I would say that is true. Although I would say there's somewhat of enough material that we've seen that there is some sort of, how do I say it, like this weird sixth sense or even telekinetic ability that several kaiju may have, and that we've seen set up with things like and like I guess ever since like the Wingard films, like that sense of like telekinetic or telepathic sense has been present throughout the story.
Well, I wouldn't even say that that
Um,
was something that was set up in the Vanguard films. I'd say that's something that was kind of set up in King of the Monsters because the orca was, even though it's bioacoustics, it essentially works like a psychic sense where, similar to how Shimo gets disoriented, the Gordora gets disoriented when the orca sounds off.
hmm, okay, yeah, yeah. I still think there's stuff there. Plus, and like I said, there could have been an explanation that could have just been a special quartz crystal, because we also do see that later on in the film that the Iwi use the energy of the crystals in some way telepathically to send the SOS messages. So I think it could have been explained that way. It probably should have in some instances. But I think either or, you can have the audience. I think you can have the audience see that visually and make the conclusion that it's either one of those explanations, because I think there's room for it there for the audience to come to that conclusion of what the crystal is, or at the very least understand that um, some of the implications in a simple way to where it's an easy concept to grasp, um, even if there is like lacking context for it.
Say that again.
Basically, I think it works well as a simple concept because there are visual cues and several pieces of context to establish um like how it works. Um,
Mm,
Even though I will agree that there should have been more context added.
so, like for example, how do you square away, for example, the new Mothra for example, as just a one thing from GXK.
Like, how do I come to understand it?
Well, how do you rationalize it? Because at least
Um,
from what we read, from what we are told about Mothra in King of the Monsters, we don't see where she lays her new egg, and we obviously saw her die already, but we also saw her hatch from an egg, whereas in GXK, she just gets summoned like a Pokemon.
okay, so the way I rationalize it from like my first viewing or later down the line, to when I like started rewatching some of the films, or more so just King of the Monsters, I rationalized what I saw as like Mothra's life essence or energy, which I know that um even after she dies, she can still manifest her energy the way we saw it enter Godzilla. So I rationalized it as, since we've also seen Gia being able to sense Titans even before they immediately show up, she acts as a conduit or like a lightning rod to draw in that energy for Mothra to manifest into a physical form. Um, which is how she's able to like reappear, and that's basically why Geo was needed, because she has like similar senses to the Titans, and through that, she acts as basically like a conduit to draw in all that energy.
Okay, so in that case, why is it that specifically Geo? Like, then the question becomes with the prophecy that it like has to be a child from Skull Island to awaken Mothra. Outside of the fact that the prophecy just stipulates that someone from Skull Island would have to awaken Mothra, doesn't that also necessarily break the world because the prophecy is exceptionally accurate in the sense that she completes her quest without really any changes, no deviations, and there's no doubt about the fact that she is the quote unquote chosen one. Whereas other stories that have prophecies like this do not have the same assurance.
Mm, I would say when it comes to like just how they handled the chosen one aspect, uh, I'm not sure. I think I know that because from having read some of the novel, or at least that particular part, they do state that it's not so much that like I guess it's just like it's more sort of prophecy of circumstance, to where the prophecy is more so that is that she just so happens to be um the person needed, and
Well,
that
the
that's
thing
just
is
because
that
it was
also
prophesied.
remember that it's also set up as the fact that she's the last Iwi from Skull Island. So it's not that she's just so happens to be. She's literally the only one who can fit the prophecy now. And it's not even like the fact that they were like multiple failed incarnates or anything like that, or like there were supposed end of the worlds that happened and some came down and they weren't sure. The at this point of the timeline, there's no more Iwi on Skull Island. She's the only one. And now that the signal's happening, it just so happens that there's just one Iwi left. So then it leaves no doubt for the fact that G is the one who's going to solve all these issues. Whereas, for example, at least in the original Star Wars, the idea of the chosen one was in doubt because they literally say that there was another that could possibly fulfill the destiny of the chosen one, even though Luke is the one who ends up doing it at the end. The time where they mentioned the chosen one, like possibly being in doubt, um, it's the fact that he also loses to Vader, and it puts everything into question.
I guess it would mostly come up to a matter of how the storyteller wants to go about like the prophecy trope, because in the case of Gia, like I said, it's like a matter of circumstance, to where, because it's also shown that the Iwi have like clairvoyant abilities, and because from Gia's vision, she does see visions of the future, and then
Well, she doesn't really
when the
see
Iwi,
visions of the future. She sees like she has like vague premonitions, which I'd say arguably is the best part of that whole plot line that she has. Like she doesn't see the final battle. She doesn't see like anything that actually happens in the film happen in her visions. Like even for example, at least in like Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla, the premonition that the Izumi priestess has is exceptionally vague. And even though we know that Godzilla isn't going to be an antagonist in this movie, at least in universe, there is enough plausible doubt that you could argue that it could make sense for people to be like, oh wow, Godzilla's terrorizing a city. It's not like he's done that before.
mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, in the case of Gia, when it comes to her visions, what she did see, like there are several events that happened in those visions that did come to pass as they did.
Such
And in the case
as
of, well, there is a flash where we see a brief section. Well, we see the Mothra, we see parts of the fight with in Rio, and then like several other like connections. But yeah, like I said, those are vague visions. But there are several instances where we see also when she meets the Iwi queen, we see a vision of the future, which is her hugging Gia, and you can tell it's from the future because she's wearing the same outfit she does later on in the scene when she reunites with Eileen there. So the visions do come to pass as they see them,
oh, so then what's
and
it
so you
called?
can.
In that case, that would actually make it worse because then it means that those visions are exceptionally like dependent on the plot itself. Because obviously she's never had these visions before, and probably is never going to have these visions again. And it would be hyper useful if she's able to have these exceptionally like pretty clear visions if we're seeing like just the future.
I would agree in the sense that there is still some. I guess generally there's still some vagueness to like how exactly they see the future. Um, with regards to just what we've seen with Gia, it is just snippets of the future that we do see, and even if those moments do come to pass, it's just more so that like eventually circumstances will lead to those things happening, and
Would
I
they
would
though?
suggest
Because
that.
there's never a chance where like where would you say is an example to where you could argue that there was any doubt that anything could go wrong? Because we see the Godzilla atomic blast, we see the Mothra prophecy, Scar King's face, and her touching Mothra, the pyramids. Um, at least in any of those instances, like nothing that she saw was inaccurate, and nowhere is she kind of led astray by what she possibly sees. Like even what's it called? Going back to Empire Strikes Back, Luke literally sees a future where Han and Leia die, and it is his intervention that does stop that from happening. But he doesn't see the whole thing, and he thinks that he's able to save his friends, which he ends up doing. But he didn't realize he was going to lose his hand um, to Darth Vader. But like, what ultimately does the character sacrifice um, by the end of the film if she has like abilities like this?
I would say that she actually doesn't really sacrifice much of anything when it comes to like the only thing I would posit is that it's just the possibility of sacrificing um what would be her life spent with like just Eileen and such if she like fulfills her destiny, fully incorporates herself into her people to possibly having more abilities. But I would say that aspect is not as explored as
Well,
it
it's not
could be.
explore, but also there's not even like a real trade off there
Hmm.
because like ultimately she outside the fact that she says she doesn't belong, she's never really like there's no conflict between her and Eileen to suggest that like the fact is that she's integrating really well with the underground iwi, so maybe there actually is a chance that she would stay with them. And given the fact of how important she is to the story and like to those people, that like there would be reason for her to stay down there. Like there's never any doubt by the end of the story that she's not going to just stay with her mother.
Yeah, I can see that.
As well as what's it called, the other argument too of the fact that like Project Powerhouse, it would be another example of a very big convenience in the story.
I would argue to a point because I think I've said it before, like Patrick Powerhouse is set up beforehand, and then there's a payoff of it coming back at the last act.
Well, it's
Or
set
the,
up, but the thing is that even though it's set up, the payoff is the fact that Kong gets uprace around the hand that is injured, and he's able to essentially fight on par with how he originally was without his axe. Like the only reason why he was hampered was because of the fact that he got zapped by Shimo's ice breath. So like it's essentially just a cosmetic upgrade rather than being something that could be useful, but that is thrown into question because at least in the case of Godzilla X Kong, when they had the Godzilla axe, when Kong first swings the axe, Godzilla dodges it, and Kong is separated from it a little bit, and we're able to see a little bit of a back and forth between Godzilla and Kong before Kong is then able to use the axe in a way, and then even though Kong is able to block Godzilla's atomic breath and is able to stab him with, he's removed from it enough to where even though it's giving him some parity with Godzilla, it's not a now I'm able to beat Godzilla, or now I'm like throwing Godzilla around pretty easily with this new power upgrade I have. Or in the case of Kong, and because how Scar King is set up, without Shimo, Kong with Scar King is essentially the same thing. And the difference also is the fact that Shimo really like it doesn't really do anything to combat Shima except for like one shot where he blocks it with his arm because Godzilla is taking care of Shima essentially the entire time.
yeah, yeah. When it comes to like the Beast Glove itself, like I agree. Like to his point, it is just like a cosmetic upgrade, just to give him like a leg up when he loses the axe and such. Because he only gets it back for like a second or two before he loses it again. Um,
Well, essentially,
so
he
in a
like
sense,
it's like he kind of more has it like he doesn't really have it either. It's more the fact that he just kind of grabs it and loses it when they fall
yeah,
back through the portal. So he doesn't really have it throughout the story.
yeah. Yeah, because I guess it's the thing. Like, obviously, it's just like a new cosmetic thing, just to change things up. Like as far as like for marketing figures and just something new to add. Um, I think it's still set up well enough to where I don't think it's like as much as a convenience. Even with like healing his arm, because we do
Healing
have
his arm
Trapper to set that up.
and being the
Um,
fact that it's also on the correct arm as well.
Well, with that, I also argue that given the way it's configured, and how we see it, I'd say it can go onto either arm
Well,
since
it
it
would have
is
the
basically like a
even though it
mini
compacts
transformer.
in, it transforms, but it transforms around the hand rather than it being something to where um, it can be used on both hands. Because if you see how it's positioned in the film, the compartment that would house the thumb piece on the gauntlet would configure it for that hand. Because hypothetically, if it worked around the other hand and not the weakened one, even if the green floop was able to still like heal his arm, you could also have it in a way to where there's still stakes, even if Kong has a like the Beast Glove, because if it's on the other arm, you could even make the argument that he could be stronger with the Beast Glove on the right arm because that arm's working at full capacity. but then he's still at a technical disadvantage because he has the guard further damage to his left arm because it's not protected. And then you could have an interesting fight scene with Godzilla evolved around the fact that he needs to protect that arm as well as not get killed by Godzilla. And same thing for fighting Scar King and Shimo.
True that. That's valid. All right. Let's see. So
But we can keep going because we've literally talked for quite a while.
yeah, well, no problem with it though, just because it's fun.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Let's see. I'll just go back here. So, what was the last thing I was talking about? Oh, we'll see.
-1 is much more a genre piece than it is a blockbuster.
Oh,
-1
yes.
uses Godzilla sparingly and is a kind of mythic representation of a lost war. Godzilla in -1 is the psychological Earth threat, and the film is pretty well exclusively a character study concerning itself with how specific people react to loss and with how a culture redeems itself after the great defeat. Godzilla in -1 is the embodiment of the alien victor, almost a surrogate for the Allied forces in the new world they forced upon an isolated people. Defeating Godzilla is a story of indirect redemption. Success is not final, failure is not fatal. It's the courage to continue that counts. It is a truly excellent film, and it's not completely incomparable to blockbuster entertainment. It shares many points of commonality with Jaws. It is essentially Jaws.
Okay, so I remember here he's talking about -1. I'm pausing just to make sure because I don't know how much of the image is going to protect me from copyright strikes or anything. I also have it on 1.75 speed, a la your streams.
I put mine on 2x speed like a man.
Shit.
Shit.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm pretty used to it. Either way, since I've been on a few of yours. Yeah, so he's gonna talk about the comparisons to -1 and stuff, and how most people say, because most people say like you shouldn't compare. But I've said before that I do compare them, and then we'll just let it run to the timestamp to where I've had it, where I have my notes.
Jaws with socio-historical context, whereas Jaws was primarily concerned with individual characters on the local scale, and Jaws became known as the first summer blockbuster. It's the socio-historical point that differentiates the two, and makes -1 less useful as a comparator with the blockbuster category in general, because the importance of its historical grounding, as well as its foreign language, and its specific cultural trappings make it less universal in its appeal. It objectively does character, romance, world-building, kaiju, and arguably even action better than any Monsterverse movie, if your definition of action rests on action having a point and a purpose, which would make it a useful comparator when looking at the individual elements of any movie. But I'm going to resist the urge to do any point-for-point contrast in this video. That's in part because the Monsterverse generally, and Godzilla x Kong specifically, is just not worth the effort, in part because I can't be bothered to deal with all the comments telling me that these are different films trying to do different things, so they can't be compared at all, and in part because there's more than enough for which to bully Godzilla x Kong without going for the nuclear option that comparison entails. It's absolutely true that the blockbuster tends to be defined by its general mass appeal.
Right. So in regards to that, like I said, I personally do support the idea of comparing GXK with -1, because it's always been my belief that it's not mostly a comparison of film to film, but or like, how do I say that, like a film versus that film, more so how well each film writes or executes its ideas. Um, well, I've always spouted that like beforehand that like I think -1 in particular is a well written, even greatly written, um, like drama focused film, to where it focuses more on the human aspects of the story and how they involve Godzilla versus GXK, which beforehand I would have described it as like it's a well written pulp adventure story, um, in the sense that I think it uh executes well enough its concepts to where it achieves like generally having like a well told adventure story in a sense. um and that's my point of view as to how you compare these films, as to how well they both achieve what they set out to do versus like strictly a film versus film thing.
I would say in the case of -1, it is a genre film, but I'd also say it is a blockbuster in the traditional sense of being a bombastic film that has like these big set pieces that draw in a crowd, and that's what -1 did do. But what elevates -1 above money blockbusters is the fact that it has such a good and well written story, and I believe that's why Jaws also excelled so much. I think the only reason why um, Godzilla -1 is different from Jaws in his perspective is the fact that because Godzilla Minus One is tapping into a recognizably specific part of Japanese history, that's why it has that socio-political angle to it that he mentions. Whereas Jaws, while taking place in a Massachusetts town, it isn't really speaking on a certain part of like Massachusetts history or like a certain hysteria that was going on at the time, where arguably um, the Sharkmania only came about after Jaws.
Mhm.
And then I would say, like, arguably, I would say Jurassic Park is a better example because of the fact that I think that film has a not as concrete or like deep, and only deep in the sense where it has like emotionally sensitive topics, is because of the fact that I think a film that tells that story could only happen around that time in the 90s, because we were just like at the time just um unlocking genetic engineering. So these tentative steps into that field and the leaps in logic that that film makes could only have been done around that time. And then you're also coming off of the fact that the dinosaur renaissance happened in the 60s, and the dinosaur heresies, I think, was either written in the late 70s, early 80s. Let me check that off the top of my head. The dinosaur heresies, that was written in, if it lets me, the 80s, yeah, or the mid 80s, 1986. So like Jurassic Park is building off of the not socio-political, but at least the sociological impact that new discoveries in paleontology, genetic engineering had at that specific moment in time. And that's what allowed Jurassic Park to flourish as well as it did, because it essentially tells a similar story to that of Frankenstein, where it has these similar themes of scientific hubris, but instead of creating a living creature from the dead, it's bringing dinosaurs back from the dead, essentially. And because it dedicates itself wholeheartedly to that concept of bringing dinosaurs back to the dead, bringing dinosaurs back from the dead, is able to earnestly and deeply explore that topic. And that's why I think it was so successful, the highest grossing movie of its year, as well as a peak example of a blockbuster. And I would say Terminator, the first one at least, it doesn't have like as much to say about like AI or the rise of AI versus like 2001: A Space Odyssey, for example, but it taps into a fear that people are having of artificial intelligence, which sociologically is built off of our exposure to it in media, but because it is so earnest, but it's also very consistent with that idea, it is able to achieve it so well. And same goes for Terminator 2, where I would say arguably that's where the franchise was at its most philosophical, and kind of goes downhill with the other Terminator films, which is, I'd say, similar for the Monsterverse. And at least in the case of the Monsterverse, and then this is me imparting my own thoughts on it, I would say that the franchise, outside the fact of being a revival for Godzilla, the ethos of this world, I would say, is monsters are real, and like what we learned about our history isn't exactly correct. And the reason I say that is because even in the start of 2014, the idea was to build this idea that how we understood like even the Permian era was different from what we know of because of the radiation, like square cube laws and a thing, because we have these giant animals walking around. The idea of integrating Godzilla into myths and legends, and how those myths and legends dispersed around the world and became the myths and legends we know of today are there. We also see that in Monarch Legacy of Monsters, because Lee Shaw comes out of that one portal from Axis Mundi, which is literally just taking that term from another concept, an actual like religion. And he comes out of a place where they're like saying it's like a thin point between the living world and the afterlife. And I think that the Monsterverse is at its best when it takes fantastical concepts but grounds them in a pseudo-scientific lens. And I think I say pseudo-scientific lens because it's still fantasy for the most part, where there's not too much science, but it grounds it in enough science jargon to where it has that hunting Bigfoot, cryptids, ancient aliens type of vibe to it. And I think that's where the Monsterverse does its best work at. But recently with GXK and GVK, they moved away from that and more just a traditional kind of fantasy setting where you have like your races are the Titans, the Great Apes, and you have like your ancient war, like in Lord of the Rings, for example, where the great evil was defeated and sealed away, and now we must go to Mordor and fight the big ape who Kadivis with his little wizard pixie stick to control his ice dog.
Hmm. Yeah, I would definitely agree with that, and I will say that I think as the universe at its pinnacle, I would agree that that is in some ways the best parts of it, and where it like reaches its peak of like its world. Because I too am into the very much like cryptid hunting, pseudoscience-y type of thing that's a little bit more grounded in the sense that it is the very pseudoscience-y thing. I would s- I would say that like that's like the general way I feel about it as well. But for me, I lean more towards what you said for GVK and GXK, where it leans more into those fantasy aspects. Because um, I think it prioritizes the monsters a little more, which I personally enjoy. Because one thing I mentioned at the start, I don't know if you heard me say this notion, but um, what was that notion? Something about I enjoy the stories where we have characters that are well written enough to where I enjoy their reactions to the world versus how their personal conflicts coincide with the monsters, which is where I differentiated -1 to that latter notion and GXK to the first thing I said. Um, because I enjoy seeing the characters in GXK reacting to everything else going on with the monsters and the story being told and the fantasy aspects it delves into versus -1 to where those characters have their problems like with Shikishima's survivor's guilt with the war being compared to his survivor's guilt with Godzilla and how that's all in the drama of the story versus JXK.
I guess I just don't really understand the distinction that's being made in that aspect because, like, um, for example, I think because it's probably the most relevant, and I'm going to watch it again because I feel that arguably this film is the closest to this one from Toho. It's um, Godzilla versus Megalon, in the sense that we have like a new unexplained evil from the Hollow Earth who comes up, causes havoc, and ultimately is defeated by the combined effort of Godzilla, another monster, and it's a four-way monster battle at the end of the movie. And like the main plot of um, Godzilla versus Megalon is Jet Jaguar's story, where ultimately he is used for nefarious purposes, becomes sentient, is able to call forth Godzilla, send a alarm like they do in GXK, is able to fight off the one villain by himself for a little bit, but is ultimately overpowered by the duo and requires the assistance of Godzilla to ultimately defeat this duo. And I would say like the only tangible difference to Godzilla's story in both of these movies is the fact that in GXK, um, Godzilla has technically more to do in this movie, but ultimately, what he does in this film devalues the world building of the previous films and ultimately serves nothing more but to give Godzilla a new look to market toys. Whereas in Godzilla versus Megalon, you're having the only reason why Godzilla looks different is obviously they always use new suits for every film, but at this point you had a Godzilla design that had lasted several films, so the suit just needed to be changed rather than it like being something that's relevant to the story. And Godzilla's entire point is literally just to fight Godzilla, Gigan, and Megalon. and ultimately his actions in no way contradict what we had seen in earlier films, because we already know that Monsterland was becoming a thing from Godzilla vs. Gigan. Godzilla has already been known to work with other creatures who aren't even the same species as him, so it's not a leap in logic to say that Jet Jaguar could communicate or like alert Godzilla. Not to mention the fact that we already knew Godzilla had been directly affected by the Seatopians because of what happened on Monsterland, what happened to Rodin and Anguirus earlier on in the film. And instead of we essentially having a power up for Kong, which doesn't really do much ultimately, Jet Jaguar, although is given a power up, is only really given an ability to simply match Megalon naturally. And he's overpowered not because of like some specific technique or anything like that. It's simply just a 2v1 and Jet Jaguar is just outmatched by having to fight two opponents. And therefore it facilitates the need for Godzilla more. And therefore, even though Godzilla is only there to fight Megalon and Gigan, his purpose is much more properly fulfilled than it is in GXK without jeopardizing much else.
Hmm. Yeah, I could definitely concede or agree with your um, comparison there, and I think it's a valid one. Um, in the case of just how like they work into the plot, I would say, because I've always been a proponent that like Godzilla, GXK is a film about like Kong needing Godzilla's help rather than the other way around, because it is such a Kong focused film. And just in comparison to Megalon, I think it obviously handles like the more fantasy elements in a bit more of a grounded way, as grounded as it could be, um, even with how much it lends into the fantasy. And I think that um, to what I was saying before, I think it's like the way I compare them again, it's just like how the humans are handled, as opposed to um, like -1 versus like GXK. Uh, I compare that to like just how the characters are handled in a way that either their story is intertwined in a way that their arcs are connected or compared to Godzilla or the monster action for any kaiju film, as opposed to just having the characters like react. Because I compared um earlier GXK to Shin Godzilla, and I think they handle their characters in a similar way. Um, so none of the characters have the depth in so much as that we see how their lives are either changed or compared or are compared to the monster action versus -1 where it is.
Oh, were you finished, or were you gonna say something else? Because
Yeah,
I
yeah.
thought, like, um, yeah, I'd say that arguably, yeah, -1's big story is about the rebuilding of Japan, which is upended by Godzilla, whereas GXK is more about Kong's story. But I would say with like Shin, the characters in Shin, like their reactions to everything in the plot are the result of Godzilla. But then I'd argue that -1, the everything in that plot could arguably also be the result of Godzilla, because everyone that comes
Mm.
into contact with Shikishima are coming into contact with someone whose entire character is shaped by the events he saw on Odo Island. And as a result, their lives are affected by Godzilla, just not in a more direct way. And it only becomes a direct way after the Ginza attack, and where it becomes more of a world problem, which is that I would still argue that -1 treats its characters better still, because like in the case of like Megalon, you could argue that like there is this like I wouldn't really make the argument myself, but you could argue that like a major theme of the first of that movie is like still the fallout of nuclear weapons, because that's the big beef that Seatopia has with the surface dwellers. And I would argue that like it's able to take the concept of people being aggrieved by the events of nuclear weapons and do it in a way that is more not tactful, that probably wouldn't be the right word, more palatable to younger viewers, but it still is able to have the depth in the sense where like you could argue that yeah, it kind of makes sense that the utopians would be kind of peeved about the fact that people that were dropping bombs in their like essentially their roof, and they're dealing with the consequences of that. But that also they're still villains because they think that as a result, that gives them the right to then wipe out the surface world because of the fact, because of that fact, which would it makes them. I wouldn't say like makes them amazingly well developed like tragic villains, but it, like at least like the logic behind everything makes sense to where like why do you think they're villains and not victims? Well, they send a giant monster to try to kill all of humanity, so they like that makes them unequivocally villains, and then they side with an alien race who also wanted to eradicate all humans. So there's that. But like the issue too is that in the case of GXK, you get to a point of the plot where the main villain's plan would have gone off without a hitch if he just decided to what I call taking his dog out for a walk, and then from there everything just kind of falls apart for Kong and Godzilla. Because
actually that.
Because like if Scar King just decides, where they're like there's a hole now to get up to less hollow Earth. Let's go bring Shimo. I have Shimo with me. I could probably beat Godzilla now. And if he's done that, then more than likely catches Kong off guard. Is able to beat Kong because of the fact that like again, he's got his whole army there and there's less places for Kong to hide at that point. He also hasn't made friends with Suko, so Suko's not able to save him. Godzilla also hasn't finished evolving, so therefore he's able to catch Godzilla off guard without the extra power up. And Godzilla was still having issues with Shimo, so there's that. And our heroes haven't reached Mothra yet, so therefore there would be more tension in the story if they hadn't gotten to Mothra just yet. But they also wanted to have another fight with Godzilla and Kong, so they had to engineer that fight to occur.
Yeah,
I think that like true. And the other and like I think the reason why like I don't necessarily agree with like his assessment of the people who liked the film, but I think that like it's clear that like people really like the fact that they got to see Godzilla and Kong fight again and see Godzilla suplex Kong, but they don't realize the fact that like because they got to fight again, it causes major issues for the plot, but also has ramifications as to like what was set up by the end of the last film. What does that really mean? And if that is kind of upended, what really is concrete for the universe?
I would somewhat agree, because I think depending on how you view the story or how people have said the story was to be interpreted, you can still come up with some conclusions on how certain elements of the world or how the characters act. You can still come up with some conclusions to that the story. You can still have a pretty decent idea of where the story is gonna go, or have some more like suspended belief of how the events occurred. Because if you just go off of the ending for GVK, like that like even though they like ultimately it's just an agreement to stop fighting at that point.
Well, the thing is that like you see Kong quite literally bury an axe into the ground, which if we want to get into the interpretive side of it, they literally bury the hatchet, which is such a common phrase for like ending an argument, not like agreeing to a truce for now. Like when someone says let's bury the hatchet, it doesn't mean let's just sort of end things for now, but we still have beef. It's more like let's put all this behind us. We're good completely. So, like, if we want to go into the idea of, well, if we interpret things a certain way, it could mean this, then like you are dealing with like external like conceptions of how people view things. And if you're gonna like go that, there could be a million different ideas. But then as fans, we as fans like to see what's like the directors and the people who worked on the films like to say. And in Wingard's case, he has interviews outside of GVK with like news organizations being like, yeah, they came to an understanding. If like came to an understanding like means, oh, they're good for now, then like you could say that, and ultimately it serves the same purpose as like they came to an understanding, but it doesn't set the audience expectation that like they're on good terms now. Like um the because you could have had it been more ambiguous as to what Godzilla's opinions on um Kong were at the end of that film, but he doesn't. Same thing with like how he says things in the audio commentary or in interviews, but he doesn't. So then ultimately the question becomes like what is the value of the words that he like the use of the words that he says rather than a ultimately you can interpret them what they mean minus the literal meanings of the words in the sentence for the sake of ensuring the cohesion in the mind of the viewer who wants to enjoy the film. And I think that's where like a lot of people take issue.
Yeah, I can definitely see that and how sometimes like what the author like I think what the author might say about certain aspects of his work um can or cannot be like conflicted with what might be shown or what might be later down the line shown. But in regards to like with like how we can interpret how things were left off in like GVK, we still see that like there's no like express like buddy buddy moments to where we can't think there's still tension there. Because even if he does in a way bury the hatchet, there's still set up even later down the line that all it was more so just a truce of where their territories lie. Because at that point, even if he had helped with like Mechagodzilla, um, I think there were more than Godzilla was definitely more than ready to fight Kong. Um, and it was only through Kong like dropping the axe that they agreed that there was no reason to fight. Um,
Yeah,
and
but if
that
there was no
like
reason to fight, I don't know how that would extend to we now have these cordon off territories with these exact boundaries, and if you cross into that boundary, there's going to be like a fight again. Not like, and I also say this outside of the fact that like GVK also has like a host of other issues that conflict with Godzilla's portrayed character from King of the Monsters and the material prior to that.
hmm. Well, in that case, well, I would argue it's always been shown that Godzilla is the type that whenever like either if it's his perceived territory being threatened, um, he'll always like beeline towards whatever threat is there. And that when it came to Kong, at least, what drove him was
Again,
Kong coming off of Skull Island, which essentially isolated him. So he was never a perceived threat until then.
well, the thing is that they say he's a perceived threat, but like Wingard's intentions is they said it was always a game for Godzilla, and as a result, that's why he does what he does. Whereas, like in the case of like all the other threats, Godzilla would literally beeline to the target rather than um like play around with an antagonist. Where like he doesn't make the Muto cement, doesn't try to make Ghidorah cement or anything like that. Um, and not to mention the fact that like even when Godzilla was fired upon by like the military, he wouldn't really retaliate in any sense compared to how he does in GVK and GXK.
In that sense, I would say it's only different in that, like, the reason he wouldn't retaliate, being attacked from the or that he didn't retaliate, from towards the military, in 2014 would be there was the obvious bigger threat of the Mutos.
Then why would
So
he do
whereas
so in GXK then?
in GXK or
Or
GVK?
GXK.
In GXK?
Because remember, he fights against the French.
Oh. Um, well, in that case,
And in GVK
I guess
too,
it's just
because because the other thing too is that like consistently for some reason in the Wingard films, Godzilla will get like staggered by jet fire, whereas like he took batteries from like battleships in 2014 and he wasn't flinching. And most batteries on like most of those ordnance on battleships are like on par, if not greater than fighter jets. Not to be too technical, but like in 2014, the only time we ever saw him like stagger from anything was the shot to his like gills, and as a result, that's why
mhm.
he like dipped there. But like outside of that, Godzilla never like was shown to like get hurt or anything like that. Whereas in GVK, he gets staggered in Pensacola. He reacts to the jets when he's swimming towards Kong. He's staggered a little bit, allowing Kong to get a second wind in. Godzilla swatting at the planes in what's it called? GXK. So
True
there's
that.
that.
With that, I would say that's just like a power scaling thing or like an inconsistency with that. Personally, I like it more just because I like the feeling of seeing Godzilla react, even if like sure it doesn't hurt him. Um,
Well, the thing is
I
that
just
like he
like
can
it.
still react because like if for example if like a jet just shot him in the face, you could like if someone weak punches you in the face, the force is still gonna move you back, but you're not gonna feel it. But like with Godzilla, you'll see him like overreact and make like the kind of Godzilla pain noises in those cases. Like for example, when Kong gets his second wind and you see Godzilla get hit in the back and he like jerks forward, whereas like if it was more consistent, you could see him get hit in the back, kind of snap at the planes or like just roar at them, rather than it like feeling like they want to have the military be useful in a way, even though in like earlier films they established he couldn't. And then that's another issue again with the Wingard films is the fact that like they are consistent only to each other, but those consistencies have issues of their own that contradict earlier material, and this shouldn't really be the case if they have like a mythology department that would be in charge of like world building and things like this.
Well, sure and true that. I mean, when it comes to that, well, like I said, I kind of like how Wingard did it more. I think well, if it's a matter of just like a punch to the face or like a punch to the gut, I mean, either way, I mean, sure, yeah, it's an inconsistency to be sure, but I don't know. I guess it's just I don't know. I mean, because when it and well, backtracking to like him fighting or retaliating against the military with the Muto, I would say specifically he didn't really do anything because at first the Muto is a bigger threat, so he's going more towards that, as well as the military at that point stopped its attack. Um. Well, okay, let me backtrack that because
Well, we don't really see what else
technically speaking,
they
no,
were.
no, no, no. Okay, they stop their attack at a certain point as soon as he crosses the bridge. Because I'm thinking back to Legacy of Monsters, I think we still see some shots fired, but
There's more shots fired once he passes through the bridge, or at least you hear them. As well as the only reason why they stopped firing was specifically because of the fact they were saying there were civilians on the bridge.
mm-hmm,
But like once the civilians were out of the way, Godzilla's essentially in an open line of fire. And although the 2014 like the novel is different, they kept on attacking him after he busted through because like they pushed him to Alcatraz, which
mm-hmm.
doesn't happen in the movie, only happened in the earlier scripts. But if we are also making the argument again that like there's enough detail to infer things, then the inferments would at least stipulate that um, he didn't really retaliate because there's like we have no indication that like he fought against the military. It's just that he went straight for the Mitos, even if the military was still firing on him.
Yeah. So there's that case. Um, I think further in regards to, because in GVK it's more so there because he retaliates specifically, more so because there's more of a connection, um, or essentially they are directly in the way of getting to Kong. So he sort of associates them with each other, as the same enemy, more so or less. At least that's somewhat my interpretation, and somewhat I think is what's conveyed in the film. Which is why we see when the ships turn off and when Kong is down, um, he sees it as just like an equal submission, which is why he leaves. Um, and then with
Mm,
GXK, it's more so just like Shima and Scar King aren't directly there, and since they are sort of just in the way for the most part, as far as Godzilla's concerned, he'd rather just just take them out, um,
well,
rather
then,
than just
like,
like
again,
beat
then
on
the
him.
question is that if like jets and stuff don't affect them, then why would he waste his time like swatting away and using a nuclear pulse and wasting energy on the French military when he could have just taken the energy and walked like he does later on towards his next target? And when it comes to GVK, he attacks the ship, sure, but like by the logic of the Kong is near the ships, therefore he perceived them as all like part of the same kind of group. The argument could also be said for the Mutos, since the military in the 2014, because the military are stopping him from reaching the Mutos, and as a result, if the logic is they are in his way, so therefore there's a connection there, the you could still make that argument for 2014, which would then be consistent there.
No, I think it's just let's see, it's a matter of as to why he would do it. I would say just because, honestly, just
But
because it
then
looks cool.
that's the thing, is that you could like it's fine if you make it look cool. It's just then in those cases you can just make the dialogue significant enough to then justify those changes, because like people argue that like they don't like showing over, they don't like telling, they like showing. But if you signal a change and the change then becomes consistent because of the signaling of that change by a piece of dialogue, then the change, even if it is very jarring from the original intent, isn't as jarring, because then you have prepped the audience for this change. So
Yeah,
like
that makes sense.
the like Godzilla, they talk about the intimidation display in King of the Monsters. Godzilla never did that in 2014. And even though Godzilla was hunting like he was in King of the Monsters, um, they at least signal why is Godzilla doing something we've never seen before, because they ask what that is and they say it's an intimidation display. And you can argue, well, he didn't do it against the Mutos. That is true, but if the argument is they want to show you because it's cool, then Doherty at least had the foresight to be like, oh, this is what this is, and that's what we're doing now. And we see that change consistent throughout the film, because when we have the first fight in Antarctica, Godzilla is doing that little intimidation display, and then the next time they have their big fight in Boston, he does it. And the only time we don't see him do it is when he just quickly sneak attacks Ghidorah, and that's in a case when there's no reason for him to be doing it in the first place, because at this point he's not squaring off, he's just going right for the attack. So if he's fighting Ghidorah at that point, there's no reason for him to do it. And not to mention the fact that he turns off the intimidation display when he actually gets into the fight with Ghidorah in Antarctica.
Okay. In regards to that, I would say when it comes to like a change that like the Wingard film set up, like what would you say is like the change that wasn't explained or so?
um first off, the idea that if we can go to Godzilla attacking the military, because actually in any case in that movie, because when Godzilla beeline towards the Mutos in 2014, he didn't stop to fight the military. Same reason would apply to Pensacola, especially given the fact that Godzilla is stronger now, since we know for a fact he's stronger given the events of King of the Monsters, and they say that he'd gotten stronger. So, if anything, he should have been able to plow through the defenses quicker and gotten to the Mechagodzilla Eye before it was transported. So, therefore, there's that issue there. Same thing would go for the Navy defense for Kong. That would be another one. And in the case of the Axe light up floor mat, you could argue that that's not as bad since the energy signal in GVK stated to be similar to Gojira, so Godzilla could see that like there's someone screwing around with a power source similar to his, so something's going on down there that he needs to address first. And I think they also turned off Mechagodzilla 2 for a little bit, so that's another reason why he stopped there. So that's at least one example of him like changing targets and not just going for the Apex facility. So that one's fine. So at least the first two, I'd say, would be ones to bring up.
Okay. Yeah, I think I would just be going back to the only matter of like how in the way they are, or how much they are in the way of Godzilla's immediate goal.
Which I would say in most cases wouldn't be like not at all, because again, we've seen heavier weaponry not deter him. So Godzilla kind of being distracted by the jets wouldn't matter. Or the fact that Godzilla could just use his atomic breath from long range like he does for some of the facility, but doesn't like the moment he just kind of is in the bay. Same thing goes for when he's fighting against Kong, where the only time he ends up using its atomic breath is from underwater, when, if anything, Kong has nowhere to go originally. And if Godzilla had just surfaced from that point, like at the beginning of the fight, you would see we already know he can shoot his atomic breath from above the surface as he does in King of the Monsters, so he could have just shot Kong from standing on top, knocked him into the water, and then immediately gone after Kong. And not to mention the fact that like we also know that Godzilla didn't see the military in 2014 as analogous with the Mutos, so then the whole turn off the power wouldn't really do anything. And I would say that arguably the Godzilla stopping has more to do with the fact that he knows Kong was tired rather than the power going out, but that's neither here nor there. And the reason why I'd say that this is also the case and why it'd be consistent for Godzilla to do this is that we see him sniping Kong from long range in the Hong Kong fight, and we know Godzilla has sniped foes from long range because he did so in King of the Monsters. And that snipe from long range in King of the Monsters has one of the coolest shots from that movie. Follow it up. So like you can have Godzilla's actions make sense, but also have cool payoffs if like the concern is that we'd be sacrificing cool scenes for logical consistency.
Yeah, I would agree with most of that. I think there's still some partial context differences, but it can be summed up as just, I guess, inconsistency with how he's written across different movies, which I guess would be on the job of the so-called mythological department, or any writer, just to stay consistent with that and how he behaves. But I still say there is some differences in the context of those, to the degree of how involved the military is with whatever opposing enemy he's going after. Like in 2014, and I think each of the films write Godzilla in a different way.
I'll
Because I
say
think like Doherty did everything to avoid Godzilla having any collateral damage. As opposed to Gareth Edwards, who had it be more incidental, I'd say.
Well, I'd say like
versus
also
Wingard.
well, I'd say that arguably the only reason why Doherty has him avoid collateral damage is the fact that like most of his fights don't take place in areas where there is collateral damage to be had. Because if we're talking about like damage done, arguably we have the fact that he blew up a major city, just like San Francisco. Although arguably, I would say that
Yeah.
probably more Boston was destroyed than San Francisco was, based on like where Godzilla landed and like where they were fighting across that city from.
Yeah, because when I mean collateral damage, I specifically mean like human lives lost and all that. Um, because when I guess like honestly, I don't think Godzilla has been inconsistent with how he treats collateral damage. Um, I would pull up like the tsunami scene, the bridge scene, because I believe that even without the military's interaction, I think he would have gone through the bridge either way. Um,
I would say in
and
that case,
then
at least with Godzilla, because again, he doesn't attack any of the military personnel shooting on him. He just barrels straight through. So therefore, the collateral damage that he is doing is not because he's directly trying to get rid of a problem. He is just moving because he's moving. Same thing goes for KOTM, because obviously we have the added death of Andrew more specifically in that movie.
mhm,
And the only reason why there is as much collateral damage in King of the Monsters is because of the fact that Godzilla is now a known entity in universe. So as a result, um, the preparations that can be put in place to avoid threats like this has been established. And I argue that then that is a fault of GVK, because for some reason they do say that the city's been evacuated, but you see people in like high rises and people on the ground in GVK, which, given how many people you just see from those angles to where they aren't in like places that could be considered evacuated, it just makes you question what is the point of that line if you're going to have people in those areas. Whereas in 2014, you do see like the Muto's head crushed down into like the shelter in 2014, but that collateral damage is done because Godzilla's trying to deal with the threat, not because, and the possible deaths there aren't because there's just people on the surface for some reason, even though they tried to evacuate the city. They like the battle is just that titanic that even though they have them in a shelter, they are at a spot to where they are still in danger.
yeah. And like I was saying before, like
And
with
at
Mike
least like
Authority, like
I would also say too is that the real fight only gets away with having as much collateral damage as it does, to a degree, because they weren't expecting a portal to be there. So as a result, there were no preparations in place to get civilians out of the area. So that is the only defense I can give. I would say that has merit in the sense of like, oh, why do they have so much destruction take place here? And it's because of the fact that like they didn't know there would have been a portal there at that spot, and at least that was established in GXK, because they do state that they hadn't mapped out all of Hollow Earth, so that is a spot that had been undiscovered at that point.
yeah. Yeah, and then I think it's just a matter of like how much Wingard would have wanted to have those in a writing point of view. Because I think Doherty wrote it in a way to where, and specifically that movie, we see him as more of a hero. Although I think character wise he wouldn't have done anything different, Godzilla in this case, when it comes to how much he like cares specifically um in taking human lives, whether it be intentional or unintentional. Uh because we've only ever seen him like prioritize going towards the enemy rather than whatever is in his way. With GXK, it was written in a way to where I think it makes him more of like the heel or like more villainous in sort of way. Um, which is why I think
Yeah, but then that would also
Wingard
that
didn't.
would be a change then, because like he is then written differently, which would then be an inconsistency, which is then why people take the
No,
umbrage with it.
well, no, because I'm coming at it from the point of view of like how Godzilla sees it. Because when it comes to what I say writing wise, the only thing being changed is whether Wingard writes a scene where they evacuate the city or not, whereas Doherty made it so that wherever he goes, there's like less people,
Well, then
and
that's
the only
just like
people
director
there.
intention then. And then at that point, it just
Yeah,
comes down to like what the director wants. But then that would still mean that the onus is on the director that comes after the previous one to more consistently portray how things are portrayed in universe. Because like the dubious changes that come in with any like sequel to a big project are always at the luxury then to be like, well, we just like the idea was vague. I wanted to do kind of what I wanted to do with it. And that ultimately is a slippery slope that inevitably causes retcons to occur, which is what does end up happening in Monarch Legacy of Monsters more egregiously, because we do see how not only 2014 seen as retcon, but also Godzilla Awakening, which for no other reason didn't need to be retconned or written the way it is, which is just a consistently overarching problem with the Monsterverse, and one I don't argue Toho did as badly, because of the fact that unlike Toho, which was making these films like as they went along, they didn't have an idea of like from Godzilla 54 to make Terror of Mechagodzilla, or from Godzilla 54 they were always going to make Destroy All Monsters, whereas in the case of the Monsterverse, from its inception was always designed as a cinematic universe, with books, games, comics, and the movies all tying together into this big overarching story, which is what the appeal of a cinematic universe was to begin with.
when was it again that they greenlit that idea?
For the Monsterverse,
Because yeah,
I would say
I've
around,
always heard that it was after 2014, which is when they decided that the next Kong movie was going to be part of the Monsterverse or
I would
something.
say, yeah,
I've always heard
essentially
that.
around the time of Kong Skull Island was when Godzilla 2 was then put into production and the Monsterverse was established, which in that case, like, I wouldn't like, if we're even gonna say the case of then going back to the show era where they didn't have like an idea of a Godzilla cinematic universe after Raids Again, because they put Godzilla on ice until 1962, and
Mhm.
Varan, the Mysterians, Mothra, Rodan, they don't fit into the Godzilla continuity. It was only because of the success of Godzilla versus Kong or King Kong versus Godzilla, that they wanted to try something similar but use their own monsters instead, because it was just cheaper to do so.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I think it's just a matter of like, I think all of that is just a matter of continuity, how well the directors or not, you can say, they try to keep it in the continuity. But like I said,
Well,
I think personally, Godzilla is still written consistently to a point,
mm,
and it's only a matter of like specifically with Wingard. I think he isn't as strict to the continuity with regards to specifically the evacuations, because I think he wants those scenes of the people there to add a level of stakes or danger or threat, to whereas I think
well,
realistically they would have better evacuation systems in place, since we only
actually,
see tidbits and moments of
mm,
evacuations in the Wingard films.
not necessarily, because actually the GXK novel does this well, because since again in GXK they do state they haven't mapped out all of Hollow Earth yet, um, you can still have Godzilla appear in unevacuated cities, because of the fact that there are Hollow Earth pockets that haven't been discovered yet by humanity. And as a result, the monsters are able to travel those pockets and appear in places you weren't expecting them to. And as long as those are consistently written, like certain portals go, or in certain holes or portals go to certain places, then um you can still have those stakes, because the monsters still have a way to what is essentially teleport without like teleporting in a way that breaks the universe. Because the reason why, um and not to mention the fact that the GXK novel has some retcons with the novel, which The novel, I'd say, is more consistent with the film. So, like, ignoring Hunted having issues, the like Scylla was able to bypass a Monarch containment attempt because there was a Hollow Earth pocket there, which was alluded to because there were legends of some kind of like hole or pocket to the underworld from a native like society that was on this island that Monarch had posted up on where Scylla was going to, and Scylla was able to then pop up in India, pop back down, and trudge through Europe before Godzilla was able to intercept her, and Godzilla does something similar. So there is a built-in system for the monsters to be elusive and Wingard to have his stakes without like having like inconsistent like writing and world building on the screen.
Yeah, I can agree to that. And then let's see. Let's put a pin in that, and then delve back into the video. That was a fun chat. Let's see. Let's put a pin on that, and then delve back into the video here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just see where it goes from there.
These are the filmic all-rounders. They tend to have a little bit of everything: action, romance, comedy, tragedy. The broadest range to hold the broadest appeal. None of these components might be quite so well done, so fleshed out as in a more particular genre film, though the best blockbusters typically do excel in every element. But the point is that blockbuster entertainment is not synonymous with dumb. Popularity does not entail mindlessness. The audience has never looked at the truly great blockbusters throughout history and demanded they be made dumber. The biggest and the best blockbusters, the ones we remember most fondly, are remembered because they are good, not because they are supposed to be bad. If Godzilla Minus One were an English-language film, if it was slightly less reliant on the specifics of another culture's history, and if it were published in the summer by a major studio, I suspect that, like Jaws, we would now be calling it a blockbuster. It's not, so we aren't, but any list of the great blockbusters rather bolsters the point. How many of the following were good because they were supposed to be shit? Die Hard, Men in Black, Terminator 2, Blade Runner, Saving Private Ryan, Spider-Man 2, Jurassic Park, Raiders of the Lost Ark, Babe, The Iron Giant, Back to the Future, Ghostbusters, Chicken Run, Empire Strikes Back, Avengers, Aliens, WALL-E, Jaws, The Dark Knight, Finding Nemo, E.T., and Kevin Bacon. These are all blockbusters. Very many of them are the sorts of films you take the kids to see, and absolutely none of them has to be defended by hordes of absolute on the grounds that they are meant to be bad because they are blockbusters. In short, Godzilla x Kong has no excuse. If you like kaiju films, if you think kids deserve good entertainment, the best entertainment, since it's the most important at that formative stage in their lives, if you want big things smashing into each other, if you want CGI extravaganzas, if you want your favorite big monsters to get the mainstream love you think they deserve, then you should want this film to be better. You should not be excusing it because it's meant to be bad. Nobody suffers when a film is better. Culture generally suffers when its biggest budget productions are this kind of bilge. And if you acknowledge any of the preceding list as being better than Godzilla x Kong, then, much like all those people from whom I had to drag the conclusion that Jurassic Park is better than Jurassic World Dominion, you are beginning to engage the very critical faculties you insist do not apply to blockbusters. TLDR, have some self-respect and stop watching this absolute dog shit. I don't think there's much point doing any lengthy recap of the Monsterverse.
All right.
Actually, you mind letting him finish that point real quick about
Sure.
the Monsterverse timeline?
Story, because I've got a Dune video to get back to after this, and none of it makes any sense anyway, because it's meant to be bad and therefore it's good. Am I doing this right? Suffice it to say that there are big monsters and Godzilla is king of the monsters. He and Kong defeated Mecha Streisand in the previous film, because some evil people had the evil idea that we might need a weapon to fight against these big monsters, rather than leaving it to the big monsters to police themselves, at a cost of hundreds of billions of dollars in property damage and tens of thousands of lives lost each year. Also, there's this place called Hollow Earth that the humans have discovered, and Kong lives there now. One of the humans is a mystical deaf Indian kind of child with psychic powers, and though she's absolutely not a character, and she has the expressive range of old toast, she is most definitely important. So I'm sure we'll have to suffer more human anti-drama in the film that's good if you ignore the 80% of it that's human anti-drama and you just focus on the giant monsters or whatever. This brings us up then to Godzilla x Kong, the New Empire.
Okay. I think the biggest crime that he makes in that point there is the fact that he dismisses the lore of the Monsterverse outright based on the presumptions of his last point, where it's not where he's like saying, oh, if the lore of the Monsterverse isn't supposed to make sense, then I'm not going to go into the lore. And I think that has to do with the fact that he probably just doesn't know it. And as a result, instead of at least going from the standpoint of like, this is where we started, this is where we are, here are the problems with it, like I've at least done in the stream so far, he just decides to dismiss it outright, which I think does hurt his points.
Okay. Yeah. I agree to that point. When it comes to that segment, for me, let's see. Like my notes mostly go over when it comes to his big rambling of comparing certain blockbusters to others. So like all of the ones he listed there, and like comparing them to like a GXK specifically, I would say in terms of when it comes to writing, I would say any one of those, like without like listing or going too in depth into them, may have their own either narrative flaws or plot holes to them. Um, and compared to GXK, I would say like perhaps there are a few more flaws with GXK. None that I would think hold it back from being as great as those when it comes to just like the personal appeal to like any like general like audience or so. Um but I would never say that it's at the fault of it's supposed to be bad, therefore that's the reason it's bad. Um because I've never like subscribed to that notion or that argument.
Wait, what notion?
Um
I'm not following. Sorry.
that like the reason the movies or like a movie is this way because it's written that way, or most of that it's bad because it's supposed to be bad.
Okay.
Yeah, because I've never subscribed to that. I don't think that's a good argument for anything. Um, I would rather just argue or agree to whether or not something has its own flaws or not, um, and only argue whether or not those flaws can hold anything back from being still either well perceived or being um like objectively like well written or other words. Because like I think even in the list of the so-called or so presumed like great blockbusters, all of those still have their own different ideas that they're going for, different levels of either how grounded or how much of the story is delved into the fantasy of it. Because like comparing like Jaws to Ghostbusters, there's obvious differences in how they approach their stories. Like one's
How
a
so?
comedy, the other like a more thrillery drama.
Okay. Well, I mean, like, I guess in that case, then, the the thing is that the reason why those are being compared is because even though they are one's a thriller, one's a comedy, both are able to have proper cause and effect, both properly contextualize the threats that they face. Um, both of them have characters that are not only compelling, they are portrayed by people who are able to express a wide range of the emotions that they are given, which is crucial for their scenes. And as a result, the performances that they give and the story that is being told are timeless as a result. And I would say, like, the same could then go for, like, you can't really argue that Jurassic Park and Jaws are the same, even though both of them are thrillers and both of them are directed by Steven Spielberg and both of them are creature thrillers, because one's about a shark in Massachusetts and the other ones are about dinosaurs on an island. But I would say both of those have very similar aspects to them that are crucial to making good thrillers, which again is different from making a good action comedy. Which then, like, if we want to say like, well, one's a comedy, one's a thriller, we can't do that. Then we'd have to say like, we can't really compare Ghostbusters to this or that comedy because they're not action comedies with similar stakes. And then I think that then essentially is making distinctions that ultimately no longer have distinctions, because then we're just caveating it because the comparison isn't beneficial to the point being made, I guess. Because if there were like more comedies like Ghostbusters, then I think that comedies would be in better state, but they aren't. Like, what's that one that was done by like Seth Rogen and I forget the other lady's name. It was the Santa one. Do you remember that one? It's like with puppets. It's the one with like the female elf who wants to be Santa. I think Seth Rogen was like part of it.
This was a show, or
It was a TV show, yeah. But
was it recent?
It's like 2 years ago or a year ago.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. I forget the name. It's like Bad Santa or something. No, not Bad Santa. Something or other.
Show.
Was it
Santa Inc., I think.
was it stop motion or was it what was it?
No, it was puppets. It was puppets. It was
Oh,
Santa Inc.
puppets.
It was from 2021.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
like
I remember.
Santa Inc. and Ghostbusters are both comedies, but then like then the question is like, oh well, they're not. We can't compare them because Santa Inc.'s a Christmas comedy, while
Ooh.
Ghostbusters isn't a comedy. And then the argument is like, well, what about like I forget that one Santa movie that I really like off the top of my head.
All right. Well, before you remember that, just gotta add someone. Boom.
Yeah, the Santa
Second
Clauses
guess.
versus
Random.
Santa Inc. Who is disturbed my slumber. It is the Minecraft of worlds.
Hi, what's the topic of conversation?
We're being a part of the platoon again.
Oh,
Yeah. Revisiting Platoon's video because there's some things I wanted to go more in depth on. And
okay.
also just have general conversation.
Okay, I was just wondering, because I noticed you were watching a GXK video, and I know that. Oh boy,
Mhm,
I just wanted to drop by and say hi as well. So
mhm.
yeah, um, I'll save my platoon thoughts for when Sea Monster gets to him. So I'm
Ah,
gonna go.
Y'all just ripping off my shtick first. Now Sea Monster.
Hey, every good masterpiece has its cheap copy, right?
Yeah, what's it called? So actually, no, it does make sense because Vic, you are the 98 to my platoon video because you're the first adaptation to come out, and that means Sea Monsters is next.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So we're the Monsterverse.
Well, no,
Yeah.
you're the second guest to appear, so I guess you technically count as Vic the series because there's multiple of us now, and it's more in
Actually,
line
that's
with
a
a
good
Zim
point.
stream. So
That's a good
then
point.
Sea Monster gets to be the Monsterverse.
No, wait, doesn't he get to be Final Wars?
No, he's the Monsterverse because it's an adaptation of the original Zimzilla 99.
Oh, I thought we
Platoon
were just
stream.
going with the Zilla. I thought we were just going with Zilla's appearances.
Nope. Talking about adaptations of my stream, baby.
Funny. Okay. Yeah. But I was also just watching Celtic Phoenix, like Celtic Phoenix's recent live stream,
I have
which
no clue who that is.
yeah, it was on Shadiversity's video on Anthony Gramuglia. Oh boy.
Who's Celtic Phoenix? I have no clue who this is.
It's a similar group. They do EFAP style content in a similar way to us, though it's a bit more broad.
Okay.
Yeah.
It looks like
Okay.
primarily they've got like at least video wise, they have stuff on like Arcane, which okay.
Yeah.
Looks like they do a lot of Ruby content.
He's most known for a series called Fixing Ruby.
Oh, that's why those look familiar. He did a what's it called? He did a video on Gamera 2 back in the day.
Wait,
And
what?
Gamera 1.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Gamera 1, The Guardian of the Abridgers, 2005 Halloween special, Gamera 2 Advent of the Abridgers 2016. And did he do one in Gamera 3?
One sec, I'm looking this up.
I have literally derailed the stream.
Oh my god. Oh my god. He did. Oh my god.
I love the fact that like what's it called? This is literally just kind of like for people who are curious how I find the videos that I cover. It's because of the fact that like I'll just look through people who aren't Godzilla YouTubers and then just check their content, see if they've done any Godzilla content, and see if I'm like, oh, should I respond to this or nah?
I'm probably gonna watch these actually, because I really do like Celtic Phoenix's content. So,
it looks like you did a what's it called? A response to Lily Orchard. Okay.
Yeah, they've done multiple responses to Lily Orchard.
I mean, good. Everyone needs to respond to Lily Orchard at one point.
Yes. Don't. Nope. I'm not gonna manifest it. I'm not gonna manifest it.
Not gonna manifest what?
I'm not gonna manifest it.
Do it. Say it.
Lily Orchard making a Godzilla video. I'm not
Good.
manifesting.
I want it. I would literally. I would monetize. I would do everything in my power to try to get that. I would make the most inflammatory title ever. And yes, I would do everything in my power to try to make that video get like top of the charts, and I would like respond to everyone else's responses.
You know what? Fine, I'm in.
I would be down for that. Reacting with you guys. I
No,
haven't really heard much of Lily Orchard for a
You
long
don't
time.
want then Lily Orchard. Now that's a name I've not heard in a long time.
Yeah, that's literally me because I think I watched only a little bit of what they used to talk about because I know there's lots of drama stuff, but I never really understood what any of that was because that was just not my world.
Good.
I know of
You
the
should be very
reputation.
happy. You should be very happy you know so little about Lily Orchard. I know more than enough for several lifetimes.
Oh my god.
All right.
Yeah. It's
Let's see. If only to take a
terrifying.
break from the reaction. Any thoughts? Because this was originally just like a general Monsterverse or upcoming stuff stream. Any thoughts on the Monsterverse and what to look forward to with any recent news?
So Dan Stevens is back, and that's why I'm drinking right now.
You'll be fine.
Yeah. He's
I
a
want
fan
the
favorite.
Let the
He's
funny
far-
man die.
He's far from the worst character in the Godzilla franchise.
No, he's what's it called? Who would you say is the worst then? I'm curious.
Haruo. Easily.
Oh, in the
Haruo.
Godzilla franchise. No. I would no. Oh no. No. What's it called? Worst in the Godzilla franchise? No, Haruo is not the worst. Kate Randa. Kate Randa easily probably worse than Haruo. That's an easy one for me. Tayoko Ann Patterson? No. She's for what she is, she's written fine. Not the like her quality of her writing.
Okay.
What's it called? But Trapper? No.
Yeah.
Let the funny man die.
Would you have preferred to see Bernie a third time?
Actually, you know what? Yes. You know why? Because at least in the case of Bernie, he would actually be the Monsterverse character to last more than 2 films.
Huh. Interesting.
Because here's the thing is that like by the second film, every single Monsterverse actor has dipped. Either they get killed off or they just fade into the background. Because, like, for example, in the GXK novelization, Nathan's still around. They just don't talk about him. Same thing.
What?
Well, I'm still rereading it, and no one's talked about Mark or Emma. Not Emma. Madison. Thank you. But yeah, no one's talked about them. But like Nathan got a mention, and he only appeared in one movie. You're telling me Mark and Madison don't get a return? Like, I'm sorry. Like, the Monsterverse should learn from the early MCU, and if a certain character actor isn't coming back, that's fine. Just recast them. You did it to Rhodey. You did it to the Hulk. You can do it. It's okay. I understand that it may be jarring for people to see the same actor not return, but the stories and the writing would be better if you just recast them. And you know, the biggest example of a character not returning and it just doing so much damage to a character is T'Challa. I understand the fact that like people really associated Chadwick with T'Challa, but you can't have Black Panther as a character die with Chadwick for what I feel are misplaced sentimental reasons. And I think that like in this case, if we're going to use sophisticated words, no Monsterverse character has such a socio-political impact on anyone in the population that if they were recast as new actors, that people would have an issue with it. The only characters who I'd say like I liked, who have a reason, like no that like there's no reason for them to get recast at this point. It's Joe and Serizawa. In Serizawa's case, like there's still so much that you could do with Serizawa in the past of Monarch before the events of 2014 with the same actor. Same thing with Vivian Graham, but I'm going to be honest, considering what they did to her in King of the Monsters, I don't really know if that actress would actually return. But you could have recast them, but no.
That is a genuine frustration. Like there's a reason I brought back Sam Brody for my pitch, because well, for one, it makes thematic sense, but also it'd just be nice to follow up on one of the older characters, even if it isn't the main character from 2014. It's still one of the older characters, and one who was, well, prominent isn't the right word, but important to the story and the motivation of the character.
I would say this, like at least in the case of Ford, I could understand the argument that Ford, having seen the Mitos die, hypothetically like avenged his father, and as a result, like he can live in peace with his family. It is kind of like undermined by the fact that like now he lives in a world where like the Hollow Earth is a thing and monsters just kind of walk the earth more regularly now, and like he wouldn't have any issue with that whatsoever. But like if there was just maybe one line where they were like, oh, what about Brody? He like helped us once a long time ago, and it's like, no, he asked us like he wanted to live in peace and we could find another EOD. That is completely fine. And if anything, say like if there was some line where it's like we can get another EOD, is so much better for his character, because even though it would mean that someone else could have done his job, it is more aspirational to be like anyone could be a Ford Brody in that instance. And it just comes down to like your determination and your will to do what needs to be done. But it also opens the door in a more natural sense.
Yeah. Because I would agree. Like, I personally would be like, always saddened to see someone recast, but I think in some instances that's better for the story. Because I do not like how not a lot of characters are like mainstay to the franchise. Because like the closest thing is Monarch, the entity or the company, but there's no character. Like Serizawa, I think should have stayed that character. That's a through line. I think it was weird to kill him off in the second Godzilla movie. Honestly,
that is one of my grievances with King of the Monsters. The fact that like the way he went out, I don't think is as bad as people say, and we'll talk about that on the 8th. But I do agree that killing him off generally, and granted, he was also kind of the right pick character-wise, because he's the only one that would have actually done such. But even with that, I think the worst offender would be Vivian Graham, because her death.
Yeah, Vivian got done way more dirty.
Yeah, her death just felt needless. That is a gripe I have against Cotton. Her death.
I don't think the fact that it felt needless. I think that like, if anything, she dies. Like, given what we have her do, which is die to Ghidorah, she's dying to the main antagonist of this movie, and she's also dying to Godzilla's arch nemesis. In concept, that is fine, but she dies really early on, and I think there was even like people were mentioning in like test screenings that like they didn't even know that was the person who died, and that's why they had her like deceased thing on screen. And the thing is that like the other problem too is that like outside of their different scientific occupations, Vivian, Eileen, and Emma, as characters, outside of Emma's transition in King of the Monsters into a villain, are just the same character kind of. Where they're just all female scientist aides to Serizawa. And the reason it's like very noticeable in GXK and it's like its novelization, because there's a scene where they meet another female scientist, and
that's
every single one
sequence.
all like that's the opening sequence, and all 4 of those
Mm.
female characters just sound like they're written exactly the same, like without like any differentiating factor besides the fact that Eileen's a little bit more quiet.
Mhm.
But ultimately, they all have essentially the same intelligence level, similar knowledge base for the 3 monarch characters, and they all have that kind of go-getter, like feisty attitude, kind of essentially, to one degree or another. But
Mhm.
like those differences just aren't that tangible. Like I would say like this: Ford is different from Mark, and Mark is different from Nathan,
Mhm.
and Sarazawa is different from all 3 as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. I
Yeah.
know definitely like with Vivian and her death. I remember the first time watching it, I had no clue what just happened. Like the best thing I thought that like just a random iceberg fell on her or something,
I
and
was
I'm like,
like,
what the hell happened?
I'll say this: I never understood why people were confused by her death, because you see her scream, you see Ghidorah's body, like Ghidorah's mouth, and then Sarazawa collapse to his knees. So like he literally saw people die um to Ghidorah already. So, and he didn't have a big like noticeable reaction there. So it was pretty easy for me to connect the dots. And although Codem does have like the visual effects like obscuring problem, I always knew that it was Vivian. But like she does go out pretty unceremoniously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like to your point about the female characters all being the same, I think Vivian, if she was allowed to survive, you could have probably made her continuously more distinct from the other characters. Like
Well,
imagine
Eileen just feels like a rebooted Eileen.
Vivian.
Vivian, I
Rebooted
mean,
Vivian.
Eileen is more of a rebooted Vivian.
Yeah. But like that's what I mean by saying if you were to keep Vivian around but still have the others, you could probably try to work on some ways to make her more distinct on a personal level than Eileen. Emma's already made herself distinct by that point, so yeah, but I yeah, I think that's kind of my point. But with Eileen, you could probably expand them both in unique ways and maybe find a way to build off of each other.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, something
Honestly,
that's also interesting.
Eileen's one of my favorite characters. I think she might be a little bit different from Vivian. Um, I don't know how to describe it. I think there are some personality traits that are a little bit different. I think Eileen is probably a little bit more like stronger spoken than Graham, which I don't know. I think one of you mentioned that like Vivian's like I think she's like a more I don't know, comes off as a little more timid
There's the thing is
and
that in Vivian is more what's it call it? Eileen is more take charge in the movies, but like when she's introduced in the book, she's essentially the same as Vivian and Eileen are essentially the same character as being more timid. But like the thing I find funny is that when they introduce Godzilla's intimidation display, she compares it to a gorilla pounding its chest, which just makes me even like think even more that you could have had her just be like more like could have been Eileen in the future.
Yeah,
But
that works too. But yeah. Also, I think another thing that makes it worse, I think the one character that I feel like could be worked on a little bit more is Hampton, director Hampton.
Hampton's a nothing character.
Yeah.
Like she has stuff in the book, but again, she is a nothing character. At least like with Mark was also a nothing character in GXK, but like at GVK, but at least we're building off of like we know what his character's like, so his actions make sense based on King of the Monsters.
Well, don't make sense based off King of the Monsters, kind of, because it just, yeah, it's just weird.
Well, like everything he does is pretty understandable given like what's happened.
Mm-hmm. Uh,
But I think again, the Wingard films are consistent to a degree with each other, but they are less consistent with the other 3 Monsterverse films.
Yeah.
And I also, well, what's it called? My hot take, which is working on a video for this, but 2014 actually is the worst first entry for a Godzilla film next to 98. Only in the sense that, like, because of how it portrays Godzilla, it ultimately doesn't do enough to have Godzilla be an established entity enough to justify his lack of presence on screen. And the only reason why he has a lack of presence on screen is to build up to the reveals.
Yeah.
And the other thing too is that we actually got to see a film where Godzilla fights another monster and actually had a pretty good screen presence years ago, and it was Godzilla 2000.
Yeah. Like, I need to rewatch G14. I'm probably going to do that before Rebirth. Same with Rogue One, or before I cover Hannes's videos on it. But like, that is, like, you bringing up G2K. Yeah, G2K absolutely handle, like, for one, it goes out of its way to establish Godzilla not only as an active presence, but as a consistent domineering force in the intro of the film.
Yeah.
Well, yes, the opening credits kind of do the same thing for G14. It's nowhere near as prominent. If anything, it's establishing the Mutos as the domineering force.
Mm-hmm. That's the thing, is that Godzilla is literally a bit player in his first movie and is continually a bit player, with King of the Monsters being the closest he got to being a main monster character, and ultimately the lack of success from King of the Monsters is what continued to sideline Godzilla.
The fact that Kotum had to rectify a lot of the mistakes of G14, whether or not it succeeded is debatable. We'll get to that. But the fact that Kotum had to do what it did says a lot about what happened with G14. So,
mm-hmm.
When it comes to G14, I've always been the proponent that I might have to rewatch it to see if anything changes, but for me, I've always been a proponent is that I think it's the perfect film. It would be the perfect film if only we had just gotten the first airport fight scene. Because it's weird, because I think they both have the same problem, King of the Monsters and G14, in terms of when we get to the action or how the action is handled. With regards to, like, the first act, because I think the first act, from what I remember or the last time I watched it, I think it's pretty well paced up until the airport scene before we cut away from the action. So I think because we also still have lots of different interesting set pieces, to where I don't think we get enough of that in King of the Monsters before the first fight scene.
Except King of
So
the
I think it
Monsters
would have
actually
been
does
better
give
for
us the
having
fight
the Mito.
itself.
So the thing for me is that I understand Vic's point, I understand Minecraft's point. The problem with your point, Vic, is that with 2014 works with that buildup you're talking about, except for the fact that the Mutos aren't the main monster. It's Godzilla.
Mm-hmm.
We're coming to the movie for
Yeah.
Godzilla. The entire first act is built on the problem of the Mutos rather than that of Godzilla. And as a result, Godzilla is continually put to the backside of the film rather than the Mutos. And instead of treating them as equal threats or Godzilla's actions being the primary motivators of the story, like in Godzilla 2000, Godzilla in the legendary movies is almost always continually moving from place to place because of the actions of another monster or humans. And Godzilla would always kind of act because of another monster in later movies, but quite like problem being in later movies when Godzilla was already an established entity by at least like a movie or two at that point. Whereas with King of the Monsters, the thing is that we are introduced to, I think King of the Monsters does a good job because it feels the most like a film that is part of a cinematic universe, because it is doing its job to world build and setting like a new status quo for the world that it is inhabiting, and pays that off with a new threat. I think the problem comes into play that because that threat is Ghidorah, and even though I love Ghidorah, you go from a threat that's like pretty moderate, like it could end the world, but it's not like we don't see dozens of cities being destroyed and like the entire world is set on fire. Whereas in King of the Monsters, it is literally hell on earth, apocalyptic. The beasts of the apocalypse have risen up from the ocean and are attacking like several different continents. Like you went from essentially Godzilla like raids again to Destroy All Monsters or Godzilla Final Wars as your second film.
Yeah.
Whereas, for example, Kong Skull Island is an origin film for the main monster. The vulnerability of our characters is done because of Kong's actions rather than the skull crawlers. And although the skull crawlers are the main threats, it's our characters' relationships with Kong and the different opinions those characters have on Kong that drives the emotions of that movie. And even though statistically there are more lives at stake in the 2014 fight and in the Cotton fight, the lives of the people who are in Kong Skull Island are more impactful because we actually get to know those people and they don't feel like numbers on a spreadsheet at that point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then also Kong just does what Godzilla does because they're just both a recognizable movie monster from the past who are protecting a set location, in Godzilla's case the world, in Kong's case Skull Island, from a hyper-competitive animal species who, if left unchecked, would overpopulate and destroy the area that the main movie monster is trying to protect. The main plot, like the human side emotion, is driven by a main character's relationship to the main monster, whereas in 2014's case, it shifts from Joe to Ford / Sarazawa, where in Kong's case, it is Packard mostly throughout the entire film. And as a result, Kong Skull Island is just the better film overall, and it tackles the same ideas. And I think that's one of the reasons why it ends up being it was the highest grossing film at the time. And because of the fact that Kong was written so well, and because Kong was then expanded on more in GVK, that is then what allows GVK to make the decisions that it does, because it feels justified by the events of the earlier films and the legwork that they did. And as a result, Kong is able to get more success, and because of Kong's draw and the fact that, oh, Godzilla's in it too, it's able to make as much money as it is rather than the merits of the film itself.
Yeah. And also just because Kong is generally more popular, or at least on a comparable level of reception to that of Godzilla himself.
Yeah.
We did talk about
Did you have
that.
a recent conversation about that, Zim?
I can still hear the soundboards.
Yeah, just I know that if I'm ever gonna have a debate with someone like that again, I will just do it on my channel, so I'll have muting and kicking privileges.
Yeah, good idea.
I can't believe I missed that one. I only learned about it after the fact, and the mayhem afterwards was just funny to watch.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I just need to respond to something real quick, so I'll let you guys talk for a little bit. I'm gonna mute myself.
Okay.
All right.
Oh man, but yeah, you are lucky you weren't there, because Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool. Let's see. Are you gonna want to stick for more of the platoon reaction, or because I'm good either
Probably
way.
not. Probably not. I would not like to traumatize myself again within the next week, and I would like to save the platoon stuff for when Sea Monster does it, because that's gonna be a big day. That's gonna be a big day.
Now I know where your priorities lie. Okay, you don't want to give me your best for my stream.
You're fine, dude.
But
dude, you did a good drawing of Nemesis. I'm willing to give you. I'm willing to stick. I'm willing to give you some praise, man.
Yeah, I'm good with that, because honestly, this was more so just an anything stream. Just for some upcoming stuff. But in the meantime, while Zim's away, let's see. There was also an art stream, or mostly just talking about art. Tell me about yourself, Minecraft World, and your art background.
Well, art-wise, you already know this, but for the chat, I have been drawing other people's kaiju, and it has been really fun. Genuinely, y'all did. I went to revisit the original kaiju stream. Wow, y'all cooked. Wow, y'all really cooked. Yeah, I think from a design standpoint,
thank you for that.
I think from a design standpoint, Pocho is my favorite, but from a story standpoint, Urano just wow, holy crap. Urano, ZG's was amazing. Kraken, wherever the hell he is, dude did a good job with that one. Seas is just I'm still impressed by just how visually interesting Seas would be. Zim,
Mhm.
amazing job. Very excited to see where that cooking goes. And then Primo Urano and you, God, just God, I would watch every single one of them. I think I would watch the hell out of Urano and Pocho's stories. I would watch the hell out of those two.
I am back.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
I was listening to it. Yeah, I think like also for I like definitely looking back at the at that one stream. The one thing that I think has been my philosophy when it comes to like designing my monsters and stuff is the fact that I've been less focused on the monsters themselves and more on the world surrounding them. So I guess I take the more -1 approach of like character stories in a world with monsters and like how that affects them. But in my case, it's like a like post-apocalypse and stuff like that rather than like the modern world.
Yeah, whereas for me, I just ask like what fits the story. It's not really big, and then world build from there. Because the original concept for Neos was something like a fallen goddess. Hell, the original design was a lot more lizard-like. If you've seen or read Kaiju number 8, it was more along the lines of that original of the first kaiju that we see in that manga or in that show. It was very similar to that, but I changed it to what is functionally King Caesar with wings and built it from there. And then I thought, okay, where am I going with this story? Well, Greek mythology, high school, because I was in high school when I started the story, and then just built it off of my own experiences, and it kind of went from there. And Vic, you said you had your own story, you had your own things with Pocho's story and all that.
Yeah, like for me, when I usually go monster first. Like I try to think of like a cool concept for a monster and then work a story around them. Like my most recent one is Tentaclism that I showed off in the Discord a while ago. Like
Yeah,
that one, I just really wanted to do a cool monster. Like obviously, like my main inspirations for that were like an octopus, a sea cucumber, and like anything else I can throw in at it. And then like I'm
yeah.
working around a story around that. Like I'd say the design is something I come up with first, the story, and then sometimes it's hard for me to come up with a name for some of these monsters. That's why I always have trouble with.
Yeah. Yeah, the names like Neos, I had so many different names going in. I had Artemix, I had Niximus, I had Nerix, and then Neos was just what I landed on, and it just rolls off the tongue so much better.
I know, like definitely for my names, it's either when designing names, it's either scientific names or there's like a like meaning to them that has like a if you understand like where the roots of the name comes from, they all make sense in that. So like I don't know, with when you think like actually with G-Rex, the name comes from Primeval because the Giganotosaurus in Primeval, because they never had a T-Rex in the original series, was called a G-Rex because they said, oh, it's bigger than a T-Rex, so a G-Rex. And it just sounds super generic. So I'm like, oh, I'm gonna do something that's like an off-brand Godzilla and make it as generic as possible and just like really what's it called? Focus in on that genericism right there.
Yeah.
Where like
Hence you also doing the Gigantus project.
the Gigantus project, interestingly enough, has that is more along the lines of interesting monster first and then story around it. Because there's one short story that I have working on that is essentially Godzilla versus them. And the monsters aren't like the ants like creatures in the story aren't called like thems or anything, but they have like a military designation to them, and I don't think I'm ever going to give them a like actual name. And I think that like outside of them, like the Mutos were another influence on them. And since the Mutos don't technically have actual names, they're just called Mutos. Mm-hmm. And as a result, like the concept of doing Godzilla versus them, and then being like, oh, what if I input the Mutos because they're kind of insect-like, and that all adds to this like this different world, and the different vibe that I had for the Gigantus stuff, which is also different from the Godzilla stuff that I'm working on too, because with the Godzilla monsters, at least in those cases, you're already building off established monsters, but that's like a whole different thing in and of itself.
Yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to try with my own Godzilla AU story, Godzilla Legacy, just trying something different, because outside of like Lost Utopia and Godzilla Neo, there aren't really that many stories that draw from scrapped concepts, and I think it'd just be interesting to see what if these characters that never got to be made light actually got to be made light, and what if we built a story around that, and it's going from there. I haven't really expanded on it all that much because I've been busy with other things, but I'm working on it.
Yeah, I know like the thing is that like I saw some traction on the piece of Kaiju Flash fiction that I worked on. So I was thinking, since I can't really make my own like Godzilla stuff outside of like the channel and stuff, I thought that doing some short story Godzilla stuff would draw it a little bit more views, because then I can make it a little bit more action packed. Whereas with the Odo Island stuff that I've been doing, which has more views overall, is very much more of a slow burn, and it's like trying not to show off Godzilla as much.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that also doing flash fiction, it puts you under the microscope of putting in as much. You have to do as much with as little as possible, and that's what I like about it.
Yeah.
There was something in the art general that I wanted you to see, but ask your question.
Are you planning to do a part 2 of the original Monster stream, like a follow-up on that?
Yeah, I'm gonna probably do another one soon. I just got some projects in the pipeline that I'm working on.
I'll say yeah, I saw that. I love it.
I know you'd like it because I know you like that show. So
yeah. Oh man,
that's a good one.
Yeah. But yeah, on like that original Monster stream, I think just all the pitches that we've done, like not like I've grown a bit of a dislike with God of This World and Destroy All Monsters, but even then there's a lot of stuff in there that I like. And with the Godzilla stuff, I think it's just really cool to share different ideas of what we could do with the character, even if subjectively we may not enjoy it in retrospect, or it's not as fleshed out as it could be.
No, I feel you on that.
Yeah, I think these streams are just my favorites.
I know one thing I'm thinking about doing is I definitely want to do like a write your own 2014. But I'm gonna definitely put in strict restrictions as to like what you can do and what you can't do, so that you're under the same restrictions as Gareth Edwards himself. Cool. So you're gonna have to you will have to use all the same characters and stuff like that.
Cool.
But that is down in the pipeline. Everything is just very hectic at the moment. So
yeah, fair. Yeah, fair. Better late than never, I guess.
Yeah, it's better late than never. Plus, I still have another part of the complete retrospective that's going to be coming out in April/May.
Yeah. Well, in the meantime, we got debates to get after and people to kick the ass of.
Lily Orchard, do it. Make that video.
Honest, we're coming for you.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah. Am I good to join the King of the Monsters debate, Zim? Because I want to be a part of that. Yeah, I would like to, because I think I would be either an in the middle guy, or I think King of the Monsters is pretty okay guy. That's what I think I am.
You could be the jury.
I'm the jury, but in this case, I'd probably have to put you, since it does make for better content if it's a pro/anti. Although, like, just because you're pro/anti, that doesn't mean you have to strictly be like the movie is trash. Like, give your like honest thoughts on things.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah. But I mean, the anti side has Rooney, who stated he doesn't explicitly despise the movie, but he does have some issues with it on a critical lens.
and I know Braden has issues with the film, but likes it still. So,
Yeah.
like,
and CGF just straight up finds it insulting.
well, he's even hit. That's the thing, is that in his video, like his videos on the film, he says that he like likes a lot of it. So, like, he likes it even if it is insulting.
Yeah, it's been. I have not watched his videos on it in quite a while. I think the last time I watched them was when they first released. So, and I don't know if he's changed much of his opinion on that. I know he doesn't have as much energy with the Monsterverse as he had before, which fair enough. Hell, I was considering not joining for this one until Godzilla 2005 pulled the pro nuke argument, and I decided screw it.
Wait, what'd you say? Godzilla 2005? What?
Yeah. He was on the Monarch stream from Sea Monster. He
Oh,
called Cotton pro nuclear, and that ignited the spark.
Okay. That's the LOM video, the LOM stream you guys did?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I haven't watched the LOM stream yet, so.
Yeah. You should probably watch the EFAP one. It was Rags, get out of my head. Stop it. Rags, stop it.
I know definitely what's it called. I wish I was gonna be there for the Hamas or Hamas. Not Hamas, not Hamas. Don't
Not
take
Hamas. No, wrong one.
The Hamas stream, because I would love to play devil's advocate for it, but unfortunately,
I've actually been talking to Rick the Squirrel. He wants to join for the Hannes stream.
Oh, well, let's go. I know he's been talking about it on Twitter, so it's not surprising.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that too. I've been watching a few of his videos. I would say when it comes to Hannes, right? That's his name.
Yeah.
I would say several points of his are valid. I think he's wrong on a lot of things. Probably some more, like, because I think there's a lot of approaches. I would never say it's as bad as, I think I said it earlier in the stream. I don't think his videos are as bad as Platoon's, but they may make a lot of similar mistakes, in my view.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think with GXK, with Hannes's GXK, that thing just crashed and burned at the very end with both the thoughtless, weightless tomfoolery, the Monsterverse can't do a good story, and then the whole Showa era thing with just, good God, man. Yeah.
I think that, like, I understand his arguments, and I'm very not sympathetic, but I am partial to his arguments, and that's why I think I'd like to be part of a stream talking about them, as I can play devil's advocate, because I feel like I can make his arguments but better.
Yeah, fair enough.
Knowing you probably could, Zim.
Yeah. Also, I just like that me screaming "I will send you to Jesus" has just become a thing.
I will send you to Jesus.
I just love that.
Also, what's it called? Another, what's it called? If Antabellini Tortellini ever responds to my video or ever mentions it, I can be like, bro, you're talking about like Roger Ebert hating on kaiju films when the dude would literally get things wrong in American films. Because I was watching Dirty Harry recently, and Ebert's review of Dirty Harry has so many things wrong about the film that are just objectively wrong, that I think that, like, my opinions on Ebert will continue to forever sink more and more.
Yeah, I mean, we all saw his Jurassic Park review.
Mm-hmm.
So that was. I'm still surprised with his review on Gamera Guardian of the Universe. Like, that still caught me off guard. That's still
because I knew about it for a long time. It doesn't, but that's because I've known about it for a long time.
Yeah, but like, that's the weakest of the Heisei trilogy. Not to deny that the movie is good, but like, because it's good, but really, huh?
The weakest.
I mean, I would call it.
I'd have to rewatch the trilogy again. I'm gonna keep it $1.50. Sometimes I think Advent or Revenge are the worst of the trilogy, but I don't know. I'd have to rewatch the trilogy because I have a soft spot for Guardian, especially.
I don't know. I
You
have to
okay,
rewatch them
Minecraft?
all
Because it
again.
sounds like you're either...
Sorry. Kuru's rewatching Cottom right now. And he brought up South America to China. No, the EFAP thing, the EFAP quote that stirred us all. No.
What was it?
So it went from South America to China in its cocoon form, its larva form. Did anyone catch that from Rags? It was it. The reason it ticked us off so much is because that line is, to us, the culmination of what that video is, the summarization of their entire mentality with reviewing Condom. Like, say what you will about EFAP, this was either a great example of bad criticism from them or a massive outlier in their output, or both.
I think it's a massive outlier.
Yeah, because that video was... They consistently talked over the most important bits, consistently portrayed the movie in a bad light, got a lot of things wrong, and it ultimately culminated in that line.
Because, like, the one thing I'll say is that EFAP at the movies, I never really liked that format because, unlike EFAP proper, where they will go on tangents and discuss the plot in more detail, EFAP movies being more free-flowing, they'll just kind of say things and leave them hanging, and I don't think they're done live, or I think they were at one point done live, and then they weren't anymore, and as a result, it's not like they respond to, like, the chat for, like, EFAP, where they don't for, like, EFAP at the movies.
Yeah. It's
unfortunate.
That entire video was functionally torturous to me, and it would take less than a year for another one to hit it, and it was for a film that I liked less. I still love it. It was the Adam Nosferatu one. Did you finish that one, by the way?
No, I have not. I am so behind
Okay.
on, like, so much content.
Okay, because Adam got even more on our nerves.
Well, the thing I'll say is that, like, at least with, like, EFAP tries to be better about their criticism, and they don't always succeed. Where with Adam, I like so much of his content is vapid, and then he ultimately hides behind, like, this idea of, oh, I'm not trying to be like a critic, like a analytical critic. I'm just trying to talk to you like my friend, like your friend at the movies. And it's like, what does that mean? Where at least with, like, EFAP, if you're able to make a compelling enough argument, they most cases concede on that point, and that's why, like, I definitely respect them more.
Yeah, and, like, we talked about the problem with Adam's critique style on that stream itself, where like, friends talk about movies in different ways. Like, I would say a lot of us on the streams are friends, and we all talk about movies in different ways, have different standards for them, and or just different methods of dissecting and criticizing film, as well as just different experience in different mediums.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
I love GVK, and then the rest of you guys are just wrong.
I will massacre you. I will send you to your Emmerich in the sky.
Listen here, buddy. You're on my stream now, so things go differently here. Zach.
Emmerich can suck my balls. Yes, right.
Zim, if you had the chance to talk to him, what would you say? Like, if you genuinely met Emmerich in person.
Oh, wow. Like, you're gonna have to be more specific. You're gonna have to, like, break it down.
Say,
like, how much? Like, do I?
Like,
Is it
say,
like he just comes up to me, or do I get like I'm like a fan of like
like
a
say
meetup or something?
you're at a convention, he's doing a thing, and you get the chance to talk to him.
Like it's like one of those things at the end of a panel where you get to ask a question.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. In this case, I would probably say something to the effect of, yeah. Oh, I would. My question would probably be: my question would be something along the lines of, given that you've said in another event that Godzilla was a film you did not want to make, why was it that you decided to say yes to the project and do everything for like the company to say no to your takes on Godzilla, rather than saying no like you had previously and allowed the film to continue on with a different director, or put your name behind another director like John DeMont, and as a result would have saved you the grief and fans the reaction that they had. Because ultimately, like, do I want to hate Emmerich? No, I do not want to hate Emmerich. But if he did not want to make the film, then if I was in a position where I was asked to make a film about a property I did not care about, but there was someone who did, if I was a big name in Hollywood, I would stand my ground. I'd say, I don't want to do this film. I don't like the property, but if my name means anything and you want me to direct this, let him do it. I think he'll do a good job. And just done that, I would have respected him far more, because at that point I'm like, you don't like it, that's cool with me, that's completely fine, but you're giving someone else the opportunity to then make something of the project.
Yeah.
Okay. Like I'm trying to think of a franchise that like I don't particularly like off the top of my head. That like has multiple directors to it. I don't know, like, because I'm thinking of like any franchise that I actively participate in. I would love to contribute to it in some way, shape, or form. But let's just say hypothetically, I didn't like Star. Actually, you know what? I'm not a big fan of Star Trek. I think Star Trek is okay, but there's not a lot of ideas that I don't think I'd really be suited to a writer's room on Star Trek. Maybe as a one-off episode, but like I really don't think I'd do well for Star Trek. So if someone's like, "Hey, can you direct a Star Trek movie?" I'd be like, "No, I'm not a big fan of Star Trek. I don't really think that like my style or my ideas would translate well to the universe of Star Trek." But I know this director, this team has really been campaigning to be on the project. If what I'm saying means anything, if you're coming to me, let them do it. I think they've got a good shot at it. Mm-hmm. And like, I would be like, what's it called? If you want to make that a press release, make it a press release. It would draw up some hype. And like, if it literally means that like people would hate me for a little bit because I'm saying I don't like Star Trek, I'd rather fans hate me because I don't like what they like, rather than hating me because I wanted to do something with a project, with a property in a way that wasn't faithful to the original property, or in a way that was pleasing to the fans.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah. That would be if I only got like one question. That would be like my one question.
Okay.
Honestly, I would be in a similar boat. I probably would ask like a million different other questions, but that one would be one that if I was seriously having like a talk with him, if I had the chance, that is something I would also ask. Because personally, when I think about that situation, I chalk a lot of it up to circumstance that led to the only reason him doing it or agreeing to do it was with how much liberty he was given.
Well,
I think I think there's a lot of conflict in that.
Yeah, I think there was like a lot of liberty, but also the fact that like I do believe Emmerich has a bit of an ego. So I think honestly, if I worded it as best I could, I think he would give me like a non-answer, and like based on like his own response to Godzilla when he was asked about it, like that Moonfall interview thing. But Yeah, I just think that like the moment he said no and he expressed so much dislike for the IP to begin with, that should have been news to them. Like, let's go find someone else, or you know, let's just give DeBont the shot. Let DeBont do it,
Let
but
him cook.
let the man cook.
Dude had a pretty damn good recipe right there. Why not make the meal and see what happens?
Mm-hmm. And I think that like had it not been in dev hell, the Heisei series would have been different. The Millennium series definitely would have been different. And I will always say this: if a 98 list world means I don't get my two favorite Godzilla movies, then sometimes the strongest choices require the strongest wills. With a
Hardest
snap of my
choices.
fingers, I can
Hardest
snap
choices.
away the 98s from this world.
Yeah, I think.
And then
I think for-
once I'm done, I'll rest and look upon a grateful universe.
I think for me, the question I would have asked Emmerich is, how do you feel about the fallout of your movie with the retrospect of what it ended up being and how people reacted and what it led to?
I don't think he cares. Like, I think that like he's hammed it up a little bit in some interviews, but like Devlin's the one who's cared because Devlin's the one who's made most of the like comments post 98, like because he talked about 2014. I don't think Emmerich's really made any comments about Godzilla 2014 really. I know definitely Devlin was like, oh yeah, well what about my Godzilla? You know, we did our shot, and like I also question Devlin's own, not fan card wouldn't be the right word, but like he's at least historically been colored as the or not colored would be the right word, blackaroonied as the fan of the duo, which I think, given certain interviews across the internet, is put into question. But
yeah, consider both pre and post film is yeesh. But yeah, yeah. Honestly, a part of me does wonder what, like, if given the chance, what would, if like the original concept was given a second chance nowadays, how do you think, how would people react? Because it's like, this never happens. You never get to see, like, say, like the original concept not connected to the Monsterverse, just its own thing. You get the script is brought back. You have the chance to start again. You have Stan Winston. You have pretty much everybody that is still alive that is able to work on this film. What happens? How do the people react?
I know that what's that called? When it comes to that film in the context of the Monsterverse now, I think that, and with the other Godzilla films now, I think it wouldn't be as big of a deal given the fact that the Monsterverse has already happened. But if this was in a world where 98 was gone, 2014, like there wasn't as much of an American Godzilla dry spell, and there wasn't a Godzilla dry spell. I don't know, but like I can tell you this: I literally, go. I'll say my thing after.
Yeah, a part of me does kind of hope that someday that script does get a second chance. I mean, it kind of already did, and we saw what happened. But like if someone, or if like Terry Rossio and Ted Elliott come back to that script and advocate for, hey, let's try this again, or something along the lines, and it actually gets through, I wonder, a part of me wonders how it would turn out.
I think for me, the best case scenario is I would rather, even if we don't get the original Godzilla design for that film, if they just took a lot of the aspects of that script and just made it a Monsterverse sequel, I'd be completely fine with that.
I mean, that's what I did.
Like, yeah. But
still happy. I'm
still happy remember.
Oh,
I can tell you this: I literally had a dream one time where I thought I'd like in the dream I was still awake, and there was a Godzilla channel, like the live streams where they introduced like new figures and stuff, and they pulled out like a Bandai exclusive like Griffin and Godzilla 94 Bandai set, and I remember I like punched the screen because I was so excited. I was like, yeah, let's go,
Dude.
get some.
Dude,
But
I'm still praying for that day.
that like the thing is that like I remember when I woke up like shortly after, and the reason why it took me out was like I know I'd be excited, but I don't think I'd punch my screen over it because I paid a lot of money for this thing.
Honestly, I would.
No, I probably would have like punched my desk or something. I like because I remember when I thought I broke my desk when the Bacon reveal came out because I was not expecting Bacon.
Dude, nobody was. Nobody was.
Yeah.
It's Baggin. That doesn't happen.
Yeah, I was not expecting that. That's the thing is that like the Bacon reveal was probably like one of the main reasons why I was like, we maybe could get a 94 Godzilla and Griffin design because like it was the maquette for that design, and everyone kind of sees that as the design. Not to mention it's in like such a neutral pose that like if like there's no like rights issues or anything, which I don't think there are, Toho could just be like, yo, let's just make it a Bandai, and you'd have that there. Same thing with like the Griffin to a certain degree too.
Yeah. Griffin, I think, would be a little bit more difficult considering, isn't it under the hands of Stan Winston Studios? So they'd have to get the rights to him.
I do know, at least with the original legal agreements with TriStar, I think TriStar did have some kind of stipulation to where they own the likenesses of original characters. So, but it was Godzilla's Godzilla's design and everything else they could do with what they wished. So there's that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
but like
my hope is for something like Monster Arts or Haya to get the rights and do an articulated version. I know Rixen has his, and I might pick one of those up. I'm thinking of getting Clover, but
I know for Rixen, I'm gonna like what's it called when I get some more money aside, I'm gonna get the both of those two. But like at the moment, if we're talking about toys for a split second, the only like figure that I want that's articulated is I want an articulated Odo Island Godzilla. That's like the only thing I want.
I'm still waiting for a TC Nemesis.
Yeah.
I
know my punch the screen moment was definitely when this guy got revealed. Godzilla 98. This was like so many dreams just came true for me there.
Dude, now all we need is Monster Arts to do one. And they have shown interest.
Yeah.
So
because actually now that I'm thinking about it, at this point, all that they haven't done when it comes to the main incarnations are they haven't done 62. They haven't done 60. Well, no, they did do 64. They haven't done 62, 65, 67.
They did do 62. Monster Arts did do 62.
No, I'm talking about Bandai.
Oh, Bandai.
Yeah.
Bandai hasn't done that. Oh.
Bandai hasn't done 62 since the Memorial Box. They haven't done 65 since the Memorial Box. The 68 mold is still the 68 mold hasn't done. They haven't done a retool of it yet. Because there's that old version of the 68, which doesn't really, the face doesn't look the best in my opinion. Like it's fine, but if they ever do an updated 62, not 62, 60, 60, 68, I'll definitely grab it. But they have a 73, they have a 74/75, so really they just need 3 more Godzilla designs, and then they've got all the Showa stuff because they already have. The thing is that I bet you 65 is the next Showa Godzilla to get revealed because they have the version that's doing the Shie dance. And the only differences to a regular standing one are going to be the arms and the legs. Just give it, just retool the arms and retool the legs. You have a just standard Bandai one, which if that gets revealed before G-Fest, then I'm like, now I have another Godzilla I'm going to have to fit in my suitcase.
We got Giant Condor before we get Godzilla 62.
I know.
Dude, exactly. I still can't get over that win. I still can't get over that.
No, I'll tell you, I'm not surprised at all. I'm not surprised at all because anytime you get you get US fans involved in any poll, they will automatically always choose the stupidest or the memeiest option because it is purely because it's funny. I'm sorry because
that doesn't stop it from being funny. That doesn't stop it from being funny.
I just don't find it funny because like how many of y'all are actually going to buy it? And if it ever got out that like they did the vote and like there was a significant like lack of product pushed because the people who voted for it actually didn't buy it, that would piss me off because I'm like, if you're not gonna buy it, then why vote for an actual product at that point?
I know I'm gonna buy it because like
I know,
Some
when
like
people are
are
just
you gonna get a
crazy
giant
about the
Condor
meme.
figure?
They just want the meme.
they just want the meme because they want the satisfaction of the fact that the meme pick won. And like, but yeah, so there's only 3 Showa Godzillas left. They've done all the Heisei designs essentially because they have the Ghidorah design, which they essentially used as the 89 design as well. So they have that, and then the 94 design is essentially Batagoji slash Batagoji all the way to Space Godzilla. So they have all the Heisei designs, since they also have 84, and then they have we have 98. They have 2000, which 2000, 99 to 2000 are essentially the same design, unless they want to do a retool of that figure, which they haven't done yet, and I don't think they're ever going to do. But if they do, cool, I guess. But they have 99 2000. They have GMK. They have the Kiryu Goji. They could retool it, but they have to give it the chest scar, and then they have Final Wars. They have all the legendary designs, and they even did one with the Condom design without the glowing spine. So there's that. Ultima's got all his. Earth had all his. So yeah, it's literally just Showa that needs like a few more designs left.
And that's if they want to go a bit further with like comics shows. Dude, Hanna-Barbera.
Have they? That's the thing, is that they've never done like shows outside of Gunsy.
Yeah, true. But like Zilla being a thing, they could step into at least Godzilla the series.
I would hope for like a new mold of that. I think a recolor would be fine for GTS. I want a baby Godzilla for 98. I think that would be cool.
Yeah.
Of course, I would want that.
I mean, like, what's it called?
I think my wish for MMS would be Crystalak and Obsidius. Never gonna happen, but
that's
please.
That's a long shot and a half.
I mean, we got Bagan.
Yeah, but like Bagan was also like Toho property too. Like he was a scrap concept, but he was also Toho property, which is why he was always the easier option. Plus, he also had that working model as well.
True.
I think if
we'll see.
Actually, if I want anything from like the Toho library, probably maybe the Yogg trio. That'd be nice. I like the Yogg trio.
Cool. Doesn't Ghidorah already have one?
No, does he?
I swear Ghidorah has one. Was it YMSF or was it YMSF?
Yeah, I just looked up MMS Ghidorah and there's nothing. So, because remember there was the MMS virus, so we know.
I know Vera's got one. I think it was the YMSF then. I'm getting confused with that then. So I remember seeing a Ghidorah figure like that.
Yeah, because I do know that the Yogg trio, usually they end up in like the statue lines, and as a result, like you're always able to get all 3 of them together like that. But
I've seen a few Safubi things. I think some new, some old.
Like the Marmot type.
I know it's like I think so.
Like the ones that have like all the multiple like wacky colors to them and stuff.
I think so, yeah. Because I know when I worked the Godzilla store, I know we had a few of like some of these bigger, like either clear with like glitter or different colors of Fubis. I know some of them were in there. I know Ghidorah was. I was surprised. Yeah,
Ghidorah always gets them. If there's any one of the 3 that always gets it, it's Ghidorah, followed by Kamibus, and then Ganymedes is always the like one that gets lacking.
Yeah, poor Ganymedes.
Yeah, just discount Ebera, sadly.
Yeah, I think my backup option for an MMS figure, if Crystalak and Obsidius are off the table, then Dogora.
Dogora would be fun too, yeah.
I would love a Dogora.
One option that's like an easy retool, but they probably wouldn't do it, is fake Godzilla, because they did the Bandai Premium fake Godzilla, and they had that because that was the 5 stage where it had regular fake Godzilla, the half transition glittery Mecha Godzilla, half glittery Mecha Godzilla, then full reveal Mecha Godzilla.
Yeah.
Oh, let's not forget about the fact that the Cybok Godzilla had a
Oh man, I
that
forgot
got
they
a
did that.
mountain. Yeah.
God. When did we
Oh,
get a
another what's it
storyboard?
called? Another monster I completely forgot about that had that got where was it? I just saw it. Where was that? I swear to God Almighty. Hiya. It'll probably come back to me in a second.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of what else I would want. What do you want?
What do I want? Oh, Baby Godzilla. That's what it was.
Baby Godzilla.
Oh yeah.
Baby Godzilla hasn't got a new one recently. Minions got
they
a
just
new one.
recently did Little Godzilla, but Baby hasn't been done yet.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But I do know that at least when it came to the last poll, the other thing too is that like I'm happy that at least with Condor gone, they removed the meme pick. So like if I didn't get the Yogg trio, which is unlikely because they want to do probably all 3 as like a set, then probably Showa Mogera since he was on that list. Showa Mogera and Desghidorah.
Showa Mogera would be cool. Desghidorah, yes, please. I would love to have a Desghidorah figure. Granted, I would prefer an articulated one. Monsterverse, what are you doing? But please, Desghidorah.
Yeah, as a meme, I think they should put Skeleturtle next.
I swear to God, if Skeleturtle actually ends up in that
it's gonna happen, man.
I'm
it's
going
gonna
to
happen.
The war crimes I would commit.
You're gonna be on international television, my friend.
Literally, like if you vote for Skeleturtle, it is halal. Just remember that it is halal.
Imagine Griffin's on that vote.
I'll take Griffin. I would take Griffin over Skeleturtle. Come on, I'm sorry.
I think everyone. I think like the moment Griffin gets on that poll, I think everyone would just say, "Oh, yes." It's like it's another.
Did Maguma ever get one?
What?
Did Maguma ever get one?
No, Maguma hasn't been on them yet. I'd take Maguma too.
I would want one.
Yeah, Maguma would be neat.
I would want a Maguma.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of other monsters. Like if they decide to go into the comics, I'd like to see what was the final boss of Rulers of Earth?
Megillah,
that one. MMS Megillah would be gigantic.
Yeah, that's the thing is that like they'd have to scale it down, which I'm fine with.
Yeah. Like Titanic Creations talked a while ago about doing a 2-scale Megillah if they had the possibility. Dude would be huge.
What would be you get 2 picks for a non Godzilla monster to end up in the MS series because they already do Gamera and they do Ultraman to some degree in certain cases.
You know my answer. You already know my answer.
It's Nemesis, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, I was like, okay, wait, no, I already know what your answer is. What about you, Vic?
Okay, so it could be any monsters, like 2 monsters.
We'll just do 1. I'll do. We can just keep going. So we'll do 3 for all of us, and we'll just make it a round robin. So Vic, you can go.
For me, it would be Lizzie from Rampage.
Really?
The movie. Yeah, movie version. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
In that case, I would probably do Bandai Movie Monster Series Yongari. I'm sorry.
Yes. Which one?
The original, obviously.
Okay. I mean, Reptilian wouldn't be bad either.
I'm just not a big fan of the design, but like if they had one, I'd buy it. I'd buy it for I'd represent.
Yeah. So like going around. So if Nemesis is already taken, then Raiga. I'd probably go with Raiga or Raigo, one of them.
I'd take one of those. Yeah, I'd do it.
Hell, maybe a dual pack of the 2.
That'd be fine. I'd be down for a dual pack.
Trying to think. Because let's see, what would I want? Another one. So I said Lizzie. What's another movie monster I really like? I'm trying to think of one that I really like because there's a lot of niche monsters that I think I would want to go for a movie monster series figure, but trying to think through my room. What do I have that I want? Uh, let's go with the Dune Sandworm from like the original film,
Ooh.
first film.
Okay.
Ooh. The original version?
Yeah,
Hmm.
I've always
That's
been a fan of that design.
interesting.
I had like that old school figure. I forget what company made it, but I had that one when I was a kid.
I know for me, Bandai movie monster series Rhedosaurus.
Yes, please.
Ooh, oh, that's a good one.
Oh
That's a
my
good one.
god. Oh my god,
Yeah.
Rhedosaurus would be so good. Then for my third pick, Clover. I had to choose Clover. It's just the one figure is $1,000 and it's really painful to find. Thank you, Rick San. Thank you, Rick San. You have saved us.
That is true. There is that one figure that like it's the only one you can get if you want a Clover figure. Yeah.
Yeah, I know
I
several
want to
people who got
say,
that. I know several people who
I
have
think
that
I've
thing.
seen it in person once on my last
I
trip to New Mexico. I think I saw it in a toy store,
Of course, the
and
only
it
way
was
you're
like
gonna
a
find
thousand
it's in
bucks.
New Mexico. Or
God
not New
damn
Mexico,
it,
just
dude.
Mexico.
Uh, yeah, Clover. Everyone is begging Titanic Creations to do one of him, and yes, please. But yeah, MMS Clover. That's my third pick.
Vic,
Is how good is the quality for Titanic Creations and such?
it's pretty good.
They are slowly improving over time. Their Polgazari is an improvement quality wise over Yongari. Yongari was good, but it suffered from a lot of loose joints, especially the tail.
Yeah,
Polgazari feels hefty. He feels like a Haya figure.
I think the
At
thing with Paul Gasari is that his body naturally allows for it to be more like sturdy because it's more human shaped than Yongari is to a degree.
Yeah. I mean, we'll have to see what they do with Titanicus. So
I bet the
I've
reason why they
honestly,
waited on Titanicus is specifically because like people wanted these licensed monsters, but also so that they can experiment so that when they make Titanicus, they make it really well. Since it's a original monster, they're gonna need to make sure it's really good for people to buy it.
yeah. And now they're dropping a city
I've
pack.
honestly never really delved into that universe. I
The
only ever watched
Titanicus universe.
the Dangerville. Yeah,
I'm
I only ever watched
gonna.
it.
I know before G Fest, I will be doing. I want to do an interview with them.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think I've met their people a few
I've met
times
their
at
people.
different
Yeah.
conventions.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
they're
talked with
cool
them a little
people.
bit at G-Fest, so I
Yeah.
tried to get a picture with them, but I couldn't get a good shot.
Yeah. No, they're
all right.
good ones.
Yeah.
But Vic, your turn.
Oh, for another MMS.
Yeah, because we're doing 3.
Doing 3. All right. So let's see, Lizzie, Sandworm. I would want. Hmm, let me think. What? Okay, since you completely stumped me with like the classic monsters too, because there's I know there's. Oh, just for the heck of it, the giant claw.
You know what? I
Just for the heck
appreciate
of
the
it.
fact that I didn't have to say it, so I'm good. I'm happy about that.
Okay, but your turn.
Hmm. Ooh, my final like. There's one monster I'm thinking of, but it's a Godzilla related monster, so I'm not gonna say it. But in this case, only because of the fact is that he's technically appeared alongside Godzilla, but he's not a Godzilla monster. And if Toho was gonna make a movie monster series of this monster, they'd actually have a lot more liberty to do what they wanted with it, and that would be Cthulhu.
Oh,
Yeah.
damn, nice. A part of me was expecting you to say Rawa, but Cthulhu. Okay. Cool.
Rawa is good, and another one I had on my mind, but I'd probably be like, I'd maybe do a Titanic Creations one, would be Gappa or Gorgo. One of the two. I know Gorgo they already did, but
Yeah, Gappa they've showed interest in. For
yeah.
me, like if I were to do another one, it would be the Troll from the recent
Troll?
from 2022. Yeah, Troll.
Mm.
That one.
Troll from Troll.
Yeah, because
I
I actually
know
really liked that movie.
it would never probably happen, but if they did a Bandai C-Rex, I'd probably grab it. Because
Oh
I
my.
think that because I know Virus and I think it was Virus or Jagger, one of the two had a little appendage thing that kind of like came out of the figure itself. You could do that for Sea
Gatos had
Monster.
that. Gatos
Which
had
one?
that. Gatos from Ultraman Blazar. He had a thing where his,
No, but that wasn't part of like the movie Monster Series. That was like part of the Figma line.
oh
But I do
okay.
know, I thought it was one of the Gamer monsters, but maybe it was Gatos I was thinking of. But like if they did that for C-Rex's tentacles, I'd love that.
Yeah.
That or Chameleon, one of those two.
Oh, Chameleon would be
Yeah.
cool. Chameleon would be cool. Honestly, I would go for the entire lineup at that point. It's like it's Godzilla the series. There's a wide variety of monsters you can play with here. Plus collectors would go nuts for that. And it opens the door to the other cartoons. They could probably reach for the Hanna-Barbera one if they wanted.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of like since it's not movie monster series, but like like the reaction line.
Yes.
If there's any monster you wanted from the reaction line, what would it be?
Ooh, this can be for Godzilla too.
It could be, well, it's solely Godzilla that they do, so yeah.
Oh right, yeah. For the reaction line, tough question. So there's a lot of good ideas. They're so wasn't it like they do like 80s style action figures for these characters? Okay, so assuming it's like 80s or 90s, I can only do
So
that.
think like Star Wars Kenner type of thing, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I've messed with a couple of those. I don't have one, but I've messed with them. Ooh, that is a tough one. I would probably go with Zone Fighter. Yeah, Zone Fighter.
No, they can do that as a pretty easy retool for Jet Jaguar. Yeah. No, he definitely counts.
Yeah. It's like
so what were we picking?
Zone Fighter hasn't really gotten any figures recently, and that kind of sucks.
Yeah. And it's what's it called? It's Godzilla monster for the Godzilla reaction line.
This is tough for me because honestly, when it comes to the sculpt of the reaction line, the one thing I don't like about most of their Godzilla figures is the short tail. Just because I think proportionally it looks weird. But I love the sculpts, which is why I have a few. When it comes to monsters, like Godzilla monsters, I think I would really want to see. Who haven't they done? Godzilla 2000 is one I know I want to see.
I'd vibe with that.
Yeah.
I know for me, I know exactly which one I'm gonna do.
Which one?
Easy pick. 1957 Anguirus to go along with the 1957 Godzilla that they did, because since they grayscaled the 57 Godzilla, and it's not like kind of brownish like they say it is, at least in like the audio commentaries for Raids Again about those suits. The Anguirus was apparently like emerald green, so I would love for them to just do like a reissue of the 55 Anguirus figure, but just have it be like the hypothetical emerald green colors. That'd be super cool.
Yeah, I still find that interesting because Anguirus was supposed to be the NES Monster of Monsters game, but he was scrapped. And sprites, those were more accurate than Anguirus following that, which is interesting to me. And I'm pretty sure that was And I'm pretty sure that was pure coincidence too.
I think it is just coincidence.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would love to see a what's it called, a 57 Anguirus, just to go with their 57 Godzilla, because it just completes that set, and I know they can just do it.
Yeah.
Because I've been thinking, I'm like, if I see a Anguirus 55 at GFest, I might pick it up.
Yeah. And then I think completing the trifecta, Monster Arts. Which one did you go for?
I really want to say 94 Godzilla, but I know probably unlikely.
Oh.
But I would probably say Odo Island Godzilla then. That would be my pick. But if I can't do if I can't make it a actual Godzilla, then either no, because I was gonna say Baragon, but I already have a Baragon, so then I'm like, that's not really something I'd have to worry about. Maybe Varan. Varan would be really fun for a movie monster series.
Varan would be sick. For me, I think my pick would actually be shit, I'm trying to think here. Orga. Easily.
Orga would be fun, yeah.
Easily. They're doing a G2K, G90, G Megaguirus, so why the hell not?
Yeah. I'd be fine with that too.
So
I don't know. For me, it's hard to pick because outside of the obvious, like 98 that I would want, I think the next best thing I would actually pick up, it's hard for me to say. Like, unless they, what would they need to do? Trying to think. Yeah, it's hard for me to pick. I also don't really know much of what they've done before.
They've
Or
done
if they would
all
do
essentially
anything
all of
else.
Heisei at this point.
All of Heisei?
Essentially. I think they're like missing like 84, for example.
Yeah. It's weird to me that Monster Arts has not yet touched 84. Like, that's bizarre. It's just bizarre to me. But like, they've done every single Millennium Goji and half of the Kaiju in the Millennium Era, I think. No, not even half.
Yeah. They haven't done really like any of the Final Wars monsters except for like Monster X and Gigan.
Yeah, and and they didn't even do Kaiser yet. So
I don't think they're gonna do Kaiser.
Oh yeah, no. Yeah, that thing's about as likely as Orga.
Honestly, I'm surprised they haven't done Kaiser yet, because Kaiser seems like a easy pick.
Yeah, dudes, like, they've done Monster X already. Why not go a step further and complete the thing? So like, and they were willing to retool Gigan, so why not?
Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't. Like, I hope they do Megalon next. Megalon would be really fun.
Oh, Megalon would be great. We just got Showa Gigan, so get his partner in.
And then was there an SH Monster Jet Jaguar?
Yes,
I think they
did.
Yeah.
Jet Jaguar.
Yeah, so they just need Megalon, really.
Yeah.
I understand they don't have like the exact Godzilla, but
I mean,
just give us Megalon and we're good.
72 is a pretty good substitute itself. The suit is pretty much pretty damn close. But yeah.
I think probably Gorosaurus. Did they ever do one for him?
No. Gorosaurus is kind of a long shot, unfortunately. I'd love to see it, but
yeah, he's like, it's not that hard of a design to pull off.
I think that's probably one of the reasons why they just haven't done it, because like it's an easy design to pull off, but they're not sure how many people would actually like pick it up. Same thing is that like I would love to see because I don't have a whole lot of them. Like Kong figures, that is, and I don't have any of the Monsterverse Kong designs. as movie monster series. But like if they did a 33 Kong, I would totally be down for that. Especially if they did like all the dinosaurs to go with it. Like if they did a like Kong 33 sets,
then maybe
I would be
if they did like, I think then maybe if they did like a sequel set for Son of Kong, I think that'd just be absolutely incredible.
yeah,
Two
but then I'm
separate
like,
32 sets.
that's the question is like, would like that one I'm not sure of as much because like in Kiko set it's the dragon and the bear. It's been a while since I've seen Son of Kong. Because
Like, or you could just combine the two.
like Kiko could literally just be added to the Kong set.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of like what was actually like what outside the dragon and the bear, what else did he fight in his movie? Oh, there's a sea serpent and a Styracosaurus.
Yeah.
But like, yeah,
I think what I'd really like is like a nice retro sword figure. Cause I would love a Goanji figure or a meat eater, and like in any line, I guess. But MSS I think would be really cool for like some soft vinyl retro sword figures. I think
I
that would
would
be like
love that. Yeah,
one thing I want.
that was the one thing
like
is that why I liked Rebor when like they were still like releasing their figures, but like I didn't have any money at the time to get those, and then when I had, they stopped like releasing them, which is unfortunate.
Damn.
Because they had the Mesozoic Rhapsody. It was like a Charles R. Knight looking retrosaur, and I was like, yes, I will take that. I will take all of that, please. But I bet there's like maybe like Big Bag Toy Store or something's probably still selling them. I want to check.
Yeah.
I think just having a retrosaur figure in some way, shape, or form, even if it isn't from a film or like from a fiction film, I really want the Rex from Ghost of Slumber Mountain. I really want that, not just because it's like the Ghost of Slumber Mountain. I think this was like the first
Willis O'Brien
fiction
project. Yeah,
the first, not just the first Willis O'Brien project, but one of the first fiction pieces to involve dinosaurs. But
I think Brute Force.
also,
I think Brute Force was earlier, and so
well,
was
it's
Dinosaur
one
and
of-
the Missing
it's
Link.
one
But
of
like
the-
one of them, yeah.
Yeah, and I also just generally like the design of the Rex in that. Like, it's oddly satisfying. Hell, it's oddly cute.
Yeah, the thing for me in that case is that like with the Ghost one, I'm like, I'd get it, but like it just feels like a less refined meat eater, which is when I'm like, at that point, I just want to grab a meat eater, since I think that like one that'd be, it would be a bulkier figure anyway, and I think that like that would just suit the line better. But that's just me.
Yeah, I think it's just the novelty. Plus, I kind of prefer the Ghost design over the Meat Eater. They're both good, but I kind of prefer the Ghost one. It's, again, like I said, it's oddly cute.
For me, one retrosaur figure I would really want, just because it's one of my childhood favorites, is Sharptooth from Land Before Time. Yeah, but like a nice figure of him, I think would be really cool.
That'd be cool.
Another thing I would like would be, I've been thinking about getting the X Plus one, but I don't have any room for any more X Plus. Is the Ceratosaur from Million Years BC?
Yeah. I think for another option, since you brought up Land Before Time and animated content, I'd love to get the Rex from Rite of Spring, if possible.
That'd be fun, yeah.
Yeah. I think that's probably one of my favorite animated Rex designs in general. It's just like, I think both Sharptooth and Rite of Spring Rex are really good looks. I think Sharptooth is a little bit of a downgrade in comparison to that.
I think I'm like looking at them side by side. I think Sharptooth has a more cartoony face compared to the Rite of Springs design, but I think I like Sharptooth's proportions better.
Yeah, purport. Yeah, I agree with that. They both do their job well.
I think another one I'd
Yeah.
like would be the Lost Worlds T-Rex / Allosaur. That'd be really nice to have, like
Oh,
that
yes,
in like an
please.
Agathalamus.
Yes, please.
Those would be very nice to have together.
Yes, please. Just a general set of the Lost World dinosaurs would be interesting. I'd also like the Planet of Dinosaurs Rex.
Yes, that'd be
That,
good too.
that
Even though the it's got wonk proportions. The land unknown T-Rex, I'd still grab that just because I love its head. It's a really good head design.
that thing is so funny. That thing is just so funny.
Ooh. Yeah, that's a cool one. I also want the T-Rex from The Last Dinosaur. That's another favorite of mine.
I know Creature Preacher has a 3D printed one that you can order, I think, from him.
Yeah, I've ordered some stuff from him. He does some good work.
Yeah.
But that's one. And just to go further on the dinosaur things, another childhood nostalgia one I want is Big Al from and then I think even more of the Walking with Dinosaurs ones.
I remember when that toy line was a thing. I never got any of them, unfortunately.
Yeah. A part of me would like to see if I could get my hands on some of the Primal Rage ones, or if I'm hoping that Primal Rage could get a revamped toy line or just Redux in some way, if possible.
Yeah.
Because God.
The one thing that is disappointing too about the Walking with Dinosaurs toy line is the fact that the Allosaurus they use is the one from Time of the Titans rather than the Battle of the Big Al, so it has the more wonkier looking head, unfortunately. They also had a Postosuchus in that line, which I really wish I had gotten. Because it had that line had Othnielia or Dryosaurus, Iguanodon, Polacanthus, Ankylosaurus, Stegosaurus, Torosaurus, Utah Raptor, Tyrannosaurus, Ophthalmosaurus, Liopleurodon, Allosaurus, and Postosuchus.
I'm wondering what they're going to do with the Walking with Dinosaurs remake or revival.
I know they showed off, I think.
Yeah, they showed off some images of what it's going to look like, and
it was either I know they had like new Tyrannosaurs in it. They weren't T-Rex itself. At least I know some of them weren't, and I think it was like Lithrinax or Bison of Venador.
Yeah, I think so.
Which I think, even looking at them, I thought that the skull shape was kind of off. Because I think I'm trying to remember which one it is, but I think Lithrinax is the one, and I know Lithrinax has this skull shape for T-Rexes that like is really deep and it kind of looks like an Abelisaur, and I love it.
Yeah. Also, in response, also with the circling back to the MMS thing real quick, new Hedora one was announced.
What was that?
A new Hedora MMS was announced. Check Canucks server. You're in that.
Oh, yeah, but what's it under? Is it
Check This Figure Shit out?
Check This Figure Shit.
Yeah, Collector of Toy Shit. That one.
How far back is it? Is it like recent?
Oh, it's the new one.
Oh, it's a new color.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Kind of like the color scheme on that one.
I have like what's it called? I had that original Bandai Hedera. I have the like the somewhat walking the hunched Hedera, and I'm good when it comes to the other Heteras. I don't really need more Heteras at the moment.
Yeah.
But I
think with other dinosaurs, I do actually have a figure of it. I got it at a thrift store, the Disney Carnotaur.
I do have that one or at least a toy of it, but it's upstairs, like in my attic, I think.
Yeah, I think it's for me. It's somewhere in the basement at home, so I'll have to find it. I'd like to have an articulated figure of that in a similar style to the Hammond collection, because Hammond collection's Carno blew me the hell away. That thing's amazing. Still waiting to go to Hammond collection and Dominus.
One thing I'm thinking about getting, but I probably want to get like myself, is unless someone like bought it for me, would be like the Hammond Collection Giga.
Oh yeah, Kuru has that. He said it's pretty good, and I've heard
Is
a
it-
lot of other good
It
things.
looks like it's big. That's the other issue.
Yeah, it's big.
But
It
it is pretty
is.
big.
It is. It's not as big as you'd think, but it is big.
I'll tell you this right now. My favorite dinosaur of the Jurassic World series is the Giga.
Yeah.
I know everyone
I
hates
love
it.
the Giga. I love it.
The Giga is like the 98 when it comes to Godzilla, when it comes to like Jurassic World designs. But like I love it.
Yeah. I mean,
Everything's the 98 TSM.
No,
I
incorrect.
mean, I know a lot of people have a bit of a disdain for the Indominus, but honestly, I rewatched Jurassic World recently, and honestly, I think it kind of works.
The
A
Indominus
similar-
works fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's not explicitly a hybrid, but I would describe it in a similar. It works in a similar way as to why GMK's design works. Aside from the obvious malicious posture, it also looks like a ghost. It looks like the spirit of what the populace thinks dinosaurs are is still haunting the park, and the curse of the park is still very much there, despite the fact that, hey, it's finally working. They actually got it up and running.
I think for me, when it comes to the Indominus, it works fine because it's not like the D-Rex in the sense where it is literally just a abomination and it doesn't look anything like a dinosaur. It looks enough like a dinosaur that if someone was to say like, oh, this was totally a real dinosaur, no one would bat an eye at it. And I think that's the point. And also like the cynical nature of the whole conception of the I-Rex. And I think that works to the strength of the film. Yeah. The Indoraptor, I think, is the same concept, but just worse. And that's why I don't like the Indoraptor.
The Indoraptor aesthetically, I think, has a lot of things going for it, but it just fumbles a lot of the execution because everything it exists purely because of spectacle and stakes.
And then the Scorpius, I think, is a little too lanky.
Yeah. I have not finished Camp Cretaceous, but I have seen enough of the Scorpius Rex. Yeah. I think if it was something like Ultimasaurus, then it probably would have been a bit too much with... Like, if it was Ultimasaurus instead of Indominus, it probably would have been a bit much. I do like Ultimasaurus conceptually, but, like, that does not fit for what Jurassic World is trying to be.
I think, like, the Ultimasaurus really does only work if you send the Jurassic series into, like, the totally tubular 90s type direction. And I think the series is unfortunately past that, and it's not trying to capture that aesthetic. And as a result, the Ultimasaurus just doesn't work. Yeah. But I will defend the D-Rex. I think that, like, the idea of creating like an abomination simply because they could is something I'd expect scientists to make. And I think that, like, if the entire series has always been about the abuse of genetic power, then just a pure movie monster was always going to be the inevitable conclusion to that. Like, let's just have it once and then be done with it. It's the same thing as, like, I've always kind of liked the idea of the dinosaur men from the Scrap Jurassic 4 project. But I do know that, like, that's highly controversial. Yeah, and like, how to implement it would always be challenging.
I don't really like the idea, especially for Jurassic World with the context of everything surrounding Jurassic World. It just feels like too much. It just feels like a massive bridge too far. At least the Indominus, like you said, looks like an actual dinosaur.
But that's the thing, is that, like, with the Scorpius doesn't work for me because it was, like, the antagonist of a, like, long-running TV show Where in the case of like Dino Men or the D-Rex, I want if they appear as like a one-off story or in one movie and then they are killed off and we like never touch it again, and like they objectively are like, we will do this once and we will kill off all of them so we never like tackle this again, I am completely fine with them doing that, because like I think that's fine. And if like we just stick to dinosaurs, that's completely fine with me too. After that, like do it once because I think that the story fits, but outside of that, no.
Yeah, say what you will about the Giga, that thing was a bit of a nice break. And even
It
then,
was
it was
like
an antagonist.
The funny thing is that like the Giga, despite being hyped up as like the Joker of dinosaurs,
God, I hate that line.
Is the most like natural villain in the series.
Yeah, exactly.
The dude literally was like, "Bro, I just got someone else introduced into my habitat. I'm just, standing on business." And you know what happens? I get shivved for it.
Yeah.
They killed
and I
me
really
because he
like
spoke
the
the truth.
I think it's one of my favorite dinosaurs in that movie, probably. And my favorite dinosaur in the Jurassic World series is the Allosaurus, just because Allosaurus has always been like one of my favorite dinosaurs. And I really love the Battle of Big Rock design.
Battle of Big Rock.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that one catches a lot of flack from what I've seen. I don't think. Have you guys seen that? Not many people like the Battle of Big Rock design for the Allosaurus. I think
really?
I love it.
I've heard people really like it.
That I think don't like it.
There's a section of people who don't like every design in the Jurassic series. So
yeah, people still bitch about its inaccuracies.
Yeah. I remember when people were like, I'm not sure how much we're able to swear on your streams, Vic, but like, the amount of people like, huh?
Oh, feel free to. I mean,
oh, okay. So like the amount of people who dick rode the Allo design, like the accuracy types, was crazy for a while, and then they all just started to turn on it later on. Like they were like, "Oh my gosh, the skull looks like an Allosaurus. Oh my gosh, the wrists aren't pronated, bro. We're so back." It's like, dude, it's like a good design, but like, it still pretty much is in line with the Jurassic World's aesthetic. It's just they did a little bit better. Like, do not ride this man's meat that hard. I'm sorry. Like, if you're gonna gluck gluck, like at least gluck gluck for good reasons. But like the Carnotaurus was always my favorite design from Jurassic World besides the Giga.
Yeah. Same here. Cool. I like partially biased because Carno is my favorite dinosaur, but I was quite impressed with how well they handled Carno's design. How just Carno in general I really quite liked. Would I have liked to see more of him? Yes. Am I satisfied with what we got? Yes.
That's the thing is that like like Cerrato and Carno are like my two favorites. They kind of go neck and neck, and we kind of got robbed of a good Cerrato design because of JP3, where it just kind of looks like a odd looking T-Rex with a horn on it.
Yeah.
And the thing is that the Jurassic World games though give it a really good design, even though they keep the colors consistent to JP3, which I love. Even though it still kind of has a T-Rex looking face, it like the horn isn't as pointy, and the top front of the face doesn't slope as much compared to the JP3 design. So like that's one thing I like about. But with Carno, I think across the board, Carno's always just had really good designs to it.
Yeah, it's like, to me, it's kind of difficult to screw up Carnotaurus because it's such a simple but workable like build. That's not to say people haven't tried, but it's not easy. And then I think my second favorite, prehistoric creature at this point for that appeared in the Jurassic World films would be Mosa. I really like the Mosasaur. I've grown to really like the Mosasaur in retrospect.
I'm like trying to think. I think speaking of Carno, I think the only Carnos I can think that just were okay and not great was like the Terra Nova ones. Yeah. Those weren't the best.
Sorry. It's like I'm looking this one up. Oh yeah.
It's not bad. It's just
it's lanky. It's
Well,
really lanky.
Carno's always been a lanky animal, but like
I know, but like even for Carnotaurus, this just looks lanky.
mhm.
What is that?
I hate the fact that
Yeah.
this Carno's lanky, but then he also has like a really, really long neck, so he has like a very snaky look to him.
It just
Where
looks starved.
give my man something to eat.
Yeah. And then you have the beauty that's the prehistoric planet one. Poor guy. Poor guy.
I think like that design's okay. I think it's probably the most accurate Carno that we have. But I would still probably say that like Jurassic World's probably my favorite out of like all interpretations I can think of, probably followed by Disney's Dinosaur with Ace from Dinosaur King being like my third.
Yeah. I swap those two partially because of nostalgia for Disney's Dinosaur. That film and Jurassic World were to me what Jurassic Park was to others.
I think it's like for me it's the case where it's like I love Disney's Dinosaur, like that's such a big part of my childhood, but the Carno and Jurassic World's just a little bit more accurate, just a tiny bit more. But it's not like it's not trying to be super absolute accurate exactly like Prehistoric Planet is.
Yeah, neither side was trying to be accurate, and honest to God, I think for Dinosaur it works in its favor because Dinosaur is already like aesthetically it was never going to be accurate. So why not just run with making Carnotaurus this devil, for lack of a better term?
I like his tail. His tail has always been the big thing.
For me, it's the color scheme. I think the red, like when I think of Carnotaurus, it's just red or just warm colors in general. I always think of warm colors with Carno.
Yeah, red, orange, but Ace being blue always like made me impartial to blue for Carno.
Wasn't Ace purple? Or am I getting it wrong?
It's like blue with purple.
I'm looking this up. Oh yeah, yeah, purple with some gold streaks or yellow streaks and yellow horns.
Mm-hmm. With dinosaur designs, like for me, I can take it or leave it. When it comes to fiction, like accuracy, I can take it or leave it, but I would prefer more like stylized designs. Yeah. Like a notion I mentioned earlier.
Oh my gosh!
What?
I just found there is it's probably there's no way you're gonna get it. I found a like vinyl Chibi Ace figure.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna send that into what's it called? Wish I'd put this.
In general, I guess.
I guess main general, yeah. Chibi Ace. I might have to put new channels in for things.
Oh wow!
I know. Look at that
collector. I think you should probably do a collector's channel.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god, that is adorable.
I like what's it called? I'm super tempted now to be like, yo.
Impulse buy it.
Not impulse
temptation.
It's $69 and it's only 5.4 inches, 5.5 inches.
Nice.
Oh my gosh, no.
Oh my god. That's so cute.
Oh jeez. And it's like 179 from this like other buyer and it's like scuffed up too. Ugh. Oh, wow. I really want it.
I was never super into Dinosaur King growing up. I did like watch it from time to time. And I thought it was pretty cool. I was never super into it.
I'd only heard of it recently. I haven't watched it yet. I might watch it.
It wasn't on it was on I forget which channel was Dinosaur King on. I know it was in on the main channels. What's Dead Dinosaur King air on? On the it was Fox. So it was I
sounds right.
Not all my cable packages always had Fox. That was a big thing.
So you never watched Godzilla the series?
Not on TV. Only when I was out of the country.
Huh. Interesting.
See, that's why you're not on that Godzilla 98 chain, the right path. You missed
No,
out on everything.
I wasn't what's it called? I wasn't inducted into it. I didn't have any. I came in with no nostalgia, so therefore I'm unbound. Just what's it called? Anytime someone says like, "Oh, you're blinded by nostalgia for Godzilla," you came in with 54 or Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla. I'd be like, "Bitch, I came in with Godzilla's Revenge. That was my introduction to Godzilla. I would hear none of this slander from anyone."
I came in with Godzilla versus Mothra 64.
Exactly. Like people be like, "Oh, you came in with like Godzilla versus the Thing or King Kong versus Godzilla or the Heisei stuff." Nah, I came with Godzilla's Revenge.
Widely
No,
considered
I
one of
was
the
raised right
weakest
on
movies.
98. 98 for life. That's how I was raised.
Sounds like child abuse.
That's how I was introduced. No, Zoom. You
That's
don't
not.
understand.
I don't know child abuse.
No.
No, you missed out. That's what happened to you.
Nah, that sounds like child abuse. I'm sorry. What's it called?
No,
Bad
no.
boy, I'll raise him right. You know, like,
98
no
was my
nice.
second 98 was my second Godzilla movie. I remember that.
That's why you're half right. You know,
98
you were all
was
right.
like what? Like it's my 11th or 10th Godzilla film.
Yeah. I think G14 was the one to really sell me on, like, to really solidify my Godzilla hyperfixation, for lack of a better phrase. And that's why it, to this day, remains my most respected movie. Not my favorite, but the one that I actively respect the most.
Which one?
Because, like, on a comparable level to Jurassic World and Disney's Dinosaur and How to Train Your Dragon.
2014?
Yeah,
Oh,
2014.
I'm in somewhat of the same boat because I was like, what? I think I was like 12 at the time. And I loved Godzilla, like, up until then. But I was also one of those kids who was on and off of what franchise they loved at the time. It didn't even have to be like pop culture. Like there was a phase where I was like obsessed with pigeons, and I would just watch pigeon movies, pigeon toys, and stuff. So I was always an on and off kid of what I liked. So Godzilla was one of those, and it was always with me. But 2014 really put me down the path of like, this is what's going to be a large part of my life, really.
Yeah.
that's the thing is that
A lot of my interests come from, hey, I found this because of Godzilla. Like, I was into Lego at the time at that point, but I really got into Lego afterwards because I found out that specifically Lego Ninjago had a finale that featured a kaiju fight, and I loved that. And then Pacific Rim from there, Transformers I was getting into at that point, and all that. So, yeah.
I know definitely like for me, like Godzilla was always my fixation, followed by like dinosaurs and everything else. So, and I also remember the lead up into Tokyo SOS being a big part of my childhood, and then Final Wars, and then after Final Wars, a big part of my childhood was also being like part of that community of Godzilla fans during the drought until 2014.
Yeah.
And 2014 was never like something where it's like, this is gonna keep me invested in Godzilla forever. It was more like Godzilla's just back again. I'm happy.
Yeah. For me, it was interesting becoming a Godzilla fan during the build up to Shin, just looking back at the stuff that was posted throughout the drought. I think for me, my biggest sources of Godzilla knowledge were Cinemassacre's videos, Goji Fan 93, D-Man 1954, and Monster Island Buddies. I watched specifically Monster Island Buddies and D-Man 1954. I watched them religiously. And then I started watching D-Man 93 religiously. Especially post Shin. And then I think it was around the time of the Polygon movie's release, Planet of Monsters was about to come out when I got into OmniViewer's stuff. And I think Omni specifically, Omni, Goji Fan, and D-Man were very heavy influences in how I talk about kaiju, partially because of just how religiously I watched them.
I think I know for myself. I know, like all of those people were people I watched, but like I can't really name one that was like a big influence because it was more like less I want to be like these people, but more like I want to be beside these people talking about it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But I know for me, unfortunately, it is like 1 a.m, so I'm gonna dip, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna go too. Kuru's probably waiting for me. So
Alrighty then. It'll probably be a good spot. We're a little over 5 hour 30 for me, which is
Let's
my
go,
longest
Ruby.
game.
There you go. That's what we do.
Awesome. All right, so then if we're about to head out, then I guess I'll just give you guys the opportunity now to do your own shilling. So if you want to go Minecraft World, do you want to go first?
Sure. You can find me on YouTube at Minecraft World 1954. That's my @ or just Minecraft World, where I post kaiju related content with an upcoming character study video essay on Nemesis and a redux of my GXK sequel pitch. You can also find me on Instagram and Kara, where I post artworks, and Blue Sky, where I post other stuff and my artworks there too. Yeah, go read Project Nemesis or just the Nemesis saga as a whole, and Tiamat deserve better. Take care. Peace.
You know
Awesome.
me. You can find me Zimzilla99 everywhere. Just add a YT in front of it for PlayStation 5. Add an OG in front of it for Twitter. And yeah, doing more Blender stuff, more art stuff, and yeah, keep on expecting to see more stuff in the future. I've got a Monsterverse video in the works right now that I'm editing.
Awesome.
98 sucks.
Hey. Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I'm not as harsh as you, Zim, so I'll let you stay. But
Exactly.
for now, anyways.
My reign of 98 slander will continue.
You
It's
will
not
take
slander if
every
it's true.
shot you can at that movie.
I'm
Alright.
gonna what's it called? I will just remember CGF made a terrible mistake with his Cottom trailer. So I'm already gonna be more partial to the pro Cottom side for what he did to me. So
One of us.
yeah, I'm gonna let him know that what's it called? He could have given he has my ex-wife and a black Aruni on his side. So like, and then he does that to me. He disrespects me on the day of a debate stream on my server in my house. This cannot slide.
Oh, this is gonna be. Oh god, this is gonna be very fun.
Did Black Aroni really think I was black, Zim?
Yeah.
Wow. Could have gotten away with a lot of stuff if I never revealed my face.
Well, what's it called? You can just use the
Zim.
other words. You can use all the Hispanic stuff.
Oh, I guess so. Oh well. Let's see. Hey, what Zim? What do you call your fans, Zim?
What do I call my fans?
Yeah.
I'm happy I'm not drinking now because if I had been more drunk, I would have said something so wrong. I'd never been able to walk away from it.
All right. Well, thank you guys for coming on. It was awesome. Thank you all to everyone who joined in the stream. Got some viewers who stayed and came in and out. So thanks to all those guys. More streams to come. More drawcasts, variety hours. Let's Build series soon to come. You can find me Kaijunaut on YouTube, and then Vic Monstrous or Vic's Monstrosities on Blue Sky, Twitter, Instagram, and the like. Some more stuff to come. As always, thank you, Kaiju Seekers. Until next time, peace out, guys.
Yeah.
Peace.